Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The guy, covered in blood, was holding a stick, which he was trying to fight off the demon beast. Everyone around was screaming, and the hero's name was Yetin, and he was level 0. The monster looked at him. 0 damage had passed through him. The guy couldn't handle it. He survived by collecting trash. The young man was breathing heavily. Blood was running down his face. People like him, with a level 0, were considered a burden in society. The wolf opened its mouth and screamed. People like this man were considered someone absolutely useless. Yetin grabbed a wooden shield and began to cover himself with it. Splinters and debris flew in all directions. The wolf grabbed the guy's shoulder. Everyone could tell him that he lived like trash. His eyes began to glow blue. He screamed and raised the stake that remained in his hands. He decided that he would never die like trash. After the blow, the system reported that the hero had dealt fatal damage to the wolf's spirit, and it was equal to 1. The vastness of G City. A man stood at the gate of Class C Abyss. A silhouette of a running man appeared in the portal. The hero jumped out of the portal with a box in his hands. A giant monster was chasing him. Yetin worked as a senior garbage man of the Abyss. The hunter began to fight the creature and shouted that the guy was too slow. Yetin fell to his knees. His job was to collect and sort the garbage left over from fighting monsters every day. He picked up a crystal. His management did not want resources to leak to ordinary people. He had crystals in his hands. Each of them was worth 50,000 yuan. Someone put his foot on the box and began to curse. The hunter threw his sword over his shoulder and said that they would divide the reward individually, and if the young man stole even 1 crystal, he would not receive money and would go to jail. Junior garbage men jumped out of the portal, dropping crystals on the floor. The work of the Abyss Scavenger was done by those who were at level 0. If the combat team did not deal with all the monsters, the lives of the scavengers were in danger. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a dangerous job. Everyone began to return to the base. For returning from the dungeon you can earn 300 yuan. Each scavenger gets 1,000th of the collected garbage. This is about 600 yuan. 30% is given to the management, and in the end there is 540 yuan left on hand. The scavenger remembered that his debt was about 700,000 yuan. He needed to work much harder. The worker who was standing next to him offered the guy a job worth 3,000. The man wandered forward and continued to advertise their business. The bus took people forward. Everyone sat and discussed the news that an A-class abyss had appeared in the city center. Everyone began to realize why the fee for the task would be so high. Someone reminded them of those who did not return. The men bowed their heads. One of them said that they would need to take the equipment from the poor guys who had not returned. A complaint was made about the capitalists. Yetin looked out the window with boredom. The workers were indignant that they had decided to monetize the abyss. The guy remembered how the first gates had opened 10 years ago. The man had encountered terrible creatures. Only a special class of people could defeat the creatures there. The monsters dropped loot. People had discovered magic crystals and mysterious weapons, so after studying all the continents, the man began to study the abyss. The economy had changed its direction. Traditional enterprises had closed and all the funds had gone to supporting a new niche in the abyss industry market. The guy could not be hired. He begged the doctor to operate on his sister, but he swore and shouted that they were not a charity fund. Yetin waited in horror while they were breaking into his apartment, for which he had not paid. Everyone was yelling at him and chasing him away. The guy was sitting in the rain with scattered refusals and holding his head. The employment situation was extremely grim for those with a 0 level. One day, the boy was handed a mini loan. He looked ahead in fear. He needed money. He slowly extended his hand to the card. He was offered to leave his organs as collateral. Now the garbage man only sighed. He looked at the man in front of him. He heard that someone took out a loan for $1 million and lost it all on the stock market, and if he did not repay the debt, he would lose a kidney. The hero pulled his cap over his face. The man was telling him that the guy was also paying for his sister's treatment. The bus passed by the gate. The workers said that the hero would die faster than collecting the entire amount. The hunters met the garbage men near the rocky area. Everyone wandered towards the portal, climbing the rocks. Yetin looked ahead in surprise. He tightened the straps of his backpack. This time he would try to earn money and return alive. He entered the portal that led to the underground city, the city's shopping center with B-class. The young man looked back. This was his first time in an abyss of this class. The warriors slowly moved forward. The wolf spirits rushed at them. The commander took out a shield and called Laochin. The creatures ran straight at them, but one of the hunters said that it was just a bunch of wolves. Fireballs appeared in his hands. Laochin screamed and released flames forward. An explosion was heard. The monsters were scared and began to hide in dark corners. Tank stepped forward and gave the order to remain vigilant. One of his partners approached him and asked where their destination was. The big guy raised his sword up and said that they would have to go to the 5th floor. The girl noticed that the first floor had become much higher and wider. The smart guy adjusted his glasses and said that this is how the abyss works. From the outside it looks normal to the outside world, but inside it the structure changes. The scavengers followed the group of killers. They were ordered to find the bodies of the dead. Lao Chen sat down contentedly and began to adjust his laces. Yetin looked ahead in fear. His foot touched a sitting hunter, and the scavenger fell to the ground. The kid turned around in fear and began to apologize. The white-haired man grabbed him and lifted him off the floor. The commander looked at them and told them not to get distracted, because they had things to do. The guy looked angrily at the hero. He threw him to the ground and told him not to approach him, because he was trash. Yetin reached for his cap and thought discontentedly about the impudent guy. The others frowned at him. The hunter declared that they had a dream team. Everyone slowly moved forward. The scavengers were outcasts and a burden. That's what they called everyone who was at level 0. The hero adjusted his cap. No one knew one detail about him. He walked along the slime. The system showed that he lacked 1 point to go to the first level. The scavengers turned into the corridor and met a wolf there. The hero was covered in sweat, seeing that the guy from the combat group had chickened out. The wolf's eyes were glowing blue and emitting smoke. The guy slowly turned around. Next to him lay a wooden shield and a level 1 stick. The creature opened its mouth and screamed. It had a critical level of health. Yetin gritted his teeth and rushed to the side. He ordered to put all doubts aside. Dodging, he grabbed the shield and stick. They were his chance. The youth rose to his feet and began to watch the movements of the creature. He jumped forward. The wolf immediately turned to him. The man swung both the shield and the stick in the air. The heavy shaft hit the beast's head. The game looked at the boy with displeasure, having received as much as 0 damage. Yetin recoiled. Lao Chen and the scavengers were indignant behind him. They were shouting, "Doesn't he know that only a combat group can deal with monsters?" The monster attacked. The hero managed to block with a shield. He knew everything. The system opened his characteristics. The backpack flew off his shoulders. The young man ran away. With such frail equipment, he would not be able to break through the defense of even the weakest monsters. The guy turned back. He knew that he had one advantage. He pushed off the vines with his foot. He knew perfectly well what position he was in. The wolf grabbed him a moment after the scavenger jumped. He raised his stick again and shouted. He was going to use more force. Meanwhile, Lao Chen stood among the corpses and laughed at how the 0 guys were running from monsters. The commander looked at the crystals with satisfaction. He said that by killing a monster you can earn a couple of luck points, only if this monster is not a demon beast. Everyone looked at the characteristics window. Having killed one monster, the captain said that they would take the most expensive items for themselves and give the rest to the scavengers. He ordered to tell them to clean everything up. The assassin pointed ahead and said that one monster still survived. The screams of the scavengers began to spread throughout the empty shopping center. Lao Chen led the squad forward and declared that the purple equipment would belong to him. The screams and roars continued to bounce off the walls. The wolf had already grabbed the scavenger's shoulder. The guy rolled his eyes and clenched his teeth. He swung his stick and screamed that he would never die like trash. He stabbed the stick into the creature's head. Blood spurted. The wolf screamed. The system reported that fatal damage had been inflicted. The damage inflicted became equal to 1. The creature fell to the ground without a spirit. Yetin was breathing heavily. Blood oozed from the wound. Steam poured out of his mouth. He clenched his fists and screamed, arching his back. Someone came from behind and he turned around. Lao Chen walked slowly, keeping his hands in his pockets. He sarcastically remarked that a lone horse could defeat a low-level wolf. He grabbed the boy by the collar and asked angrily, "Does he really think he is a hero?" Yetin only smiled. While the hunter shouted that they were not here to drag his corpse, the battle group had many career paths. He presented the symbols. Once you reach the first level, you can join the battle group and even get a specialty. But to achieve this, you need to think about how to gain experience points. Zeros cannot defeat the demon beast, because it is the same as going to certain death. The hero remembered how he gained his experience. He waited day after day. The percentage grew. He killed the demon wolf and got another experience point. Yetin looked at the hunter's face and said that this is the only way to gain experience points. A smile spread across his face. He said that these are ideal conditions. He received a system notification about moving to the next level. Lao Chen was illuminated by light. He screamed in disbelief. The youth's body was covered in blue fire. He got the first level. Yetin looked over his head in shock. He had received the specialization of a level 1 scavenger, the maximum. Lao Chen stared at him. His cheeks suddenly swelled, snot jumped out. The man laughed at the specialization he received, the maximum level of which is 1. He hit the guy on the shoulder and began to shout that he could not hold back his laughter. His gaze suddenly became serious. He said that the scavenger's friends had already left, and therefore he would have to clean up everything here alone. The hunter turned around and wandered away, intending to tell everyone the story he had seen. Yetin looked gloomily at his hands. He thought that if his first level was the maximum, then he would no longer be able to use equipment to climb. The kid began to look around, trying to figure out what kind of gadget the scavengers had. His eye glowed blue. The wolf's body slowly exuded an aura. The system reported the discovery of recyclable garbage. The guy looked at the offer of recycling in surprise. He hesitantly opened his mouth and answered yes. A portal flashed in front of him, from which black hands stretched out. Yetin looked around in fear. The hands grabbed the wolf's body and began to pull him into the darkness. Only the backside remained outside. Everything looked creepy. The hands disappeared and a recycling symbol appeared. The hands showed a peace sign. The recycling was complete. The force pulled out a ghost dash card. The system reported that the hero received 3 points. He began to run his eyes over the system summary in surprise. He kept looking at his hands and the window in surprise. The hand converted equipment points into agility points. The card sparkled with green fire. The system opened an offer window. Yetin frowned and accepted it. His body was covered in green light. His eyes slowly opened. The kid looked at his hands. He did not feel any visible changes. Someone ahead told him to drag himself here. The boy's foot broke through the tile. The scavenger ran forward at high speed, screaming in horror. He tripped over a protruding root. Sounds echoed across the floors. The young man lay with circles in his eyes, not understanding whether he had such a skill before. A skill recharge appeared above his face. Yetin stood up and sighed. He looked ahead gloomily. His eyes suddenly opened wide. On the platform in front of him lay a pile of monster corpses that he could process. He could get not only abilities, but also equipment. It turned out to be a gadget for a max-level abyssal scavenger. A portal opened behind him. His hands reached for the loot, and the scavenger smiled grimly. Processing was in full swing. The hero was receiving skill points. The hand extended a glowing ball to him. It was 1 point. When the kid processed the wolf's corpse for the first time, he received the ability of a ghostly dash, and since then, no matter how many corpses he processed, he did not get any new ability, and each time he was given fewer points. Yetin pointed to the side and asked, "Is it really necessary to process another monster to get another ability?" The system opened the statistics of the man. He scored 11 points. The guy looked out the window in confusion and asked which skill would be better for him to pump up. A smile appeared on his face. The guy waved his hand in order to distribute everything equally. The system showed updated indicators. Meanwhile, the hunters were fighting the wolves. Another monster fell to the ground. The captain looked at the magician and asked, "Is it really possible that the guy received the activity of a garbage man?" He did not know that it was possible. Glasses smiled proudly and said that 3 hidden jobs were added every year, but the rankings of the most valuable vacancies never changed. Most of the so-called hidden jobs were just for fun. Laochen looked ahead and said that given that the maximum level of a hero is 1, he is barely stronger than 0 and essentially nothing has changed. The captain led everyone forward, deciding that it was not worth wasting time talking about Yetin. Ahead, there was a hole in the wall. It was getting closer. The team stopped at the roots raised to the ceiling. Horror appeared on their faces. The roots formed a monster with a skull-shaped face. Tank swung his sword and said that the mission target was found, the remnants of the Falcon group. The assassin asked how something so big could fit inside them all. Glasses touched the face of the corpse and said that less than 48 hours had passed since the transformation, and the corpses here looked like they were 10 years old. The captain looked around warily. The girl noticed that they only encountered weak demon beasts, and Falcon was a B+ class. How could they not cope? Eyes opened in horror. Dark energy was coming from the passage nearby. A horde of creatures could be seen in it. The host began broadcasting breaking news. She said that the dungeon in Shifeng City had reached the danger level of B and reported that currently 27 people were declared missing. The swordsman shouted and told everyone to prepare for battle. The dead surrounded the team at the roots. Laochen launched fireballs in all directions. The shield man chopped up the corpses. He shouted that the demon beasts were just a trap. Suddenly, the roots began to increase in size. The man looked at them in surprise and said that this is the final boss of this abyss. The carnivorous plant of the abyss of a class opened its purple eyes. The hunter screamed in fear and told everyone to look up. The former hunters turned into the dead. Meanwhile, Yetin was recycling corpses and heard the sounds of battle. He looked to the side. The system reported that he had received an achievement for recycling 50 corpses. A small portal appeared, which was going to give him a reward. The system showed him a card with an ordinary dagger. Yetin was embarrassed and said that even rewards for a scavenger are ordinary junk. Everything around shook. A roar was heard. The hero tensely turned back. His pupils narrowed. He realized that something was approaching. With a terrible roar, a zombie with roots from its mouth was running towards him. The scavenger recoiled. He managed to dodge, after which he rolled and did a wheel back, using the skill of excellent evasion. The kid looked forward in surprise and screamed that the girl scared him. He looked at his hands and noticed that he had become much more agile. Is it because he pumped up his agility? Satisfied, he clenched his fist, because he really became more agile. The zombie rushed to attack him. The claws almost knocked out his eyes. Yetin managed to jump back. He was carried back along the smooth tile. He froze and realized that he had become not only more agile, but also stronger. His leg broke the tile and was covered in light. The garbage man made a ghostly dash and raised his fist to strike. With a blow, he sent the dead man flying, realizing that this time there would definitely be more damage. The girl trembled. The system reported that a strength skill was used, which broke the creature's defense. Yetin wiped his face and said that this version of him is simply incomparable. He carefully looked ahead. The intelligence skill allowed him to find the enemy's weak points. The zombie straightened up and looked at him. He was high level, and his weak points were fire and neck. He screamed. His hand turned into claws and he rushed to attack again. Yetin managed to dodge the blow. He fell to the ground, and the enemy jumped. The scavenger rolled between the legs of the dead man and appeared behind his back. His hand was covered in green light. The guy thought about his neck. Using the card, a dagger appeared in his hand, which he cut the monster with. The dead man staggered and fell forward. Purple blood flowed from his wound and bubbled. Yetin hung like a dark shadow over the zombie he killed. The purple blood on his hand began to exude an aura. The system activated counteraction to poison. The blood became hard and split into pieces. The young man looked at the dagger with satisfaction and was glad that he killed someone for the first time. The system offered him to recycle the zombie. The light illuminated the gloomy center. The zombie's body was successfully recycled. The hero received the skill of resistance to poison. And a card. He turned it over in his hands in surprise. Now he could drink poisons like water. The characteristics window opened and the spoiled poison card appeared. Yetin carefully took it out and read that with resistance to poisons, all poisonings are converted into beneficial effects. He brought the bottle to his mouth and began to drink. The body was covered in green healing light. The healing effect will last 10 minutes. The scavenger continued to distribute points and decided that he would invest them all in intelligence. The system showed updated indicators. More zombies appeared behind. Yetin turned around sullenly, asking, did he really miss the monster again? He frowned and was surprised. Too many people were heading towards him. His lips closed, past insults sounded in his head. The creature screamed and ran to attack. Purple eyes stared at the dagger. Unfortunately for them, the hero decided to show everyone. A portal opened behind him, hands appeared from them and the young man screamed. Meanwhile, the former falcon ran to attack. The captain managed to block the attacks with his shield. He was shaking all over with fear and constantly swore that the corpses were too strong. A huge carnivorous plant towered over them, and the order to retreat sounded. Everyone ran away, fighting off enemies along the way. The girl managed to be pierced by the transformed assassin. The smart guy was torn apart by the roots penetrating him. The captain and Lao Chun were left alone. The shield man lingered at the stairs to cut down the fastest. The white-haired man twisted his mouth and thought that he had only come here for money and equipment. It would be stupid to die here. The commander was covered in a purple aura. He looked back, cursed, and reminded his subordinate that they were on the same team. Lao Chun aimed purple stripes at him and shouted that the commander would have to detain them. He ran down the escalator and left the boss alone. He stretched out his hand, covered in blood, towards him. The man smiled nervously. He understood that he would lose nothing if he ran away. Because he had already collected a couple of items, he was already thinking about what excuse he needed to come up with for the fact that their team had died. The screams of zombies echoed throughout the trading floor. Lao Chun crashed and fell. Yetin was standing in front of him. The white-haired man covered his mouth with his hand in shock. The garbage man looked at him sullenly and asked if he really betrayed his captain to escape. A black portal opened behind the guy. Hands began to crawl out of it. The man did not understand. Was it really the hero who did this? Lao Chun looked back, hearing the screams. He realized that he could not leave the garbage man here, because he would definitely tell everything. He got into a fighting stance and shouted that if the guy decided to become stronger than him, then now was the time. He ordered to feed himself to these creatures. After that, he kicked the young man in the knee joint, but the system blocked and redirected this damage to him. The knee cracked and Lao Chun fell to the ground. Yetin was covered in a purple aura and cursed. He said that being a traitor is worse than being trash. He pointed his hand forward. Black limbs appeared from the portal. They grabbed the hunter by his broken legs and pulled him into an unknown abyss. His body was covered in purple light. The system reported the start of the recycling process. His arms crossed. The system reported that this trash cannot be recycled. Lao Chun fell to the ground, and a cool hero sat down next to him and said that sometimes you just need to get rid of trash. He took out a trash recycling skill upgrade card. Now you can recycle abilities with the consent of the trash. Yetin looked forward sarcastically and asked if silence is really a sign of consent. He used the card. His body was covered in blue fire. The skill of the Lord of Flame was obtained. A bunch of zombies began to approach them. The garbage man looked in their direction. He pointed his hand forward and tried to activate the fireball. There was an explosion. The flash filled the center. Only smoke and burnt remains remained. While the young man was indignant that only ash remained that could not be processed, an assassin appeared on the upper floor. He jumped to attack. Yetin immediately sensed danger. He easily dodged the sneak attack. His legs carried him along the surface of the floor. The boy looked forward with concentration. He dodged the piercing blow. A dagger appeared in his hand. But this time the enemy parried the blow. The garbage man looked back in surprise, realizing that his close combat skills were lame. He noticed a corpse behind him. The captain's body began to be engulfed in darkness. The system showed a card of a golden shield. The assassin rushed to attack. The young man used the shield. He raised it to strike, and cut off the dead man's head with its tip. At the instigation of the garbage man, he was pulled forward a little. Yetin approached the corpse. His body was covered in purple light. He apologized and said that he would also have to be recycled. After recycling, the system showed a dagger mastery card. After using it, the guy confidently looked forward, ready for anything. He noticed that being a scavenger is not so bad. Now he is already running towards the crowd of surviving zombies. His face is completely serious. The head is cut off one by one. If the hero does not deliver their bodies, the mission will be considered a failure, and he will not receive a reward. The scavenger cut off the arm of one of the zombies. The system reported that the recycling was successful. The enemies collapsed one after another. The guy knew these rules of the game. Yetin walked majestically, arranging a meat grinder around. He cursed that the bodies of the missing group had already been recycled when he found them. Now only a carnivorous plant remained in front of the hero. He pointed his hand at it. Limbs appeared from the portal. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Supervisory Committee in the interrogation room, Lao Chen sat and trembled with fear. He was the only survivor, and that person does not exist. The committee representatives found it strange that when they found him, the hunter's level dropped to 1. They had never met such a person before. The man smiled hysterically and shouted that the man had processed his abilities. There was evidence, and it was a garbage man. The agents looked at the psycho warily. They noticed that he had a high level of pollution from the energy of the abyss, and because of this he could have hallucinations. It became suspicious that the hunter, who occupied the position of the main killer in the team, survived, but he began to shout that it was a garbage man. The team entered the B-class abyss. After what happened, the hero sold all the magic crystals on the black market, but received only about 30%. The business built on these crystals has always been a monopoly, so private transactions are considered illegal, so the black market set a fee of 70%. The magic crystals were barely enough to pay off those sharks from the past. Yetin walked through the crowd and looked at his hand. He used his ability to recycle other people, so that they would not report anything to the supervisory committee. There was now a mark on his hand. The young man brought his hand closer to his face and thought that he needed to earn money while he was still free. He stopped with the hunters in front of the knight. He told him that this abyss had just appeared and everything was still not completely known, but he decided that they were all aware of all the risks. He said that they would receive a reward in double the amount. He asked those who could change their profession and sign up to come and sign up. Yetin pointed at himself and asked if this was someone like him. He was asked what level he was. The young man took off his hood, showed the mark and told everything. He was a first-level garbage man. A commotion began around, filled with laughter. The hero glanced at the crowd and thought that if everyone thought he was weak, it would confuse them and he could sneak in somewhere at the end to be on hand. In that case, no one would notice him if he started recycling corpses. This was his brilliant plan. Someone stepped towards them. The white-haired girl frowned at the garbage man. She was the daughter of the famous Liu family. She had just awakened to the profession chosen by God. She ordered to take him, because then they would have enough people. Xingran frowned. Hearing the insults addressed to the young man, she said that they were all here for the sake of numbers. The knight looked at her lovingly and fawned, saying that they were only here to protect her, so the last word was hers. The girl looked intently at the delighted garbage man. Yetin frowned, trying to remember where he had seen this huntress before. He remembered her, all scared 2 years ago. Her sword was broken. She saw how the hero fought. He finished off the wounded monster, receiving a point of fatal blow. The monster and the maiden fell in front of the garbage man. She then looked at him in surprise and asked how he managed to kill the enemy. Was he really a garbage man? Yetin did not hear then and began to rejoice at his first kill. He turned around. The huntress heard that his method can raise your level, but she had never met anyone who would use this method. Xingran was surprised and asked if he really gets experience points this way. But why? The guy frowned and replied that he does it for money. The white-haired girl approached him while he was picking up crystals and said that it was too risky. Yetin turned around gloomily and replied that the huntress was lucky with her profession. She couldn't even imagine how others had to survive. He leaned over the corpse and shouted that she had no team and didn't care about life at all. What was she trying to achieve? Xingran put her hand on her chest and said that she was going to become stronger, and she wanted to be the first to conquer that place. The garbage man looked at her questioningly, and she only asked why the kid was trying to change his profession. Yetin proudly pointed to himself and said that he wanted to protect his family. The huntress looked at him contentedly and asked what his name was. The garbage man smiled and said his name. Xingran extended her hand to him, introduced herself and said that she was sure that one day he would be able to change his profession, and when that happened, she would invite him to her team. She offered to conquer that place together. The guy looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. He shook it and offered not to stop him when the time came. She only answered that he should first change his profession. She said that she already had 30 monsters on her account, and only one on his. The agents caught up with the couple at that moment. They grabbed the lady and dragged her away from the garbage man, scolding her. Sinzin threw the magic crystal to the guy at last. He caught it and froze. The white-haired girl smiled and said that this was his reward. Yetin silently raised his hand and wandered on. Now, 2 years later, he was trying to remember her name. The warrior slapped his comrade on the back of the head and asked why he was standing there doing nothing if he was supposed to be moving crystals. A purple portal was burning in front of the guys. The main character said that he would try his best not to drag the others down. Sinzin looked at him indifferently and asked him to take the equipment, because it was time for them to move. The heroes went to the portal. Yetin frowned and thought that this time he needed to earn some money and come back alive. A dark aura enveloped the man. The guy remembered that he had mastered the golden shield when he was getting out of the previous abyss. The severed head flew into the air. The description of the Dagger Master card appeared. Then crossed axes appeared. These were the abilities of the Berserker. The young man imagined how he dealt a decisive blow to the boss of the abyss. The card of his ability Super Regeneration was covered with a purple glow. Having imagined the skill scheme, the scavenger realized that he could choose any profession and he would not have any disadvantages, and thought about the fact that he divided the additional points evenly. After leaving the portal, the protagonist mentally called himself the one who completely recycled all the suitable things in the previous abyss, and wondered what level would be equivalent to 100 points. Yetin opened his eyes wide and used the all-seeing eye skill, which gives him additional perception. A night walked ahead. The boy realized that he only had 12 strength points, while he himself had 100, and if the strength of a mere mortal is estimated at about 1 point, then he is 100 times stronger than an ordinary person. Suddenly, the young man stopped. A brick wall appeared in front of him. The guys looked around and wondered if it was an earthquake. The garbage man put the brick back and said that this underground structure was somehow unstable. The heroes turned away when someone shouted that there was a chest ahead. The squad approached it, and the warrior noticed that this was at least an A-class treasure, but their team did not have a dagger master. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he could try to open it. Yetin approached the chest. Several cards flew out of it. The guy thought that it was too easy to pick this lock. The man frowned and said that only a dagger master above level 4 could pick locks. The young man explained that his class could handle it too, because they often found locked chests when they were scavenging. The hunter spread his arms and said that they would split the contents after the mission, and suggested that they continue. The scavenger picked up a stone and asked his ally to stay here, because there was something ahead. He threw the stone into the depths of the corridor. At that moment, walls with spikes appeared. The girl looked at her comrade and asked if he was really level 1. The protagonist confirmed this and said that he had learned to find traps, because his class often encountered them, which caused a lot of problems when scavenging. Xingran frowned sternly and remained silent. The guys stared at their comrade in surprise. Yetin realized that he was able to disarm the trap thanks to his 100 intelligence points. The warrior handed him the reward and asked him to accept it with gratitude. The guy looked at the broken sledgehammer and decided that he was still considered useless. The heroes entered the spacious hall and assumed that this was a secret treasure at the end of the level. Someone assumed that there were simply no monsters in this abyss. A stone tablet hovered above the cup. The system reported that the users had entered a special type of abyss with rewards. The girl asked her comrades to be careful. The knight took the tablet in his hands and realized that there was nothing else here. The man looked back and suggested going back, because this was the main treasure. Suddenly, blood burst out of the cup. The system reported the beginning of the test. The crimson mass enveloped the entire room. Someone shouted that this was not a room with rewards at all, but a trap. The bloody nightmare bared its fangs. The woman took a sword from her inventory and ordered the others to prepare for battle. The monsters surrounded the boys and pressed them from all sides. The young man took out his dagger and realized that he had to use only 25% of his strength so as not to show his real skills. Grinning, the scavenger remembered how indignant he had been when he received the Ring of Weakness and decided that it did not matter how useless the item seemed, since the day would come when it could be useful. Several monsters rushed towards him. Blue flames enveloped the protagonist's body. The squad engaged in battle with the monsters. The huntress looked back and asked what was that. Yetin dealt with the bloody nightmare in just one blow. When Xingran was distracted, the monster attacked her. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked away. She managed to destroy the enemy with one swing of her sword. The knight opened his mouth wide and asked why they only needed one blow to die. The monster grabbed his shield. The man said that it was somehow suspicious. The bloody nightmare took human form. The system reported that these creatures imitate the skills of their opponents and become stronger this way. The hunter cut off its head. The girl smiled widely and praised him. The headless monster swung his sword. The knight's eyes widened in shock. The monster cut off his right arm. The man fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The mage asked if these creatures were immortal. The bloody nightmare approached the enemy and raised the sword above his head. After that, he dealt a crushing blow. The hunter saw the blade in front of him. The woman turned the monster's body into stone and called her allies helpless. She put her hand to the monster's head. It immediately crumbled into small pieces. Xingran said that she was very ashamed of her comrades. The girl frowned and called them real weaklings. The bloody nightmare extended his hand forward. The sorceress pointed her staff at him and said that she would not have time to cast the spell because the enemies were too fast. The boy summoned light energy in his hands and decided to finish them off on the spot, since the sword was useless against them. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The girl opened her mouth in shock and asked how he managed to cast a C-class spell so quickly. The young man clenched his fist. The guys assumed that it was a bug, because a first-level person could not be capable of such a thing. Two monsters stepped forward. They stuck out their tongues and pounced on their prey. The scavenger spread his arms and screamed loudly. The monsters opened their mouths wide and fell into a state of shock. The protagonist swung his fist and used the berserker skill. With one blow, he managed to destroy the bloody nightmare. Yetin looked around tensely. Streams of crimson energy soared into the air. A giant monster appeared on the battlefield. The mage's eyes widened in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. The boy smiled nervously and noticed that all the creatures had gathered into one large monster. The demon was engulfed in flames. The party decided that something was wrong because it was too strong a boss for a B-level abyss. The boy frowned and explained that these creatures could imitate their opponent, and asked who a king-level bloody nightmare could imitate. The monster extended its arm forward to grab him. The scavenger jumped to the side to avoid being hit. He narrowed his eyes in disdain and thought that he would not be able to cope with an enemy that imitated him. The woman put her sword on her shoulder and asked him to step aside. The huntress gritted her teeth and declared that she would deal with everything herself. She swung her sword and rushed to attack. Xingran jumped onto the enemy's arm. The girl made a dash and thrust the blade forward. A bright flash appeared in front of the monster. After the blow, his hand froze. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. The bloody nightmare swung his hand. It was rapidly approaching the woman. The huntress frowned tensely. The sword woman parried the blow and jumped back. She managed to stay on her feet. The squad leader wiped her chin and concluded that she was too weak for such an opponent. Some time ago, when the heroes were standing at the portal, the bodyguard warned that the energy of this abyss was very unstable, and asked if his mistress was sure that she wanted to go there alone. Xingran tightened the bandages on her hand. Sitting on the ground, the girl remembered that her goal was to conquer the highest level of the Tower of the End, and realized that her progress was still too far from the progress of her older sisters and brothers. The woman put her hand in her pocket and concluded that she could not even get close to them. The enemy's tentacles approached her. The huntress decided that she was not worthy of her family name if she had difficulty clearing the abyss. Her eyes widened. The swordswoman summoned a protective ice barrier around herself. Her squad members watched from the side. A banner appeared behind the team leader. The frost flag pierced the ground and applied a speed buff to allies. The ground beneath it was covered in ice. It filled the entire room and enveloped the enemy's body. The monster was immobilized. Xingran swung her sword. The girl lunged forward and thought that the ice would at least slow the enemy down, if not kill him. The woman cut the air in front of her and used a comet strike. Squinting, the protagonist realized that this was the god-chosen Class C profession, and now he began to wonder who would be stronger. The huntress widened her eyes and wondered why her attack had no effect at all. The monster broke free from the ice and loomed over her. Its tentacles shot out. The swordswoman dodged its blow and thought that her strength was still not as good as her siblings. The leader of the group flew into the air and called herself the weakest link in the family because she was always criticized. The people smiled widely and called their relative a disgrace to the family, saying that she should not leave the house because the abysses were too dangerous for her. Xingran raised her sword above her head and realized that she had to become stronger, even if it meant starting from an easier abyss, because that was the only way to get past everyone. The girl dealt a crushing blow and realized that she had to handle this on her own. At the moment of impact, her sword split in half. Yetin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The woman's eyes widened in confusion. The monster pressed her into the wall with its hand. Blood gushed out of the huntress's mouth. The mage opened her mouth wide and shouted that they needed to run since the C-class man couldn't handle this boss. The bloody nightmare swung his arm. The boy gritted his teeth angrily. He jumped up and blew up the enemy's arm. The severed limb fell to the ground. The squad members managed to run to the side. The swordswoman jumped to her feet. The squad leader opened her eyes wide and realized that something was wrong with her ally. The young man jumped high into the air. His eyes lit up thanks to the use of the all-seeing eye skill. The scavenger swung his burning hand and realized that the enemy would be able to survive under any conditions if he reached the royal level, and some places that were initially weak would no longer be vulnerable. The protagonist clenched his fist and realized that there was no point in holding back anymore, and that he needed to activate all the characteristics to the fullest. An explosion was heard near the monster. The bloody nightmare opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Yetin ran to the side to avoid his attack. Xingran drank a healing potion. The mage called her ally very fast. The guy jumped up to dodge the enemy's attack. He landed on his feet and jumped back. The young man got into a fighting stance and realized that he needed to find the enemy's weak point to save himself and everyone else. Several explosions were heard in front of the monster. The scavenger frowned and thought about how all his limbs were growing back, as if he had no weak points and as if someone was remotely controlling him. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. Turning around, he reminded that before the test began, an image of a blood test appeared, which indicated that the stone tablet had some relation to the enemy, and asked to kick it here. It was lying on the ground in front of the squad. The knight kicked it furiously. The tablet flew into the air. The system reported that the intelligence test had been passed, and that the user could now decipher the ancient writings to remove the blood curse. When Yetin thought that this was the solution to the situation, the bloody nightmare punched the tablet. The monster grabbed it and threw it into its mouth. Its body was covered in a light aura. The system reported that the boss had entered invincible mode. The girl approached her comrade and asked why the enemy froze. The guy narrowed his eyes and replied that the monster had entered invincible mode. The woman turned to him and asked if they had never met before. Surprised, the young man asked if she didn't recognize him, and told him that they had met in the abyss 2 years ago, when he received his first experience point in his life. The huntress' eyes widened in amazement, and remembered how her ally dealt with the beast. The swordswoman raised her hand and called him by name. The scavenger winced and corrected her. The squad leader smiled and said that she didn't know that he had already changed his profession. The protagonist crossed her arms and declared that he had become a level 1 scavenger. Xingran pursed her lips and thought about how her friend had risked his life and accumulated points over and over again and became so strong. Yetin scratched his cheek in confusion. Raising her weapon, the girl realized that even the scavenger was stronger than her, and said that it still didn't sound cool. The woman stabbed her sword into the ground and explained that she could freeze the enemy because the stone tablet would circulate inside his body, and at that time, an ally would be able to find it. The huntress glanced at her comrade when he agreed with her. Clenching his fist, the guy asked his friend to consider that half a point as her reward and offered to defeat this monster together. The swordswoman looked at him in surprise. She raised her fist and asked her ally to stay out of her way. The guys standing behind them said that they were also ready to fight to the very end, even if they were not that useful. The heroes stepped forward. The young man said that they would all go together, because that way they would definitely get out of the abyss alive. The bloody nightmare spread his arms. The stone tablet was in his body. The garbage man narrowed his eyes and explained that they had 30 seconds before the enemy went into invincible mode, otherwise he would go berserk and the massacre would begin. The main character looked back and shouted that this was their last hope to return alive. The squad members trembled with fear. Suddenly, the knight swung his blade and said that they would definitely return home. His fighting spirit increased. The team leader was enveloped in a blue aura. A buff was placed on her. Suddenly, Xingran turned around while her friends were cheering. The girl smiled and concluded that she should not underestimate even a common scavenger. The woman held out her blade and ordered the soldier to watch the monster's fury. The man approached the monster and made an obscene gesture. Powerful tentacles swung in the air. The huntress raised her hand and ordered her ally to aim at them and cover the scavenger. The girl summoned a cloud of energy in her hands. Streams of mana fell on the bloody nightmare. Several flashes flashed in front of its face. Yetin frowned and explained that only the stone tablet would help end this trial, and that they must not allow it to be destroyed. The swordswoman looked away and asked what they should do then. The boy raised his hand and said that he could get the tablet himself. The squad leader opened her mouth in shock and asked if he really wanted to dive into his stomach. The stone tablet was floating in the red liquid. The young man extended his hand forward and answered affirmatively. Xingran's brows furrowed tensely. The girl jumped aside and asked her comrade to make a ladder for them to climb up. The archer pulled the bowstring. A fiery arrow flew up. An explosion sounded above the monster's head. The woman summoned a frost flag next to her and said that she would freeze the enemy's lower body. The debris of the ceiling fell on the monster. The garbage man declared that he could handle it himself. The guys ran forward. The bloody nightmare furiously opened its mouth. The protagonist dodged the tentacles flying at him. He broke forward and thought that his regenerative ability could heal minor wounds. The scratch on his hand immediately healed. The banner sank into the ground. Ice covered the monster's legs. Yetin jumped into the air. The huntress asked him to aim for the chest, because it was much easier to hit that way. The boy gritted his teeth and replied that he was not fast enough. His purple eyes lit up. The boy drank the potion. The system reported that his speed had increased greatly. The slow potion card lit up. The garbage man was glad that he finally had use for it. He spread his arms and shouted that this was his finest hour. The bloody nightmare began to wave his arms as the enemy approached him. The tentacle rushed forward. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and realized that this was bad. The tentacle pushed him aside. Xingran opened her mouth in fear. A strong blow threw Yetin back. The boy raised his hands and realized that he had missed his chance. Squinting, the boy thought that nothing else should have been expected from his class, and was upset because he actually thought that he would succeed. The garbage man grinned and decided that this would be the case. A dark rift opened beneath him due to the activation of the refining ability. He opened his mouth and called himself a refining item. A smile appeared on his face. Clawed paws burst out of the void. The bloody nightmare widened its eyes in horror. The boys opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was happening here. The protagonist confidently frowned. The system reported that it was impossible to refining a living organism. The hand grabbed the owner. Yetin ordered it to throw him away, since he could not be refining. The guy grinned decisively. The demonic hand threw him straight at the monster. The young man made a hole in the enemy's chest. A stone tablet appeared in his hand. The monster fell to the ground. The garbage man squeezed the tablet in his hands and recited an ancient spell. The body of the bloody nightmare turned to dust. The system reported that the user passed the blood test. Xingran spread her arms and asked what it was. The girl's eyes widened in amazement and asked if they had really won. The mage and knight, enveloped in light energy, were overjoyed at their victory. Their level had increased. The boys raised their hands and began to rejoice. The girl looked at her body and asked if she had really managed to increase her level. The protagonist scratched his head when the system reported that his characteristics had already reached the maximum value. A burning chest appeared in place of the bloody nightmare, and the squad member realized that this was the real reward. The lid of the chest opened and several cards flew out. Yetin grabbed one of them. It depicted a shining dagger, for which level 10 was required. The guy smiled nervously, and reminded that his level could not become higher than the first. The young man looked at the pile of cards in disappointment, and realized that he did not even have the opportunity to use his reward. The woman confidently frowned and decided to hand him the right to distribute the loot among the participants of the cleanup. The garbage man raised his hand and said that he had something to tell her. The men in black gathered in front of the portal. The man picked up the radio and asked his colleagues to contact headquarters and prepare to send a rescue team. The huntress appeared on the other side of the portal and shouted that there was no need. The swordswoman and her squad emerged from the abyss. The bodyguard burst into tears and called out to her. Holding the microphone, the journalist said that nothing else could be expected from her family. The squad leader pushed her guard away and said that there was nothing she couldn't handle. Xingran smiled and reminded them that she was a C-class. When they were still in the dungeon, the protagonist raised his hand and asked how rich her family was. Spreading his fingers, Yetin wanted to sell his cards to his ally and promised to give her a discount so that she would only have to pay 500 magic crystals. The boy frowned and asked her to pretend that he had never been here and that she had cleared this abyss herself when they came out. The girl stared at him in amazement, but agreed. The young man turned away and asked the party to go on without him. The woman looked at him from under her brows and realized that he wanted her to remain in his debt. The dungeon was empty and dark. The garbage man was sitting in front of a stone tablet. The protagonist extended his hand to it. An unknown creature appeared from the crack. Yetin smiled contentedly. Putting his hand on his knee, the boy concluded that even such a pathetic monster did not want to be like garbage and allow others to step on him, and offered him to become his strength. The black clot was enveloped in dark energy. A hand burst out of the crack and grabbed him. The card with the image of a bloody nightmare lit up. The system reported that the user would now be able to summon a creature that would imitate his skills. Crimson tentacles appeared behind the young man. The scavenger confidently frowned and thought that he couldn't wait to use this ability. People were standing on the terrace. The protagonist was sitting at a table in a cafe. A system window with a description of skills opened in front of him. Squinting, he remembered that he had given all the equipment that required a high level to Xingran, and decided that observers would definitely notice him if he had a lot of cool equipment. Yetin looked down and realized that representatives of his class were so insignificant that no one would notice if he started selling items secretly. The guy leaned back in his chair and concluded that no one would buy anything from him. The young man accidentally touched the recycling icon with his hand. The hammer card immediately lit up. The system reported that the user received 1 standard point. The scavenger raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered how this could happen. The system explained that recycling is the separation of items into materials, and standard points can be used to upgrade, repair, and create new items. The protagonist stared at the status window in confusion and wondered if unnecessary equipment can also be recycled. The tutorial asked him to complete the repair of a common dagger. Picking it up, Yetin wondered if he should follow these prompts, and remembered that he almost threw away the weapon after killing the boss because it had 0 durability left. Clicking on something on the screen, the guy decided that he still needed 4 points to repair the dagger, and concluded that he needed to recycle 4 more weapons. The blade of the knife began to shine. The young man noticed that it was not only repaired, but also slightly improved in terms of durability and damage, which means that even a trash weapon can become useful after repairing. The scavenger grinned and wanted to improve the quality of his equipment, the system congratulated him on completing the training. The magic potion recipe card glowed, a notification asked the user to win a reward. The second option was to improve the characteristics. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he did not need attribute points now, and remembered that the main problem in the abyss was the lack of mana. The exhausted fighters walked along the corridor. Yetin realized that magic bottles are often the key to the survival of the group, and their value makes it clear. The guy smiled. The system reported that the user learned to restore items. The young man awkwardly scratched his cheek when the notification suggested that 6 points and any container are needed to create a magic potion. The scavenger put his hand to his chin and wondered what the container was for. Raising his hand, he called out to the cook and asked him for some container. Empty glasses stood on the table in front of him. Realizing that he had managed to recycle all the trash, the protagonist looked up and saw a strange mini-game. The waiter was watching him closely from around the corner. Yetin wiped his forehead as 5 glasses of potion appeared in front of him. The guy picked one up and decided that it looked strange, but was quite usable. The young man took a sip. He immediately spat it out and said that the potion tasted like rotten eggs. A blue aura enveloped his body. The garbage man felt his mana increase and his physical weakness disappear. The protagonist left the cafe and wanted to clean up another abyss. The stranger smirked and called out to him. Yetin looked at him silently. The man put his hands on his waist and said that only a few days had passed, but his behavior had noticeably changed. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the bandit asked if he had managed to find the crystals among the trash and said that he had been looking for him for a long time and even wanted to file a missing person report. The guy walked away from him and reminded him that he had already paid off all his debts. Leaning towards him, the scoundrel explained that their contract was still in effect and asked him not to try to jump over his head. The stranger gritted his teeth and asked who he was trying to fool when he pretended to be so tough. The man knocked the glass of potion out of his hands. Grabbing the contractor by the shoulder, the bandit asked if he was so pathetic that he couldn't even hold a glass, and said that they both knew how this would all end. His accomplice cracked his knuckles and said that the debtor was always disgusting to look at. A surveillance camera was pointed at them. The garbage man remembered that according to the rules of supervision, ordinary people are not allowed to use their abilities outside the abyss, and concluded that he needed to find the blind spot of the cameras. The protagonist looked at his offender. The scoundrel offered him to eat the pearls one by one, and then lick all the spilled drink. Yetin clenched his fists in displeasure. The stranger promised to help him pick up all the pearls from the floor, since people should help their smaller brothers. The guy frowned and agreed to do this only if he kissed his feet. The man was indignant and swung his fist. Someone stepped forward. Suddenly, the bandit trembled. Caesar squinted menacingly, and his eyes lit up. The leader of the group grabbed his subordinate by the tie and asked if they managed to gather enough people. The scoundrel replied that they needed one more person. The hunter opened his eyes wide and asked where the last person was. The man looked back and called out to the young man. He put his hands in his pockets and took him into his party. The bandit smiled nervously and warned the boss that he was an ordinary garbage man. The protagonist looked back. The scoundrel closed his eyes and suggested that they needed a person who could fight in the party. Caesar reminded him that when entering the abyss under the red moon, all the monsters would be extremely ferocious, so he needed cannon fodder, and everything else did not matter. Yetin frowned tensely. A blood moon appeared in the sky. During the full moon, monsters fell into a berserk state, and rare monsters also appeared. The portal turned red. The rewards that fell for killing monsters would be doubled, and the quality of the magic crystals dropped would also increase. The ice broke into many pieces. The guy took off his hood and agreed to go into the abyss. The leader of the group smiled confidently and praised him for his intelligence. Standing to the side, the hunter asked the newcomer to come to him. The boy looked back when he heard someone scream. Lauchen pointed at him and recognized him. The garbage man's mouth dropped open in surprise. He shoved his acquaintance in the face and asked him to shut up. The boys began to fight in front of the Blood Oath members. The heroes approached the column. The man frowned and was indignant that they met. The protagonist reminded them that they only survived thanks to his skill. Caesar peeked out from around the corner and asked if they really knew each other. Yetin quickly denied it. The hunter turned away and decided that it was not surprising that a man who killed his team members had no friends. The boy looked away and asked how he managed to get out. Lauchen's mouth dropped open furiously, and he replied that the committee wanted to sentence him to 15 years in prison, but he paid a fine to be released, and stated that the scoundrel should compensate him for the damage, since now he would have to start all over again. The purple energy-shrouded youth asked him to shut up and threatened to recycle him as trash. It was dark outside the Sea City subway. The heroes approached the bloody portal. Raising his hand, Showdown greeted the newcomer to the ranks of cannon fodder and asked what their profession was. The garbage man narrowed his eyes and introduced himself, as did his old acquaintance. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the boy explained that no one here would laugh at him, adding that they themselves chose to exchange their lives for money, and there was nothing humiliating about it. Raising his hand, the bard decided to introduce the other members of their suicide club and put forward his candidacy for the title of team leader. Holding a staff in his hands, Laozu agreed to obey, since he had the highest level among them. Laoang stated that he had no objections either. With his hands in his pockets, Caesar explained that in addition to the 6 core members of Blood Oath, there would be 5 temporary members joining them, and said that the cannon fodder was simply being used as live bait to reduce the losses of the core team. Holding the key, the team leader explained that this abyss was shaped like a labyrinth with many traps, and stated that the cannon fodder would have to find a passage to the boss's room as quickly as possible and convey this information to the rest of the team. The man opened the rift and said that he did not have high hopes for them. Standing in front of the portal, the hunter added that they must stay alive to get the money, and if only one survived, all the money would go to him. Laozu brought his fist to his mouth and coughed. Lao Zhang asked what happened to him. The healer furrowed his brows sternly and explained that he could not retreat because he had 4 daughters at home to feed. The warrior looked down and said that he had to take a risk, since his wife was dying. The boys went into the abyss. The man looked to the side and noticed that there was a newcomer among them. His comrade explained that when someone dies in the cannon fodder squad, someone else always takes their place. The main character had a smile on his face. The hunter noticed that this newcomer looked too relaxed, and said that it was the first time he saw someone go to their death so calmly. The boys entered the dark castle. Showdown looked back and asked if it was strange that they had not met any monsters yet. Lao Chen asked him not to say that. Laozu looked up and noticed that it had suddenly become very cold. His friend confirmed that the air temperature had actually dropped. Grabbing his shoulders, the boy said that he knew he should have dressed warmer, and suggested that they move on. Suddenly, he stepped on a pressure plate. A giant blade fell from the ceiling. Yetin pushed his comrade aside. The bard looked back and saw the guillotine fall to the ground. The leader of the group scratched his head and asked what happened. The boy wondered how he managed to survive until this day. The hunter closed his eyes and called himself a lucky guy. He ran forward and suggested that the others just keep going. Suddenly, white cocoons fell from the ceiling. The boys stepped back when they crashed to the ground. The healer approached the cocoon and asked if it was alive. Suddenly, sharp spikes tore the cocoon. Spiders burst out of their shelters and bared their fangs furiously. The system warned that these creatures spit poison. Showdown threw up his hands and shouted that he hated spiders. The mage released several fireballs forward. The flaming projectiles slammed into the demons. The boys opened their mouths wide and shouted that these were elite monsters. The warrior declared that he would deal with them. The man rushed forward and swung his sword several times. The monster approached the young man. The spider bit his leg. The scavenger tore the enemy into pieces with one kick. The hunter looked back and asked how someone who just collected garbage could be so arrogant. A dark aura enveloped the beast's corpse. The system detected raw materials for processing. The protagonist's eyes lit up when he confirmed the processing. The card with the image of a poisonous fang sparkled. The description said that this skill imposes a poisoning effect on weapons. Yetin sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he could receive not only skill cards for processing corpses, but also arcana that strengthen equipment. Lao Zhang looked back and ordered the newcomer not to stand still and help them or even retreat. Holding the burning dagger in his hand, the boy replied that he was on his way and decided to try using quenching poison on the weapon. The boy lowered the knife, and the demon chased after Showdown. The boy put on his respirator and remembered that there was one problem, even with his high level. He somersaulted forward when the monster tried to attack him. The bard looked back and thought that his profession did not require any combat skills. The hunter, engulfed in flames, decided that he knew what to do in such a dangerous situation. The leader of the group brought the microphone to his mouth and began to sing a song. The garbage man looked at him in amazement and wondered what was going on. The monster opened its mouth wide. The system warned that it had only become stronger. Showdown began to cry and realized that he sang the wrong song. Sharp pincers approached him. A huge spider jumped into the air to attack its prey. The protagonist cut it into pieces with his blade. The demon's red eyes lit up. Lao Zhang opened his mouth wide and shouted that they should retreat. Lao Chen continued to shoot fireballs at the enemies. Yetin dashed forward. The monster bared its sharp fangs. In an instant, its limbs were cut off. The dead monsters fell to the ground one after another. The boy landed behind his comrades. The guys looked at each other and asked if this person really did it. The heroes began to praise Showdown. The young man looked down and concluded that the effect of the quenching poison itself is imperceptible, but it increases during the battle. Closing his eyes, the boy wondered if he really killed those spiders, and thought that he just wanted to buff his allies. The scavenger looked at the crowd of demons and realized that they were intelligent, as they did not attack a target they could not see. He squinted and decided that the enemies would turn around and run away. Suddenly, the monsters trembled with fear. The monsters hurried away. Holding a clod of fire in his hands, the magician informed his comrades about this. The healer was indignant that the first location had already turned out to be so frightening. The protagonist scratched his chin and remembered that he had already processed enough arcana and left only one card just in case. The card sank into the rift. The system reported that the user received 54 attribute points. Holding a torch in his hands, the bard suggested moving on. Raising the torch in front of him, the hunter explained that their mission was to advance as far as possible, and asked his comrades not to fall into traps. Yetin squinted and thought that this primarily concerned himself. Suddenly, the guy noticed a strange portal to the side. Blue energy emitted a glow. The system suggested that this was the Berserker's secret zone. Looking back, the boy remembered that such zones appeared due to the red moon, and wondered if he should explore it. The scavenger raised his hand and summoned a bloody nightmare. An exact copy of himself appeared next to him. The clone smiled when the protagonist asked him to follow the Blood Oath squad. Showdown looked back and saw his comrade, asking where he was. There was a noise behind the double. The boy asked him to keep up. A bright light burst out of the crack. Yetin found himself in a cave. Clouds of dust rose in front of him. A huge spider sat on the ceiling. The boy looked back and gritted his teeth. He had to jump to the side when the demon fell to the ground. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The beast opened its mouth wide and bared its fangs. Its sharp claw pierced the ground in front of its opponent. The scavenger struck several times. However, there was not a scratch on the claw. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and he realized that his enemy had too much defense against physical damage. The monster cut the air with its paw. The powerful blow threw its victim back. Yetin crashed into a stone wall. His eyes lit up thanks to the all-seeing eye skill. The spider loomed over him. The system reported that he was level 20. The guy wiped his chin and decided that he could get some elite abilities if he recycled it. The tarantula shot out a web. It fell to the ground. The young man jumped high into the air. The scavenger lowered his hand and used the Big Bang skill. A wave of fire fell on the beast. The monster with glowing eyes turned its head. The demon shot out a web again. The protagonist easily dodged it. He looked to the side and concluded that his enemy was not afraid even of flames. Yetin jumped to the side and took out a dagger. The guy swung it and decided to kill his enemy in the classic way. The monster's eyes widened. The young man cut its body with a knife and dealt critical damage. The spider began to shake its head and roar loudly. Smiling, the garbage man noticed that his opponent, unlike previous enemies, was resistant to poisons, and realized that it was not surprising that this was his weak point. The tarantula opened its mouth furiously. The protagonist assumed that this had something to do with the changes in their defense, since they no longer rely on their own abilities, and called it ironic that their own poison was fatal to them. The demon released a web from its mouth. Yetin's eyes widened and he thought that he did not know that such a thing would be possible. The dense threads threw him aside. The guy was trapped and immobilized. The monster slowly approached him. The young man grinned and activated the berserker state. He managed to free himself from the web. After that, the garbage man immediately made a dash forward. He hit the enemy hard on the head. The monster's body was torn into many pieces. The card with the axes caught fire. The system asked the user to choose an upgrade for the skill. The protagonist clenched his fist and assumed that many would choose the second option, which increases the skill's duration. Yetin imagined himself trying to hit the spider, and concluded that this was no ordinary monster. The guy imagined himself and the tarantula smiling, and thought that the first option improves the berserker's condition, but the gradual decrease in health is too harmful a side effect. The young man, enveloped in a bright aura, decided to choose it, because with his ability to regenerate, this side effect will be less noticeable. The skill card began to glow. The scavenger realized that he would be able to harm those with strong resistance to physical damage, thanks to the splash of blood. Several reward cards appeared in front of the monster's corpse. They immediately went to the rift for recycling. The protagonist picked up the card with the sword and decided to sell it for 15,000. The hands burst out of the rift. Bright particles appeared in the air above the monster. Yetin smiled and asked what skill he would get from this boss. A card with an image of a small spider appeared. The guy widened his eyes and realized that he would be able to not only summon tarantulas as pets, but also level them up. There were many huge crystals in the cave. Showdown raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who knew that they would stumble upon a mine in the abyss. Laozu took the crystal in his hand and suggested that it was due to the influence of the red moon, because finding even one magic crystal in the mine was a great success. The healer took out a staff from under his cloak. He stuck Fury's eye into the crystals. The system prompted that this artifact marks everything within a radius of 60 meters, allowing others to see this place on the map. Lao Chen grabbed his ally by the collar and asked why they had to mark this place for the blood oath when they could take it all for themselves and live in gold for the rest of their lives. The man reminded them that they would have killed them immediately if they had found this place themselves. Lao Chen walked up to them and said that the cannon fodder's job was to pave the way, so if they died here, the management would write it off as an accident because to them, cannon fodder was trash. The mage gritted his teeth in displeasure, but remained silent. The man remembered how he called his comrade trash and threw him to the carnivorous plant. The hunter smiled widely and said that he was not trash. In memory, his eyes widened. Dark energy enveloped his body, and hands grabbed him. Lao Chen gritted his teeth and realized that the trash man was to blame for everything. The mage looked at the crystals and decided that it didn't matter that his level was low again as long as he had the opportunity to earn money. The man took the crystal and thought that he could get good equipment to cover his zero skills and join the main force of the group. The hunter smiled widely and wanted to steal some crystals. A flash of light flashed under the ceiling. The system warned that the user was trapped. A beam of bright light flashed past the heroes. It pierced Laozu's head through and through. His body immediately fell to the ground. A member of the squad asked what just happened. A blue aura enveloped the portal. A small tarantula appeared on the ground. Sitting next to it, the protagonist realized that at the initial level, they looked completely defenseless. The spider blushed embarrassedly. The system reported that the user must raise his level to at least the 5th, so that he could survive on the battlefield. Yetin squinted and decided to share his glasses with him. The beast opened his mouth in surprise. A purple aura enveloped him, and he had a new skill, web. The boys looked at their fallen comrade in horror. Lao Chen smiled and said it was an accident. Lao Zhang grabbed him by the collar and accused his ally of killing the healer. The warrior opened his mouth in rage and said that Laozu did it for his family, but died because of him. The mage frowned menacingly and explained that he also needed money because his level had dropped to 1. The man raised his sword and called him a traitor. The hunter said that in this world, everything is about money and that everyone acts in their own interests. He opened his eyes wide and said that his ally would have done the same if he had been paid enough. Someone clapped their hands and praised his priorities. Caesar smiled and offered the mercenary a blood oath. Lao Zhang's eyes widened in shock. The scoundrel looked at the healer's corpse and noticed that it was still warm. Putting his hand to his head, the leader of the group explained that death was a common occurrence here, because beggars were willing to risk even their lives for a chance to earn some money, and said that it was not at all shameful. The man put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and explained that these crystals, which only appeared during the red moon, could be used to buy cities, and one piece would be enough to not work for the rest of your days. The hunter closed his eyes and said that he forgot to tell him the price for taking one crystal. Caesar smiled slyly and explained that the price was a human life. The berserker clutched his sword. The soldiers pointed their weapons at the cannon fodder. The scoundrel threw a bucket forward and ordered everyone to put one crystal in it. The warrior opened his mouth wide and reminded them that any of them could be a trap and asked if the bandits really wanted to get rid of them in such a sophisticated way. The leader of the group scratched his chin and asked if he didn't have to pay for his wife's treatment. The man leaned over to his subordinate and asked if he hadn't said that he would do anything to save her. The hunter narrowed his eyes slyly and asked him to remember that wanting to make more money was not something shameful. Lao Zhang gritted his teeth in fear. The warrior slowly approached the crystals. The member of the group extended a trembling hand towards them. Suddenly, the fighter closed his eyes and said that he could not do it. The man burst into tears and admitted that he had lost all his money and had come to pay off his debts. Caesar frowned and called him pathetic. Lao Zhan looked at him and realized that he could not compete with him even on his best days. The mage smiled and reminded him that he had been invited to join the main ranks of the Blood Oath. The leader of the group asked if he had said anything like that. The henchman put his hand to his mouth and confirmed it. The man called his subordinate to him, and the wizard fell to his knees and declared that he was ready to give his life for him. The hunter kicked him in the face. The squad member fell to the ground. Caesar asked if he really thought there was a place for such trash in the elite squad. Lao Chen gritted his teeth. The leader of the group called him a pathetic traitor and promised to give his death some value. The clone of the protagonist looked back. The man shouted that he would turn his subordinates into walking corpses so that they would collect all these crystals for him. Yetin turned the bloody nightmare into a clot of energy. Showdown frowned menacingly. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to do something stupid. The young man stepped forward and said he would handle it himself. He put his hands in his pockets and asked how dangerous it could be to collect these crystals. The scoundrel clenched his fist and asked why the newcomer had only just appeared. The scavenger grabbed a crystal sticking out of the rock. The protagonist pulled it out with ease. The sorcerer turned away. The squad members hid behind the rocks and asked him to warn them before doing so, otherwise they would all die. Caesar frowned in displeasure. His henchman asked if the newcomer had managed to outwit death or if the trap only worked once. Yetin narrowed his eyes and thought that his luck should be enough for nothing to happen to him, even if it was a deadly trap. The guy pulled another crystal out of the rock. The leader of the group opened his mouth in surprise and shouted that it was his luck, not the trap not working. The sorcerer turned his head and asked how a first-level person could have such a high luck value. The man stated that in that case there was only one reasonable explanation, that the trap was broken. The scoundrel took the crystal and assumed that this was true. The party member took the crystal and said that nothing happened to it. A red beam immediately pierced his head. The man collapsed to the ground. The hunter smirked, realizing that the newbie had the highest luck of all the others, and remembered that in the abyss, the attributes that were most often increased were those related to strength. The youth frowned sternly. Caesar asked if anyone would really waste their attribute points to develop something as useless as luck. With a confident frown, the leader of the group explained that the original plan was to turn them all into corpses, and stated that now he only needed one corpse with a high luck value. Caesar ordered not to let the opponents escape, and the necromancer was going to carry it out. Lao Zhan resignedly declared that they were finished, because their opponents were the guys from the Blood Oath and they could not cope with them, to which Lao Zhan replied that there was still time to escape. He was thrown into a shudder. Then the guy turned around and ran away as fast as he could. Yetin did not understand why he ran away and said that they could take them by numbers, to which Lao Zhan said that now they were missing one. To this, his interlocutor confidently and boldly replied that they had enough of all. The necromancer perked up and asked his ally if he heard a sound. He asked again what exactly. The first looked up. Spider-like monsters were flying at them, when a notification said that the hero had summoned spider demons. Screams of horror were heard and someone's voice said that there were monsters here. Showdown cursed and noted with annoyance that now they had to fight not only bandits, but also monsters, to which Yetin carelessly replied that the monsters were on their side, since he had picked up a couple on the way. Then his interlocutor asked if he was a Spider-Man. The hero's eyes lit up with a lilac light. He looked at the level 20 necromancer. Then he turned his gaze to the level 17 berserker. 2 level 18 hunters also came to his attention. A level 19 paladin brought up the rear. The protagonist concluded that he was not sure about the difference between their levels and his spiders, and his intuition told him that there would be no problems, but he doubted it. A hint came that it was impossible to determine the level and profession of enemies of similar strength, when Caesar noticed that the hero could subjugate the monsters of the abyss, and it seemed that he had learned something while collecting trash here and there. Yetin, taking into account the hint, reasoned that this meant that the enemy's level was not much lower, and maybe even higher than his own. Caesar said that if the monster's level was not higher than 10, then they could not even be mentioned, and ordered them to deal with the monsters first, then the trash, and warned them not to touch the crystals. Yetin glanced sideways at his comrades and said that plans had changed, and if Lao Zhan wanted to live, he should follow Lao Chen's example. He swallowed nervously and thought that the hero was a complete idiot if he decided to sacrifice himself to delay them, and even insisted on it. The guy turned around and ran away. Yetin turned to Showdown, suggesting that he had his own reasons for going into the abyss, and that if he wanted to live, he would also have to run. The boy took a step towards the exit and said that he would never forget him. And turning around, he also ran as fast as he could. While he was running, a notification came that his luck was at level 1. Showdown cursed loudly, stopping in front of a pile of stones. Lao Zhan asked him what happened this time, calling him an idiot. He apologized for the fact that since they entered the abyss, nothing but bad luck had rained down on them. He himself did not know why. The paladin rushed to attack. The monster's eyes widened. The warrior struck. He frowned and shouted furiously that he would knock out the opponents with one hammer. Something white appeared from the spider's mouth. It spat out a web at the paladin. The man immediately grabbed his face, trying to tear off the adhesive mass. His eyes widened in surprise. Yetin rushed to attack. He shouted indignantly, covering himself with his shield, that the guy was too low a level to attack him, asking if he had completely lost his mind. Yetin's blade was very close to the enemy's face. But the guy unexpectedly flew to the side, and the paladin asked how he liked his shield. Even in flight, the garbage man thought that his spiders were level 10 and they were enough to equalize the forces, but not to win, because he was dealing with the Blood Oath. And yet he managed to land smoothly behind the enemy, wounding him. He screamed that he felt pain in his leg, when blood flowed down his pants. Yetin rushed to attack. The paladin fell to his knees, and arrows flew at his opponent. The garbage man noticed them. He dodged at the last moment, letting the swift rays pass over him. One of the hunters asked another if the enemy had dodged. He replied that it was impossible, and most likely his interlocutor simply missed and suggested that he try again. The guy pulled the bowstring. He released an arrow, which immediately burst into flames. The garbage man swung his dagger. The protagonist cut the arrow into several pieces. The hunter noted this out loud in horror. Yetin caused a big bang, and flames flared up from his hands. The hunters froze, watching the fire flaring up. They did not have time to counter it. They concluded that the enemy was a tough nut to crack, when the protagonist seemed to summon his fire. The berserker struck the spider, calling it a monster. It fell dead, surprising the bard. The berserker looked at his victim with satisfaction. Then, swinging his sword, he turned to Showdown, who frantically asked him not to get excited and offered to discuss everything. Laoang was furious. The man appeared in front of Berserker's weapon, covering his ally with his body, shouting for him to get out of the way. He turned to the guy and angrily shouted that because of him they could not escape. The man concluded that if he wanted to live, he needed to know how to fight, while Berserker raised his weapon for another blow. The opponent noticed this. Laoang put up his shield. But the blow was so strong that he flew off and hit a rock. Blood immediately dripped from his nose and mouth. The sword sank into the ground very close to Showdown. Berserker went to finish off the enemy, throwing the sword over his shoulders. He rose to his feet with difficulty, smiled sadly and regretfully concluded that he should not have looked into the abyss, because he would have been killed anyway. The berserker stopped in bewilderment. Laoang shouted that debts are not asked from the dead and asked to do it quickly and painlessly, ordering the enemy to kill him. The berserker did not move. Then he raised his weapon to strike and attack the enemy. He attacked, making a wide swing. However, the berserker suddenly shouted that he could not move and asked if it was because of the guy standing behind him. Showdown held the microphone in his hands and psyched himself up to try again, then shouted, addressing Laoang, who was holding his enemy, urging him to strike. He replied that the guy was holding him too, to which Showdown fell into a stupor. Yetin looked in their direction in surprise, unable to understand what they were doing there. At this time, the necromancer turned to him, that even if he had some hidden ability, his strength would sooner or later run out, and he would not be able to fight forever. Yetin thought that summoning magic really spent a lot of energy, and he had summoned a clone a little earlier, so the mana was almost used up, and the summoning of spiders also continues to spend mana. The scavenger threw a glass of drink in his hands, and with gusto began to consume it, and the necromancer asked in bewilderment what it was. And then he said that he did not care, because mana cannot be restored, after which his eyes flashed, full of strength. After that, he, spreading his arms to the sides, shouted that the necromancer is a very powerful S-class profession, and a corpse controlled by someone like him can fight forever, and sent his wards to the enemy. Yetin, indecently loudly drank the potion from the straw and asked himself again, did the necromancer really have control over corpses? He felt that his mana was fully restored. The protagonist said that all the dead should rest in peace, and his energy, which enveloped him in a lilac haze, released clawed hands. They dragged the dead away with them. The necromancer asked in shock what it was and where his corpses went. And from the purple haze, a silhouette appeared. Yetin attacked him. The necromancer fell, not far from Caesar, who was holding the monster with his hand. He said that the protagonist had interesting abilities. Now it was clear what he had hooked him with at the drink stand. Yetin said that it would be great if they all earned a little money and went home, but the rivals give crystals in exchange for human lives, and the fact that they recruit people as cannon fodder is immoral. The guy sternly looked at the enemy. Caesar frowned and asked if the guy really thought that if he had potential, he would no longer be cannon fodder, and concluded that he was dreaming, because they were all his property, and reminded him of how this world works, saying that the stronger one has the power. The guy heard in response a request not to kill him, because he was just a laborer. Showdown stood in confusion, and Berserker froze in front of him. Caesar said that judging by the current situation, their opponents, here he called them cannon fodder, will not get out of here, to which Showdown responded with doubt. Laoang shouted for Caesar not to listen, raise his sword and kill him. Showdown shouted that he can only boost others, and he himself is not capable of killing a monster, much less a person. Caesar continued by saying that one of their sides would be destroyed, to which Yetin responded with a laugh that he did not understand what he was talking about. The garbage man leaned over slightly, continuing that everyone had the right to enter the abyss and come out alive. That was all he knew, and his entire body was enveloped in a purple haze. Caesar prepared to attack, calling his opponent naive. Then he attacked. Yetin flew to the side. He thought that it was a strong blow, and that he had never met a stronger person. His eyes widened in horror. Caesar was flying straight at him. Yetin dodged, and his opponent's fist slammed into the ground. Caesar declared that his fist was invincible. Showdown asked what he was waiting for. Berserker hit him, and the guy fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his eye. Berserker swung for another blow. But Laoang attacked him from behind, grabbing him by the waist and shouting at his ally to do something. Berserker dealt him a blow that cut his stomach. Laoang repeated his request to do something. Asking with his last breath, Showdown asked if he volunteered to be the leader because he had strength. He remembered his words that this group of cannon fodder needed a leader, like a level 3 bard, and added that he would be perfect for this role. The guy said that he just thought that he wouldn't have to kill monsters with his own hands if he were the leader. The team leader put his hands on the ground and continued that he wouldn't have to face such things and no one would know that he wasn't really capable of such things, that he wasn't strong at all. The guy stammered that he was just a noob and asked for mercy. Showdown bowed his head to Berserker. A memory appeared in his head, how one of his previous team members asked if he couldn't do any damage, so he could probably boost others. To which the other replied that the guy couldn't choose the right target for the boost, called him shameless, and kicked him out of the team. Then he repeated his words again, calling the guy a noob. Showdown was sitting on the steps near the fountain when Caesar approached him. He asked what the guy did for a living. The guy replied that he was a level 3 bard. Caesar invited him to come with him. Yetin flew to the side and hit a rock. Caesar made a powerful blow. and explained that this martial arts technique, which inflicts continuous physical damage to the place of impact, if the enemy tries to use magic, the wound will only worsen and he will die faster. He made another attack, commenting that this explosion is an indicator of martial skills that can cripple even the strongest mage. Yetin regretfully thought that everything was happening too fast. And he ran as fast as he could, and Caesar rushed after him, asking if he really hoped to dodge. The scavenger wondered if the enemy lost blood when using their skill and concluded that it would not hurt now. And then it dawned on him. He called out to Showdown. And then he was hit. He fell not far from his ally's feet. And lying down, he said that it was useless to hope that others would be merciful to you, because you were weak. He dreamed of this like no one else. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He continued that he himself was disappointed in his weakness. He remembered himself in the fight with the green monster, when he was weak and could do little, but did not give up. Because you do not need to be afraid of your weakness. And at these words, Showdown's eyes widened. The monster then grabbed Yetin with its tentacle. The scavenger said that you need to be afraid of your cowardice, and also be afraid of losing heart. Showdown repeated his words, beginning to understand their meaning. Yetin in the monster's tentacles screamed that he was not afraid and all the time received notifications that he did not cause any damage. As suddenly, gathering his strength, he dealt a critical blow. And he realized that he had succeeded. The monster was defeated. When Yetin gathered his will into a fist and took the first step, he already knew that he had been preparing to become a king all his life. With these words he wiped the blood from his face. And he continued that even when he was a weak garbage man, he did not give up. Meanwhile the berserker was shocked by what he heard. And Showdown asked again, about the words about the king. Then he raised his sword and decided that if he did not become stronger, he would die, and compared to ridicule, it was better to simply disguise himself and avoid fights. He decided that he wanted to become stronger, and be strong in spirit. The berserker asked what kind of nonsense, and added that his third level could not compare with his 17th, which meant that he could not win. But he was even interested in watching this, so he decided to just stand still. Showdown threw his sword aside. The berserker was taken aback. The guy took out a microphone. Having called upon poetry and lyrics, Berserker still stood there, petrified. Caesar could not understand what was happening and whether it was serious. And Yetin noted with satisfaction that he had found the best booster in the world. The notification showed that the damage he inflicted increased by 15%, as well as defense, speed and resistance. The guy called upon Bloody Nightmare. The creature cheerfully plopped down on the ground and attacked Berserker from behind. He noticed this at the last moment. And there was nothing he could do about the monster strangling him. He screamed for it to leave him alone. Showdown looked dumbfounded first at Berserker, then at Yetin. He perfectly dodged the blows of Caesar, who wanted him to die. His next blow missed the target. Yetin thought that thanks to strong magic he had fast regeneration. And Berserker's state is a splash of blood. The scavenger took out his weapon and struck the enemy. Caesar didn't understand what was wrong with his armor and why his opponent had wounded him with an ordinary dagger. Yetin seemed to answer this question in his mind, thinking that Blood Splash didn't care about his armor, but his opponent's martial arts still made him sweat. Finally, he decided that he needed to end this fight as soon as possible and rushed to attack. Caesar was interested, and easily dodged the blow. He shouted, parrying another blow, that he had 20 years of practice and could not lose to some garbage man. Caesar struck back, shouting if his opponent could feel the difference in strength. The damage was serious, to which Caesar said that those who had pumped up their martial arts skill could change their profession to the King of Destruction or Street Fighter. Yetin did not fall and quickly assumed a fighting stance. The opponent's hands clashed. Yetin was heavy, and Caesar shouted that he hated weakness, so he focused all his attention on strength. One of them caused an instant strike that crushed the heavens and Yetin flew to the side. An explosion was heard. The garbage man was alive. Like Caesar, who said that it was stupid and assumed that the opponent wanted to meet his instant death blow head-on and asked if he really thought he would lose to him in strength, calling him a brat and laughing. Yetin ordered all the unallocated points to be added to the strength. 176 points were added. Caesar couldn't believe his eyes, asking again how many points were added. Yetin was pleased, because the strength increased instantly, even the muscle mass was gained. Caesar furiously rushed to attack, laughing and asking so what if the opponent gained strength. The garbage man thought that he was still behind in martial arts technique. But at least now he had enough strength to hit properly, and he prepared to attack. Caesar also attacked. Their fists met. And Caesar was weaker. He screamed, how was such a blow possible? Showdown was surprised by the strength of his ally. Caesar fell. But Yetin did not leave him. He attacked again, saying that he would not leave a wet spot of the enemy. His eyes widened. Yetin said that from this day on, Caesar was cannon fodder. 8 years ago, Caesar was given the order to scrub all the equipment for those who would go down into the abyss deeper and had to try hard. They, the hunters with lion hearts, had such rules that the strongest is right. And if the guy wants to join their ranks, he must show what he is capable of. He accepted the order. But then the commander added that judging by the current circumstances, he will forever remain only cannon fodder, and laughed. And on the battlefield, the monster fought with another member of his team. The guy decided that if he proves that he is worth something, he can take a higher place in the hierarchy. He promised himself that he will prove his worth to everyone and rushed into the attack. After it, Caesar decided that it was not so difficult. The monster stood in front of him. Suddenly his eyes lit up with a green flame and he attacked. The guy was defeated. In the lab they listed that his lower jaw was crushed, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced through, his liver, spleen and kidneys were damaged. Then, they concluded that a lot of crystals would be needed to replace it. Caesar was in a flask filled to the brim with liquid. He slightly opened his eyes. The doctor said that technology now allows you to extract valuable cells from the monsters of the abyss and transport them into the human body. It so happened that the patient's DNA has many similar fragments with the monster's DNA, which means there is good news that the guy will live. But the bad news is that now he will be a hybrid of a monster and a man. He said this and burst into wild laughter. He looked at the emblem with the image of a lion and said that Caesar proved that he is worthy of joining the lion's heart as a full member. The gang leader waved his hand, sitting on his throne, saying that the guy should put this on and become his extra hand, or dog. Caesar looked at the emblem thrown to him with interest and asked where the rest of the previous expedition members were. However, the leader's eyes flashed red when he said that those useless rats were dead. The guy's skin immediately became covered in sweat when he thought about how this world would swallow people whole. He squeezed the enemy's face with force, thinking that if he couldn't show his importance, then he was nothing more than trash. At that moment, the system reported the use of invincibility, which meant that defense, damage, and speed were greatly increased, and waves of power immediately began to emanate from Caesar. The protagonist froze, amazed at such power. The enemy's hand reached for his chest. With a mad laugh, Caesar dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. The protagonist flew back a few meters. Caesar began to gather power in his hand and say that the hallmark of magic crystals is rich energy and seething magic power, and during the blood moon, these crystals are especially strong. His face darkened with anger when he said that thanks to the transplanted organs of the monster, he can also feed on the power of magic crystals. The guy ran his fingers over his sharp teeth, explaining that he can briefly become stronger than the boss of the abyss. The system reported a hint that Rodrigo Caesar was detected as the boss. At this moment the human monster clenched his hand into a fist, preparing for battle. Yetin wiped the blood from his face, telling Showdown that the system recognized their opponent as the boss, and then asked what happened to his body, to which his partner immediately worriedly clarified whether he was okay or the protagonist. At this moment, Caesar shouted for the protagonist to surrender. He kicked the floor, and it immediately broke. Yetin turned to the bard. Caesar began to throw stones, shouting about letting go of his human body and becoming an unkillable monster. The protagonist barely dodged the stone that was flying at him. The opponent soared into the air in an attack, shouting that he accepted the price of his strength. Yetin turned around to face the opponent with concern. At this moment, Caesar attacked him from behind, desperately screaming. Showdown watched the scene, trembling with fear. He looked at the formidable figure of the opponent and thought that they were undoubtedly no match for high-level players, especially Yetin, who hid his strength, was already much more powerful than his companions, but even him, Caesar can take out with one blow. At that moment, the enemy looked up with pleasure, and the bard thought that although he was exhausted, he still had an invincible strength left, which was his monstrous essence, and at that moment, Caesar said that this fight would be characterized as weak against strong. His eyes flashed with rage when the guy said that in order to become stronger, he had to show this ugly part of himself, and then burst out laughing. Suddenly, he stopped, as if he remembered something. The bard frowned, looking at the enemy, and then declared his ugliness, to which the enemy said that one way or another, he failed the mission entrusted to him, so he was the last piece of cannon fodder to see it. Caesar attacked Showdown, shouting that he would give the guy a heroic death. However, he put his hand forward and asked the enemy to wait, since he was going to die anyway. He wanted to say something. Caesar stopped and stared at the guy in surprise, saying that he was already talking too much, then put his heavy hand on his shoulder. He grabbed the bard by the neck and asked him about his last wish. He narrowed one eye and said that he wanted to leave the poor dot. At that moment, the bloody liquid began to spread across the ground. However, Showdown looked somewhere ahead and declared that he was not the last of the cannon fodder dot. At that moment, the liquid behind Caesar began to take some form. The protagonist emerged from it, saying that thanks to the bard, he bought a little time, and the state of powerlessness was cancelled by this potion. He showed a drop on his finger and said that you can't see the enemy's weaknesses with the naked eye, so he relied on the bloody nightmare to get secret information through direct contact with his body. Caesar narrowed his eyes and asked if he killed the guy's clone, since he was interested in when the protagonist managed to do it. The protagonist looked at his opponent indifferently and explained that he accepted the price of this power, and although the berserker skills greatly increased his strength in a short period of time, the price of being forced to use this power that exceeded physical limits was 30 seconds of exhaustion. His eyebrows knitted together as he said that Caesar, with a body that erased the boundaries between man and monster, stretched out his greedy hands in the abyss itself, so the abyss naturally wanted him to pay for it. Caesar burst out laughing and shouted that he should stop joking around, since this was his power and the abyss had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, a realization pierced his body, and he froze. Caesar screamed, and waves of power began to flow through his body. He fell to his knees, exhaling an aura. The protagonist took a few steps towards him. At this moment, the light in Caesar's eyes seemed to go out. Screaming in unison, he stepped forward to attack Yetin. However, he did not stand still, and then attacked back. Caesar's movements seemed to slow down when he missed the blow. The boy did not give up, and such protagonists, and he thought that the changes in his opponent's body increased speed. They clashed again in a blow. Yetin gritted his teeth, having long thought that if only he had a weapon, it would be easier. At this moment, Showdown called Yetin. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The bard threw him a dagger. At the last moment, the protagonist caught the weapon. Caesar rushed at the protagonist. The blow of the young man's blade was parried by the monster's hand, but he managed to leave a wound on his back. The enemy flew forward by inertia. Gritting his teeth, the villain asked if every blow of the scavenger was critical. Yetin reminded that he was still beyond his strength, and he had only added a few points to his agility. The monster's face twisted in anger, and he rushed at the boy, growling that he had angered him. He would not live, because he was a higher being. The fighter dodged back from his blow. Activating magic, the hero snorted at the way the enemy called himself. Attacking the villain with fire in the face, the young man declared that in his eyes, he was nothing more than a monster. The enemy's face began to smoke, and he screamed. The next moment, the monster's eyes lit up. His appearance completely lost its humanity, and an incoherent roar was heard. Frowning, the garbage man realized that the monster had taken possession of the villain, and he could no longer be saved, since he had completely mutated. Looking straight into the widened eyes of the enemy, the guy clarified whether he heard the call of the abyss. Grinning in fear, the monster demanded that the enemy perish. He had proven his worth, and he must be released. To the surprise of the other hunters, Caesar ran away, shouting that he was not cannon fodder and should not die. Showdown ran up to his comrade, noting that the villain had simply gone crazy, and this was their chance. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The villain was trying to absorb the bloody nightmare. The young man turned to the leader, and he saw that his body was trying to do the same, and noted that something seemed to be on him. At that moment, the system sent a challenge to the scavenger to defeat the mutated enemy without killing him, and he did not understand how this was even possible. Looking gloomily ahead, the guy reasoned that the madman would not leave here alive. Even the members of his own team would not let him go easily if they saw Caesar now, but if he accepted the challenge, he would receive a rare reward. At least he would try. Falling liquid in front of the dumbfounded hunter, Yetin asked him to remember his words. To distract his attention, 5 seconds would be enough. Without looking at his comrade, the hero added that it was possible not to kill the enemy. Without looking at his interlocutor, the young man explained that the monsters belonged to the abyss, and could not leave it. The monster destroyed the wall, while the garbage man continued that the abyss accepted such with open arms. The monster moved into the darkness of the tunnel, when the guy added that it was about those who abandoned their humanity. Such were the rules of the abyss. He heard that monsters entered a berserk state during the blood moon, but it brought madness with it. The demon moved forward when he heard Lao Chen's voice, muttering that, damn, it smelled fried. If he survived, it meant he had great luck. This time it was his turn to grab her by the tail. The guy opened the chest, and golden light gushed out from inside. The hunter looked at the contents with delight, because now he was rich and free, pumped up skills and a new life were waiting for him. But the young man did not notice how Caesar came up to him from behind, while he was laughing, being sure that he would change his fate. Some time later in the bar, Showdown dropped his head on the table, begging the protagonist to become his boss. From now on he would always be with him. Looking at the hunter in confusion, the young man objected that he could not be that cool, to which he was told that the moment they heard his words, that he knew that he had been preparing to become a king all his life. He realized that he would follow him anywhere. Wincing, the garbage man admitted that he was just pretending to be cool at that moment. Looking at it now, he was talking complete nonsense. Clenching his fists, the hunter assured him that this was not nonsense. Only after listening to Yetin, he realized that he was worth something. He had goals. The young man raised an eyebrow and asked what goals his interlocutor was talking about, and he recalled that the other man had called him the best support, but the other man did not remember it. Looking forward resolutely, the hunter declared that he wanted to become the king of support. Looking at the guy without interest, the garbage man thought that with 2 agility and 1 luck, he miraculously survived on the battlefield. If he continued to inspire him, it could only harm. Clenching his fist, Showdown suggested imagining, His comrade is the boss, on the front line, and he himself strengthens him in an ambush. This is a great team, to which he heard that he did not want him to continue to go into the abyss. Confusedly staring at the hero, the hunter asked why. Without changing his expression, the young man thought that if his friend could strengthen others, but he himself still needed protection, this is SOSO support. He felt sorry, but he just did not want him to risk his life. He extended his hand to his gloomy comrade, after which he handed him 1,000 crystals and said that these were all his savings, they should last for a long time, so he asked him to promise that he would not set foot in the abyss. Lowering his gaze, the hunter was forced to admit that this was the reality. But then he raised his determined gaze back and said that he still did not want to live like trash. Even when he died, he did not want to be looked down upon. Yetin smiled faintly and, thinking that he could see from his eyes that the interlocutor was determined, asked out loud if he could not protect himself, how could he help others? Snatching a blade from his inventory, the hero clarified whether he remembered correctly that his microphone could be held in one hand, and the hunter recognized the lolly sword. The young man rested the tip of the blade on the table. Rising to his feet, the scavenger added that, judging by what he knew about bards, this profession was a balance of physical and magical power. He could inflict magical damage using weakening and strengthening spells, and he could also inflict physical damage if he pumped up his combat skills. While the guy looked at the speaker with wide eyes, he added that if he had previously handled this sword poorly, now was the time to learn, and he would be able to repay the creator. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the bard said that he did not need these crystals. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked in this case to give them to the Laoli and Lau families, and in the future they would earn more. Placing the blade on his shoulder, the hunter resolutely agreed. 3 unknown people approached the portal to the abyss. The girl holding the papers said that after the Blood Moon incident, a small S-rank unit was dispatched to clear the abyss of all demons. The corpses of the Blood Oath commander were found in it, and the leader Caesar was heavily infected, and now they wanted to neutralize him. The man listened to the report gloomily, and when the subordinate added that, in addition, the bodies of several outsiders were found, including one of his acquaintances, he specified which one. After handing the papers to the boss, the secretary replied that it was about Xindian, who they had recently proclaimed as the team killer in another abyss invasion incident. The man looked at the papers while the girl continued that when the body was found, he was wearing top-notch equipment, and she assumed that he had a battle with the mutated Caesar. But he lost. It must be an accidentally surfaced factor. Looking up, the boss asked what that meant, to which the subordinate explained that he was the only one, and he immediately understood what was being said. The boss clutched the papers, and the third person present asked if their plan had failed, to which he replied that Caesar was a useless dog who could not prove his suitability. At this time, in the state hospital miracle picnic. Inside, life went on as usual. Patients and doctors walked calmly along the corridor. A man in hospital pajamas sat on the floor and asked for forgiveness, and his father too. Picking up the key, he added that he had no choice. The key was activated. A portal opened on the facade of the building, covering 3 floors. People on the street began to panic as the energy of the abyss fell on the streets. No one understood what was happening. Some guy was the first to notice what scared him. Another portal opened on the hospital grounds, and those watching began to shout to call the police. A monster appeared from the burning ruins while the protagonist asked his sister to listen to him and not to look back. The children ran as fast as they could. But due to the monster's attack, their hands were unclasped. The boy was thrown onto the concrete, and his little sister was swallowed by the monster's mouth. At that moment, Yetin woke up, jumping up and down on his bed. It took him a while to realize it. He was breathing heavily. Then he fell back on his bed, grumbling that he had that dream again. Glancing at his phone, the young man remembered what date it was. After a while, the protagonist reached a flower shop. John greeted the regular customer with a happy smile, and when he asked for a bouquet, she asked if he was going to see his little sister. The garbage man confirmed this with a slightly embarrassed smile, adding that he had met someone and was late. The girl said that she was very glad that Xiao had a brother like him, and then she noticed that he had gotten a haircut, and noted that it suited him. With a confused look, the guy admitted that he was just passing by, and then Uncle June came with his scissors. Picking up the bouquets, the hero continued to help carry them out, to which the saleswoman thanked him. When the young people went out into the street, several police cars rushed past them. With a surprised look, the flower girl was surprised that so many patrol cars were rushing to the hospital. The young man's eyes widened when he realized her words, after which he instantly took off into the air. With long leaps between the houses, the garbage man rushed after the police. He saw the portal as he was approaching. Looking at it in fear, the guy couldn't understand why the gates of the abyss appeared here. He landed right in front of the police. Trying to chase the stranger away with gestures, the duty officer said that civilians had been ordered to evacuate, and the passage was blocked. But then the officer's face reflected fear. Therefore, no one prevented the protagonist from entering inside. For this, the policeman received a slap from the captain, who demanded to explain why the hell he was letting civilians in. Turning to his superiors, the officer explained that this guy, like the others who entered, they couldn't handle them, and he had nothing to say in response. Resolutely entering inside, the young man begged the nurse to wait. This time he wouldn't be late. Walking inside, the garbage man noticed that the gates created another space inside the hospital, much larger than the area of the entire building, just like last time. Stopping, the guy added that the room was empty. The job changer squad must have been here before he arrived. Picking up an empty bottle from the floor, Yetin noted that this potion was not available to ordinary job changers, meaning they were not that simple. After checking, the hero realized that it was a regeneration potion. Throwing the restored bottle into the inventory, the young man realized that if he went to look for Xiao alone, and the consumption of magical energy would be huge, it was worth preparing for everything. At some point, the garbage man came to a fork. Therefore, he activated the observation eye. Squatting down, he thought the system reported that he would not be able to return once he chose a path, so he had to choose one direction, because the one-way route, from the fresh tracks left, one could assume that this was the route laid by the previous rescue team. It was better to choose another path to increase the chances of survival. Heading towards the desired corridor, the boy added that the abyss was vast. He did not know how long it would take to reach the end, so the worst thing to do was to try to go through all the branches. Frowning, the protagonist continued that he did not have time to think about it. Ordinary people would not last long here. It was worth acting quickly. Running along the corridor, the young man concluded that this clean red path meant that he was here first. Glancing back, the garbage man noted that the return path was swallowed by darkness. There was no way to return. Summoning the Eye of Argos, the boy muttered that he had already seen the power of this object. If he found himself in the labyrinth, he would be able to mark places he had already been to with it. Squeezing the artifact in his palm, Yetin asked him to show a map. But in response, he received a warning that it was impossible to display a map outside the area. Frowning, the hero now understood why they marked the road with a sword. The device did not work in the abyss. This must have been the legendary abyss of rules. But then a living red mass crawled out on the stunned young man, and he decided that this was a trap room. Snatching the blade, the garbage man noticed that he did not hear any sound of the mechanism, which meant he was wrong. Stepping back, the guy muttered that it was even frighteningly quiet here. The next moment, some monster swung at him from behind. The protagonist managed to jump back from the blow of the scythe, and land on both feet, after which he cut the enemy in half. But then the enemy gathered back, and the system warned that it was ineffective. Looking at the monster with alarm, the young man realized that he had physical immunity. The Reaper soared into the air and directed a magical scream at the garbage man. Covering his ears, the guy noticed a notification about the deafness status, and realized that he could not hear anything. His perception was significantly reduced. Looking at his opponent, Yetin realized that he had somehow underestimated the danger of this place. Gritting his teeth, the hero decided that he had encountered a monster of the same rules as 3 years ago. Dark figures were bursting out from under a pile of stones. The young man sat right on the slabs, looking at them. His face was distorted with horror, and he was breathing heavily. The faces of the stone statues were so creepy that he almost died of fear. Starting to collect the scattered crystals, the scavenger decided that it was just a pile of strange statues. The guy did not notice who the sculptures were approaching him, worrying that nothing he had obtained should be wasted. When the main character turned around abruptly, he saw that the faces had changed. Taking a couple of steps back, the young man could not understand whether this was an illusion. They had just been a pile of stones. Then the garbage man's partner came up to him and told him not to turn around, and if he did look at them, not to blink, because they were demonic crying statues, and he admitted that the name alone made him feel uneasy. Noticing that they weren't listening to him, the man barked again at him not to turn around and look at the monsters. That's when the guy learned that the demons in the abyss followed a certain logic in their actions. The higher the demon's level, the more logical they were. The demonic crying statues in front of him were S-class creatures, but they usually didn't attack, but acted like this. As soon as he made eye contact with them, their bodies would petrify into statues and focus on their prey. Looking tensely at the enemies, the partner added that if you looked away, they would pounce on you with super speed, and that was the only way to kill you, so Yetin asked what they should do next. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, the man asked him to listen to him, to step back slowly and not to blink until they left the room, and he understood him. So they walked to the very end of the corridor. But the garbage man tripped over the threshold. He flew backwards, and the crystals scattered across the floor. The demons immediately rushed forward. While the guy was frantically collecting the loot, his partner grabbed the lever in the wall and abruptly pulled it down. The lowered door even cut off the hand of one of them. The protagonist looked at the door in horror. Falling on his back, the young man thanked his companion with relief and admitted that he would have died without him, and he said that this time they were lucky. Ordinary attacks did not cause them any damage, but they killed as soon as he looked away. Such a paradox. Smiling nervously, the man explained that although their profession did not give experience in battles, but in such matters they are great. The garbage man jumped to his feet, remembering the words of the man that he was no worse than some job changers. Concentrating magic in his palm, the guy decided that if this monster was immune to physical attacks, maybe magical attacks were its weakness. When the Reaper began his attack again, the protagonist began to prepare a large explosion. But the next moment, he glanced at his palm in surprise. Throwing the magic aside, the young man realized that his hand was burning. Really, in this place even fire could not be controlled. Throwing himself away from the monster, the garbage man blew on his burnt palm, realizing that the only magical attack he had was fire. But then he remembered something. The guy jumped to the side from the scythe flying at him. Wiping the blood from his face, Yetin realized that time was short. He still didn't know where his target was. He couldn't hang around in the first room for long. This monster was physically invulnerable, and his attacks were mostly aimed at one type of damage. The logic seemed strange. The demon stubbornly flew straight at the man. The hero jumped away from another attack. The enemy raised his scythe again. The young man parried it with his dagger. The all-seeing eye lit up in the garbage man's eyes again when he realized that he could dodge the Reaper. Jumping to the side, the guy finally understood what he needed to do, because the monster materialized only after the attack. Seizing the moment, the protagonist guessed the right time to strike, realizing that before the sickle swung, the enemy lost protection from physical attacks. Moreover, this was his weakness. The Reaper began to dissolve. The young man landed on his feet. But then the demon's energy began to gather again. The enemy appeared again, but it looked much more powerful. Looking at it tensely, the garbage man realized that the monster had a second form. The enemy raised his hands up, and the guy was covered by darkness. Looking around tensely, Yetin noted that he had just lost his hearing, and now he could not see properly. Was it worth activating the clone in advance to save his life? The Reaper was still somewhere here, and the hero decided that if he used the clone now, it would take 30 seconds to recharge, and he would not be able to cope with the monster with the remaining magical power. The next moment, blows were dealt to the young man's shoulders. Grabbing his wounded shoulder, the garbage man thought that luck was on his side. A little more and he would have been a corpse. It was too difficult. He could not cope even with a set of attributes. He had to activate super regeneration. The guy was illuminated by a dim green light, which healed the wounds and removed the state of deafness. He needed to restore health so as not to die. But then the demon suddenly got scared. Looking at the fleeing Reaper, the protagonist realized that in the second phase the enemy was afraid of light. Even the weak one did not allow him to get closer. Lighting a flame in his palm, the young man said that he understood everything. The demon grinned. The garbage man clenched his fist. Then he directed the flame at himself. The fire engulfed his entire body, and the guy clenched his teeth. Yetin's eyes widened and he realized that he could see something now. He then rushed straight at the monster, and it rushed away from him. Frowning, the hero realized that the demon was afraid of flames, because darkness was its life force, but its fire abilities were cursed, making them unusable, but that was for those who did not know how to cast spells. He pulled out a soul dash card. Flying straight at the Reaper, the young man shouted that he would then become fire himself. Wide-eyed, the magic caster used a large explosion again. The hall shook from the flash of flame. The scavenger was thrown aside. The monster was burning, and the system reported the guy's victory, and warned that less than 10% of his health remained. The protagonist looked at his hand, and when a message appeared that his hand was badly burned, and he would not be able to hold a weapon or cast spells, he laughed that the price of victory was high, and he would have to wait until his health was restored. But then he looked at the dying enemy in confusion, ordering his spell not to burn the monster completely. He wanted to disassemble it for materials. Then the abyss itself took the remains into its hands, despite the young man's attempt to stop it. But as a reward, the scavenger received an artifact that summoned the Soul Reaper. Looking at the card, the caster was glad that he finally received at least something useful, but noted that for the first time he saw an artifact card that was tied to a soul. Raising a frowning look forward, the guy reasoned that it looked like the Scythe of Souls could convert a killed target into health points and mana. If you use it in a battle with a large number of opponents, then they will have no chance. But if the enemy is not killed immediately, he will receive the same amount of damage in response or even die. It was necessary to use it wisely. The darkness dissipated, and the passage was unblocked. The super regeneration time expired, and he had to activate it again. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that he was going for his sister. At this time, the creepy monster was excitedly dissecting the bodies of people who came his way. He threw his hand straight into the trash can. Xiao looked out from her hiding place. Then she threw the bottle to the side. The demon immediately turned around and went towards the noise. The girl strained to get out, but her legs did not want to obey, and she fell. The sick girl turned over on her back, clutching her head. Trying to reach the teddy bear, the girl muttered that she would not let her brother be hurt. But the villain stepped on the toy. The monster towered over the poor guy and let out a furious roar. The demon moved straight towards his victim. Looking at the villain in fear, the girl called her brother for help. The butcher swung his cleaver. But suddenly his face was cut in half. The stranger destroyed the monster with one blow of his blade. The sick girl screamed. An unfamiliar hunter stood in front of her, clutching the hilt of his sword. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. But he simply turned around and walked away. The poor girl grabbed the guy by the leg, begging him to help and pull her out of here. The man glanced at her and said that the monster was gone and she could go, and if she went with him, she would definitely die. Frowning, the girl said that she had to get out for her brother, all because of that conversation. 7 years ago, Yetin sat opposite a doctor who explained that the spinal nerves were badly damaged. He expressed fears that his sister would never be able to walk like before, a miracle if she could even move her upper body. Looking at the doctor in confusion, the boy asked if she really wouldn't even be able to stand up in the future. With an indifferent face, the man replied that such a severe spinal nerve injury was theoretically incurable, and the hero latched onto this word. Looking at the doctor with hope, the future garbage man asked if he wanted to say that there was a chance for recovery, what he should do for this. The doctor closed his eyes and said that theoretically it meant that science was already useless here. He knew of cases when the blind regained their sight in the abyss. It could cure diseases that were incurable in reality. This mysterious power did not correspond to known scientific theories. If the boy's sister's disability was caused by a monster from the abyss, then the cure could also happen there. Looking at his palm, the boy thought about the abyss. If there was a cure for this disease there, then he could cure his sister there. The man put his palm to his forehead, and added that only those who changed professions could enter the abyss. If the youth went down there, he would die. He suggested thinking about something more realistic. The cost of ordinary treatment in the hospital required a lot of money, at least 8,000 yuan per day. Bowing, the protagonist promised to find money. When the boy was already leaving, the doctor promised to try his best, just let him pay everything on time, and he assured that he would cover everything as soon as possible. As Yetin walked along the corridor, he heard the nurse talking about himself. He pushed the door to the ward, again listening to how both his parents died that day, and his sister became disabled, all alone. An almost credible smile appeared on the boy's face when he heard about self-pity. When the future garbage man entered the ward, telling his sister that he was here, the girl's look was anxious when she asked about the delay. He sat down on the bed carefree and said that he had gone to the doctor, and that her brother was going, by the way, to a place called the Abyss. The little girl raised her eyebrows and asked if it was safe there. Smiling, the hero assured her that it was. While his sister looked at him with distrust, the boy said that this place was completely peaceful, and he would see that they would cure her. Getting up from the bed, the boy said that he almost forgot. Smiling, the hero handed Xiao a teddy bear and explained that he would not be able to visit her often, so when he was not around, he allowed this teddy bear to protect her instead of him. Clutching the blanket, the little girl reminded him that her brother was all she had left. She did not want him to expose himself to danger, and begged him not to go where the monsters were. Leaning over his sister, the future garbage man told her that he had found a job and would soon earn a lot of money. Then they would cure her leg, and if she waited for him, she would be able to walk again. Raising her eyebrows, the girl objected that if he had to sacrifice herself for money, she would prefer to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She begged her brother not to go to such dangerous places. They crossed their little fingers, promising never to risk their lives. Continuing to hold the mercenary's leg, the girl explained that if she stayed here, her brother would definitely go to the abyss after her, and she did not want him to risk himself, so she could not die. Stubbornly looking at the guy, she repeated the word cannot. Glancing at the annoying girl, Yuman noted her thirst for life. After which he lifted her by the scruff of the neck, agreeing to help, but warned that if monsters attacked, he would not protect her. Once in the wheelchair, the patient was glad that the wheels were still intact. Placing the sword on his shoulder, the mercenary continued that since she was not his client, he did not care whether she was alive or dead, and the girl promised that she would not interfere. Raising his eyebrows, the man said his name, and added that he was a warrior with a two-handed sword. At this time, Yetin continued his way along the corridor, recalling that when he worked as a garbage man, he saw many potions that could restore physical injuries, healing only those parts of the body that were damaged by the creatures of the abyss. One of the rules of the abyss was that one could not go beyond the physical state upon entering. That is, if the burn was inflicted before entering the abyss, it could not be cured. Frowning, the hero added that otherwise he would have found a way to heal his sister. But then something caught his attention. Looking at the bodies lying there, the young man guessed that there had been a fierce battle. The level of these monsters was higher than that of the warriors. Apparently they had been destroyed by a group of monsters. Looking around, the magic caster noticed that there were no living demons to be seen, meaning there were survivors. His eyes widened. Seeing the giant cut down, the magic caster couldn't believe that he had been hacked to death with a sword, but the Eye of Insight didn't find anything useful. Looking around at the corpses, the scavenger figured that most of the dead were not strong in either agility or strategy, apparently relying only on brute force. The guy smirked and came to the conclusion that he was much stronger than this bunch of job changers. To be more precise, he was simply an unkillable creature. The mercenary and Xiao continued on their way. Suddenly, stones began to fall at their feet. Wuming noticed how the shells were flying at them. They all hit their target, to the horror of the girl, but the warrior remained on his feet. After which he opened his eyes, and the hole on his forehead began to heal. With panic in her eyes, the sick girl asked if he was okay and if he was in pain. But in response, she received a heavy look. The man remembered the events of 4 years ago that had happened in the Tomb of the Ancients, where the King of Corpses had grabbed his partner by the head. The man screamed. His head had simply been torn off. Umming himself was clenching his teeth, looking at this horror. The client behind him was screaming that they were all idiots. He had spent so much money to hire them, and all for this, because for a mercenary the main thing is to get money and fight to the death. The old man pointed his finger, and screamed that he had paid double the price for their lives. Throwing a sad glance at the monster, the man then reminded himself that since he was a criminal, he had no legal status, and he could only get into the ranks of the common people as a mercenary. Among these desperate ones there were those madmen who did not care about their lives. They committed suicide, asking for double the reward. Still frowning, the rich man shouted that he would give them 100,000 if they killed the Demon King. They had already come this far, he would not refuse the final treasure, although he immediately added that he would pay his killer 200,000. While the other mercenaries rejoiced, the man continued to think that money could solve any problem. They kept asking for more, so much so that the numbers were simply staggering, but their lives were just small change. As the monster moved towards them, the rich man screamed that he would agree to 250,000, and the rest of the fighters decided that they should not let the others get their money. The boss let out a howl, and after him came several more mummies. Killing one of the demons, the bald guy shouted that 250,000 was at stake. Let them die. 2 of the guys reached the king. The monster's face was distorted with anger. With one blow, the demon cut both into pieces, and a swordsman appeared in front of him. The mummy swung his fist, and threw the enemy back with a blow to the jaw. Then he turned his attention to the rich man. The old man shouted that he was being protected. They would be able to get the money only if he himself remained alive. Returning his jaw to its place, the man looked at the villain, while he reminded that he had paid for their lives. The King of Corpses did not immediately feel that they were running at him from behind. Human let out a battle cry, and chopped the demon in the side. Frowning, the guy shouted that he finally could. An artifact hovered over the chest. But the villain pushed the mercenary aside, and demanded to let him open the chest. Coughing up blood, the swordsman reminded him of double payment. Grinning vilely, the fat cat noted that the idiot was almost dead. Why did he need money and where was he going to spend it? Grabbing the edges of the chest, the old man laughed that he would get rich. The information he bought about this dungeon paid off. But when he threw back the lid, he froze in shock. Feeling the bottom of the empty chest with his palm, the scoundrel asked why there was nothing here. The rich man's face swelled. He had invested so much in this, and the chest turned out to be empty. But to the mercenary's surprise, the old man continued to swell more. After which he simply burst like a ball of sand, becoming a victim of the sand curse. Sweat ran down the mercenary's face when he understood everything. But then, finding that instead of blood, sand was flowing from his eyes, he realized that he had gotten it too. Pressing his palm to his mouth, the guy decided to pick up the sphere that fell from the King of Corpses. Holding it in his hands, the swordsman read that it was an immortal artifact that turns the owner into undead, and only holy and healing spells will harm him. Throwing the armor piece aside, the man admitted that the price of the transformation was the loss of his sense of pain and emotion. Looking sadly ahead, Wuming realized that he had become a man who could not die. Xiao looked at the narrator with huge eyes, asking if his blood had turned into sand and if that meant he was cursed. He cast an indifferent glance at the girl. When he closed his eyes without answering, the sick girl was indignant at being ignored. Broken weapons lay in pools of blood. A whole crowd of monsters rushed forward. Yetin rushed straight at them, cutting down the closest ones, thinking that since he was in a hurry and could not properly distribute the points, he could only continue to evenly pour in the points he had accumulated earlier. Now there were almost 200 of them. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that this was not enough. While plunging his blade into the neck of the largest demon, he continued that it was impossible to find out information about the monsters in the next room until he entered it. If he forgot about his health even for a short while, it would most likely end in death. The enemy swung his axe at him, and the young man realized that although the monsters in the abyss were strengthened, they were not able to withstand the physical strain of constant battles. The magic caster ran over the heads of the enemies, chopping their necks. But several demons remained on their feet. Punching his way through with madly sparkling daggers, he received a notification that the amount of mana was less than 5%. Biting his lip, the garbage man realized that he would not be able to use skills. Throwing away the blade, he decided to act differently. He clenched his fist tightly. After which he brought down blows with his bare hands on the enemy, deciding to take him out hand to hand. Seeing that more enemies were running towards him, the guy cursed that there were more and more of them. Frowning, the protagonist figured that after 4 battles with monsters, he was completely exhausted, and now his mana was almost at zero. He used up all the light magic potions in his backpack. Only the large bottles found in the abyss remained. Rushing at the next demons, the young man decided to save them for critical moments. One monster's eyes bulged. The second one's jaw was dislocated by the blow. The third one also experienced the loss of eyeballs. The caster grabbed the fourth one by the neck and simply tore off the enemy's head. The scavenger landed in front of the remaining ones. He took out the Soul Reaper card. As the summoned creature rushed at the monsters, the guy figured that this sickle was not the best weapon due to its side effects, but perhaps the reaping of despair could cause a recovery effect. Swinging the scythe, the Reaper flew through the ranks of monsters. Yetin confidently looked ahead when the health and mana recovery effect was activated. Closing his eyes, the hero muttered that this way he saved potions and reduced the frequency of using super regeneration. But then something crunched under the young man's feet. Someone's glasses were found under his sneaker. Looking back at the strange sound from the barrel, the sorcerer wondered where they came from. Then the barrel fell, and someone from inside extended a hand, begging the man to save him. The man who looked out asked if the garbage man had seen his glasses. The guy handed the glasses to the stranger, and the latter introduced himself as a research doctor named Qin Shan. Looking pitifully at the protagonist, the man said that he did not understand what had happened, but monsters had suddenly appeared in his ward, the very same ones that he had just killed. Rising to his feet, the doctor continued that he had been so scared that he had run into a completely unfamiliar room, and in order to stay alive, he had hidden in the barrel. With an indifferent look, the young man asked if he had seen other survivors. The doctor cast a surprised glance at the spellcaster, and noticed that this abyss was huge. Few people could survive, not to mention the disabled and crippled people from the hospital. The garbage man grabbed the man by the lapels and demanded to explain what he meant by the words disabled and crippled. He was a doctor who was supposed to save people. How dare he say such things? But he began to justify himself, saying that he was just a doctor, not a career changer, and could not do anything with these monsters. On the verge of life and death, it was necessary to pay attention to self-defense. Squinting, the researcher hinted that if he was strong in battle, why would he hide in a barrel, and clarified whether the guy had come to save him. Frowning, the doctor added that if Yetin was sent to save him, then he should stop talking nonsense. Lionheart must have promised him an amazing reward for his life. The hero responded with the same look, not understanding what they were talking about, and remembered Caesar. Then his friend picked up some emblem, and when asked what the enemy had dropped, he suggested that he had seen it before, and it resembled the emblem of the Lionheart hunting party. Then he looked at the badge without much interest, remembering that this party called itself the Clan of the Strongest, and that the bar for these powerful hunting groups was too high. The young man simply turned around and walked away, while the researcher shouted after him that if he had come to save him, then why was he leaving? Glancing back, the cultivator asked if he had really come here from the ward, and Qishan replied that he had, but he did not understand why he needed to save these patients, since they were all poor, and he would not make any money from them. Visibly irritated, the garbage man replied that he needed to save his sister. The doctor looked after the guy in fear, and realized that he was not there to save him, and he was not a monster hunter either. Without changing his expression, the protagonist confirmed that he was right, and that he was simply recycling garbage. Throwing a warning glance at the researcher, the young man added that he did not hoard it. The cultivator headed for the portal, and the doctor ran after him. Stopping behind, the man warned that this place was a labyrinth. If he went there, he would definitely stumble upon a branch and get lost. Holding out his palm to the garbage man, the researcher offered to show him the way, find his sister together, and then he would lead them both out. Having overtaken the silent guy, the doctor decided that the silence was a sign of consent, and said that he had come from this very portal. And he was the first to disappear inside. Yetin entered after him. Trying to maintain a friendly expression on his face, the man asked what hunting guild his companion was from. The hero glanced sideways at the man and replied that he was not from any guild, and that he was not a member of any. The doctor nervously adjusted his glasses and was surprised that the young man was doing it alone. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the researcher continued that anyone who had at least a little strength would be recruited by hunting groups, tattoos, Lionheart, Cloud Edge, hunters, and them received the highest salaries, and also united to fight the most dangerous opponents. He even offered to introduce him to the best guilds after the exit. After all, he helped him a lot. No longer hiding his irritation, the cultivator said that his sister's name was Xiao, and if he wanted to leave, he'd better shut up and stomp. Panic showed on the man's face when he heard the familiar name. He remembered the 2 documents, and how he asked how their experimental couple was doing, because according to the records, they were both minors. With a smirk, his interlocutor said that there was nothing to worry about, because their families didn't care about them. One was called Xiao, and she lived with her only brother. Continuing to smirk, the fat man added that he went to work as a garbage collector to save up for her treatment, and she wouldn't even know if he died there. Pointing to the second, the scoundrel continued that the second was called Shuyan, whose family went bankrupt after her father was released from prison. In order to survive, he He had to borrow money from everywhere. Putting the documents aside, Qinshan asked how he had convinced these girls to agree, to which his interlocutor did not immediately understand the question. Taking the documents, the man said that the family simply wanted to finally be free of the burden. The father did not have a job, so supporting and paying for the daughter's treatment was too troublesome. Showing the girl's face again, the fat man noted that, although it was unpleasant to say this, but recently the father began to visit her less often, the daughter must have become a burden for him. Then he pointed his finger at the face of the second one. Clasping his fingers together, the scoundrel told Xiao that her brother risked his life every day to pay for daily treatment. Did not she want to ease his burden? Squeezing the teddy bear, the girl could not help but agree with the speaker. With a confident smile, the man told the girls that they had a new treatment that would help them stop being a burden to their families and help them start changing something in their lives, and asked if they were ready to try it. Both patients raised their hands, both wanting to get back on their feet and stop burdening their families. Pointing to the contract, the fat man called them good girls and they could sign. Watching Shuyan immersed in the flask, the scoundrel said that it was easy to deceive these naive girls, to which the researcher admitted that they would be useless without it, and he did a good job. Everyone present watched closely, waiting for a reaction, and the man added that the result of the study could help people gain strength and power, and this would only benefit society. Stretching out his hand, Qinshan laughed that every cell of the abyss could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. This could be the shortest path to becoming stronger. This was the greatest contribution to the future, and his interlocutor suggested that they begin testing already. Injecting the energy of the abyss into the four, the lab technician announced test number 1. Blood gushed from the girl's pores. Everyone in the room was alarmed. Gritting his teeth, the doctor wondered what was going on. The assistant at the monitor turned around and reported that the subject's body had rejected the abyssal cells and no hesitation had been detected. The poor thing's body had practically dissolved in the water. It was clear that the injection of abyssal cells had failed. Grinning nervously, the researcher decided not to panic. It was just an experimental body, so nothing terrible had happened. They had more. But then the girl looked at the authorities again and reported that someone was causing a commotion outside. The monitor showed the girl's father waving his fists and demanding to know where they had put his daughter. Irritably glancing at the fat man, the doctor ordered the offender to be brought in. The man was pressed face down on the floor when the scoundrel asked what they were doing and how they could beat a patient in a hospital, after which he said that he had been asked to be brought in. The father irritably set his jaw when the fat man reported that his daughter was inside. The researcher calmly turned around and said that he was the head doctor of this hospital and that his daughter was here. Looking at the remains in the flask with darkened eyes, the man repeated his question and the doctor showed him inside. The man's eyes widened as the bastard calmly explained that they were acting according to an agreement, apologized, admitting that something went wrong during the test and they would compensate for the expenses according to the contract. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks as the researcher added that they still had to take the body out and study it. The heartbroken father punched Qinshan in the face and demanded that his daughter be returned, screaming why they dared to conduct their horrible experiments on ordinary people like them. Where was their humanity? Clutching his nose, the researcher barked that instead of living his meaningless life, it was better to sacrifice his body and contribute to society. The death benefit stated in the contract was enough to pay off all his debts. It would be better to thank him and get lost. With a face distorted with grief, the father screamed that his daughter was still a minor. What the hell was the difference between saving and killing? He didn't need the money, he needed his daughter. Frowning, the doctor ordered that this board be taken away. While the man was being taken away, he screamed that they were all scum, and he would send them all to hell, and they would regret it. Turning to the fat man, the scientist asked what was going on with the second girl. Glancing sideways at the second flask, he replied that there had been no energy fluctuations. It looked like they would have to wait a little longer, after which he asked, would this girl's brother make a similar scene? Gritting his teeth, the man replied that there was nothing to worry about, he had a 0 level, and besides, he was just a garbage collector. And now this same brother peered into the face of the scoundrel, asking if he knew his sister. Pulling away from Yetin, the researcher nervously lied that he was hearing it for the first time, and even assumed that she was from another department. The man could not contain his panic. He remembered that he was told that the girl's brother was a simple garbage man. Why was this kid so strong? Maybe there was no monster in the room. Gritting his teeth, the doctor realized that if this guy was really so strong, then he was finished. After all, he left that girl alone with a bunch of monsters, and he himself ran away. Continuing on his way, Qinshan avoided looking at the protagonist. He stepped forward and repeated his question again. Trying to hide his nervousness, the man lied that he was hearing it for the first time. He was just afraid that something would happen to her. Then so many monsters appeared in the ward that he had to run away as quickly as possible. Looking away, the doctor almost cried, continuing to think that he was finished, and decided that if the girl turned out to be dead, he would simply blame everything on the monsters, like he himself was not involved. Suddenly, the young man heard a rumble ahead. He grabbed his unwitting companion by the collar and dragged him along. The next moment, a huge sword flew right in front of them. Looking at that place, the sorcerer said that this time it was not a monster, and the scoundrel asked who it was then. The guy who came out to the people apologized, explaining that he mistook them for locals. Human recognized his client and said that he received an order from Lionheart, so he came to save him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the garbage man realized why he was there, while the researcher was indignant that the mercenary almost cut him into pieces, and now he was talking about saving him. Frowning, the guy noticed that he should have guessed that those marks near the entrance were from a mercenary's sword. Without a team, he was able to break through alone into the very depths of the abyss, which means he was strong. Closing his eyes, the man said his name, and said that he worked here for double pay. For the sake of money, killing several teammates was like nothing to do. Frowning, Yetin remembered that he had seen mercenaries with double pay before. These madmen were ready to sacrifice their lives for an additional reward. According to the rules, they could get the entire payment alone if all teammates died, and at that time the doctor said that since he came to save him, then they need to get out of here. Grabbing the scoundrel by the collar, the hero said that it seemed that this man was not here for this. His sword had a murderous aura. Adjusting his collar, the doctor noted that he did not feel anything like that, and the young man said that he was not going to interfere with him on his assignment. But there was one thing. Looking at the mercenary, the sorcerer explained that he had been promised to show him the way to his sister. Glancing sideways at the garbage man, the man said that he had seen a girl there. The guy's eyes widened and he asked where he had seen her, while the villain behind him finally said goodbye to life. The Sandman threw a teddy bear to the protagonist. Looking at the familiar toy in horror, the young man demanded to know where he had found it. Closing her eyes, Woman replied that she had been very cute. It was just a pity that she had not survived. The sorcerer froze, unable to believe these words. Behind him, the villain rejoiced at the death of the failed experiment, because now he would live. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the mercenary added that he had warned Xiao that if she was attacked, he would not protect her, and said that he did not care whether she survived or not, but also promised that he would convey her last words if he was lucky enough to meet her brother. Turning away, the man told the garbage man that his sister had asked him to tell him that she hoped to meet him at the hospital gates before she came to save her, that she would be fine, and that there would be no reason to take risks again. The boy's gaze was full of malice. He rushed at the Sandman, shouting how he could just stand there and watch when he could have saved her, to which the Sandman replied that a mercenary's duty was to strictly carry out orders and receive a reward for it. He did not care about anything else. Raising his weapon, the man said that because of his curse, those around him were constantly dying, so he was always alone. Parrying the blow of Yetin's blade, the cursed one added that even after his words, the girl decided to come with him. In some way it was her own fault. Rushing at his opponent again, the hero demanded to know where his sister was. The boy's blades crossed, and the mercenary demanded to leave Mr. Song with him, and he would tell, and the young man clarified what would happen if he refused. The researcher, nervously watching the fight, said that he agreed with the mercenary's option. Lunging with his sword again, the Sandman said that he felt no sympathy for those who stood in his way. Even if they were teammates with whom he had spent a lot of time, he was ready to send them to hell without hesitation. But then the sorcerer managed to knock the weapon out of the man's hands. Swinging his fist, the garbage man roared that the enemy no longer had a sword. What was he capable of now? But the mercenary simply caught the guy's hand. He swung his blade. But the damned caught this hand too. The dagger fell from the protagonist's palm, and the system notified about the disarmament. After which the mercenary simply crashed his forehead into the young man's forehead. Barely staying on his feet, the sorcerer admitted that he thought that the sword was the enemy's main weapon, but he turned out to be pretty good in hand-to-hand combat. Looking at the scavenger indifferently, the Sandman explained that even if the mercenary had little information about the monster, they had to act. He had to be able to use his body in battle, a skill that could only be mastered after countless battles, and that was not all his strength. Pointing his sword at the boy, the damned one declared that he could not defeat his blade. Glancing at the blade, the mercenary activated the rock destroyer. Carefully observing the enemy, the guy noticed that although the sword was powerful, it was quite difficult to swing due to its weight, which meant that he had to strike before it attacked. The energy of the abyss converged on the man's huge blade. Yetin closed one eye, realizing that the enemy in front of him was too powerful. Jumping up, the hero launched a summoning card. Monsters immediately crawled out of the portal, and the mercenary noticed that the young man knew how to summon. Spiders began to spit webs. It seemed that the Sandman was immobilized. But with one thrust of his weapon, the man cut the bonds. Breaking forward, the damned one laughed at the attempt to defeat him with a bunch of monsters. Then he brought down Rock Breaker on the magic caster. And when the enemy was behind, the mercenary said that if he thought that this would hold him back, then he underestimated him. Looking back in time, the man managed to repel the attack. Taking a step back, the Sandman added that if his sword was not charged with 100 points of power, this blow could have killed him. Looking at the youth surrounded by the abyss, the damned one admitted that he was clearly not one of those incompetent garbage men whose level is 0. Lowering the sword, the man noted that the magic caster's power was much more powerful, but he replied that he was not going to yield to him, let him have no doubt. Gritting his teeth, the garbage man growled that he was asking for the last time where his sister was. And the damned remembered that while he was breaking through, the girl told him that he was so strong, and she didn't even know who was stronger, him or her brother, which is why he was interested in this. Smiling confidently, Xiao told him that she had the best brother in the world. He was just a garbage man and worked hard every day to become stronger and change the life of their family. She admired him very much, and also dreamed of becoming as strong as he was. Glancing sideways at his companion, the damned reminded that all garbage men were level 0. What kind of strength was she even talking about? And she was indignant that she knew better. Smiling embarrassedly, the girl admitted that his serious look was enough for her to understand how strong he was, and the Sandman even wanted to look at him, and she promised to introduce them. Looking straight at the protagonist, the man noted his look. Yes, only those who had gone through countless trials in life could have such a look, and expressed his respect. An empty bottle fell to the floor. Wiping his mouth, the young man thought that the last potions should only be used at a critical moment. First he should find out more information. He already knew that the man standing in front of him was a two-handed swordsman with a lot of health. Looking closely at the enemy, the magic caster figured that if he hit the weak points with critical hits, he could defeat him in 3 exchanges. Looking at the mercenary's fighting stance, the garbage man realized that, however, he was different from those he had fought before. He had nothing but a sword in his hand, not even armor. When the enemy rushed forward again, the guy could not understand why he was attacking with all his might and did not even think about defense. What a crazy fighting style. Yetin jumped away from the cursed sword's lunge. Then he tried to attack from above with his dagger. But the Sandman turned around with burning eyes. His blade passed right over the hero's ready. The young man glanced sideways and noticed that the mercenary had a very fast reaction, so he used the soul dash. With a deft movement, the caster managed to successfully deal a critical blow to the Sandman, after which he turned around, being sure that he had hit him. Raising an eyebrow, the garbage man noticed something strange. The mercenary did not even think about dodging, only taking the blows. But then the man simply jerked his head. Several grains of sand fell from the crack on his neck. The guy's eyes widened when he realized that the cursed one had sand instead of blood, and he could not understand what was happening. With a loud roar, the Sandman rushed at the main character. The young man had to jump again so that the sword did not cut off his head. While the caster was falling back, it was as if he had snatched the abyss itself from the void. The hands from the portal grabbed the man. But the mercenary easily grabbed even them, which shocked the garbage man even more. The cursed one brought down a powerful blow on the abyss. After which, a powerful explosion was heard that could not shake the figure of the Sandman. Yetin crouched closer to the ground. Looking down, Woming said that he could not be killed by ordinary attacks. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked if his opponent was immortal. Clenching his fists, the opponent explained that the abyss can grant things that modern technology cannot even understand, after which he added that these can be a profession, skills, characteristics, and equipment. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he had something more special, namely a curse, and then added that this was a divine punishment that had to be endured in order to gain unprecedented power. A divine being appeared behind him, and the young man said that he had not been afraid of death for a long time, because having received someone else's share, he swore to take everything for himself. But God suddenly noticed him, but maybe he just wanted to laugh at fate for fun. Dropping his jaw, Woming said that the Almighty gave him the power he had been waiting for a long time. Opening his mouth wide, the guy noted that he was not told that they would take away the most valuable thing. With bulging eyes, the protagonist asked if his opponent had become a monster. Qin Shan opened his mouth in alarm and said that this meant that the rumor that ordinary people in the abyss can become monsters is true, after which he added that the undead have an extremely powerful feature until their energy is exhausted, and they can continue to resurrect. Suddenly, someone's hand began to break through from under the floor. The mercenary climbed out of the ground and said that the moment before his death he reached out and touched eternity, and was reborn alive. The guy threw his sword over his shoulder, and no one understood if this man was a loner, because he would definitely kill all his teammates, although there was no evidence. But all his teammates were dying, and it was not hard to guess, when suddenly someone admitted that he would never go on a mission with him, because he did not want to die at his hands. Small fragments flew off the legs of the young man, and he explained that he learned the price of eternal life. Clenching his fist, Human said that he was dead, but still alive. At the same second, the mercenary closed his eyes. The guy jumped on his opponent, when suddenly a notification appeared that Death Wish can be activated when the health value is below 30%, and the damage received is reduced, and the damage dealt is increased by 100%. Gritting his teeth, the garbage man thought that the combination of the skill and the curse is just a scam. A skill card with skulls appeared. The mercenary struck Yetin. Suddenly, the blurry silhouette split in half. The protagonist dodged the attack with a jump. The opponent tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with his fingers. Frowning, the protagonist clarified whether immortality really meant that his opponent was unkillable. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, saying that there was no doubt that he would win this fight. Suddenly, the young man struck a crushing blow. A card with the Soul Priest artifact appeared. The spirit in a black robe swung an axe. Raising his head, Wuming asked his opponent again. A moment later, the young man struck from above. The dark creature attacked the enemy on the shoulder. Looking back, the mercenary noted that this was not a physical weapon, but a purely technical effect. The scavenger closed his eyes and explained that if someone died from this skill, then the Reaping of Despair would be triggered and HP and MP would slowly recover, then added that since his enemy's body was dead, the skill would be triggered every time he was hit. The protagonist said that the reason why the undead could live forever was because of their magical power. In other words, the HP bar was just a decoration for those who had become monsters, then asked if it was true that his actual HP bar could not be seen, to which he lowered the corners of his lips in confusion. The mercenary closed his eyes and admitted that he did not think his opponent would guess, and it seemed that his ability to analyze was much better than that of ordinary people. Yetin opened his mouth and said that for every seemingly insoluble riddle, there must be a way to solve it, then added that a strong person can be clumsy, and a weapon can have a fragile frame due to its enormous power. A magic blade appeared under the protagonist's palm, and he noticed that everything had its weaknesses, and his enemy did not wear any armor and preferred to rush into an attack without a second thought, sacrificing himself to mislead enemies and make them fight to the death. Lowering the sword, Wuming said that his opponent was right, because everyone has weak points, and therefore he is no exception, and among the 6 main characteristics of strength, agility, intelligence, body, will and luck, there is always one that is given less attention, to which he thoughtfully asked him again. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist apologized and said that he was a little different from ordinary people, and then exclaimed that he needed to end this before the enemy's wound healed. Stretching his hand forward, the garbage man thought about the fact that his speed, strength and reaction were much higher than other professionals at his age. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary decided that whether it was fancy tricks, powerful strength, or even an underestimated trash talent, he could use it all. The boy slashed with his sword, and the protagonist said that physical attacks could not kill him. The protagonist cut the enemy's back with a magic blade. Raising his hand to the ground, the trash man noted that the continued consumption of mana was enough to slow down the opponent's reaction, and then added that his mana would gradually be depleted, and then he would die completely. Suddenly, the youth pulled back his sword. Yetin held the skill card between his fingers. A moment later, the dark spirit tore off the enemy's arm. Wuming lowered his head and said that waging a war of attrition was his advantage. The corners of his mouth turned down. The protagonist noted that, as his opponent said, every seemingly insoluble puzzle has a solution. Closing his eyes, the guy said that his weakness is not in the fight, but somewhere outside the fight. Turning his head back, the protagonist asked if it was a teddy bear and who had left it there. Suddenly, the opponent jumped up. The young man pressed the opponent's head to the ground. Frowning, the fighter explained that he had no sympathy for those who stood in his way, be it his teammates, he would send them to hell without hesitation, and then muttered that his enemy was different. The protagonist's eyes widened, and his opponent noted that he had the character of a person, a living person, and even knowing that his customer was a complete scumbag, he still couldn't stop him. Closing his eyes, Wuming asked who the garbage man would choose if he had to choose between the life of a child and Qin Shan. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he asked him again and clarified whether this meant that his sister was alive. Letting go of the enemy's face, the mercenary asked if he had said that she was dead, and then added that the bear was just proof that he knew her location. Turning away from the enemy, the guy noted that in the end this girl was not as easy to kill as the garbage man and laughed. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked what his opponent was talking about. A few hours ago, large columns appeared. A huge orc grinned viciously. Xiao hung in the air behind the monsters. The girl recalled how the mercenary grabbed her by the neck and said that if the monster intended to harm her, he would not protect her, and since she was not his client, he did not care whether she lived or died. Gritting her teeth, the protagonist's sister recalled how her brother said that he found a job and could now earn a lot of money, and this was enough to heal her leg, so if she waited for him a little longer, she would be able to get up. Xiao closed her eyes with tears, thinking that she didn't want to always be a hindrance and a burden to her brother, repeated this and mentally said that she asked God to bless her at least for a moment, because she also wanted to become stronger. Suddenly, her face was enveloped in a bright magical aura. The orc bared his teeth viciously. A silhouette with round ears appeared in his eyes. The plush bear opened its mouth wide, and the system reported that the transformer profession had awakened. The beast swung its paw. Wuming flew past the monsters. The mercenary lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the guy turned his head back. The bear's eyes were shining brightly, and the youth muttered that ordinary people who successfully underwent the induction of the abyss cells were more likely to awaken their professions, and did not understand whether this girl could be one of the victims that poor father spoke of. Tears flowed from the eyes of the soft beast. With her paw outstretched, Xiao, in her monster form, began to scream loudly. Frowning, the young man remembered that it was said that the changes caused by this abyss cell would cause the owner to lose consciousness and become like a monster that would attack everyone indiscriminately. With her mouth wide open, the protagonist's sister asked what was wrong with her and whether she was imagining things or had grown taller, and then said that she could walk and that it was very strange. Closing her eyes, Wuming asked if the girl was still conscious, and then asked her to state her name. The teddy bear stated its name, to which the mercenary threw his sword over his shoulder and noted that it seemed true. Approaching the mirror, the girl exclaimed that she had become a toy animal, to which the guy said that he did not know whether to congratulate her or not. Putting her paws to her face, the protagonist's sister, in the form of a monster, began to scream and said that now she didn't even look like a human being, and didn't understand how she could appear to her brother, and what to do, to which the young man replied that this was her profession, and he had no way of knowing that. Turning his head back, Wuming pointed out that if the girl did not want to go with him, it was okay, since she could continue her mission and finish it. Presenting a small toy to the mercenary, Xiao asked him to give it to Yetin and tell her that she would need some time to gather her spirits and prepare to meet him, since she could not recover from this shock so quickly. The guy stretched his hand forward. Closing his eyes, the young man said that if he met him, he would hand it over personally. Kneeling down, the mercenary noted that if they continued to fight, his position would be disadvantageous, although he wanted to see the enemy's strength, but they had no reason to fight. Qinshan widened his eyes and asked if Xiao was alive and if this was true. Lowering his head, the guy said that, in fact, this doctor behind the protagonist was to blame for everything. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that the appearance of this abyss was more or less his merit. A road near a residential building appeared. Sitting on the bed, the man stated that there was no other choice. Holding the key out in front of him, the man explained that if this key was used to open any door, the energy of the abyss would permeate the entire area, eventually turning it into a solid abyss. The father gritted his teeth and noted that given the researcher's past, a rescue team would definitely come for him, and he himself wanted to be sure that this man would stay there forever, after which he added that he would not only trample all the results of his experiments, but also make him pay for what happened to his daughter. Lowering his eyebrows, the mercenary asked if the other man knew the price he would have to pay, to which the other man replied that he did not care about the money in this matter. With an anxious smile, Qinshan asked if they were talking about Shuyang, and said that he offered him compensation and had already sent it to her father, after which he added that the girl was incurable anyway, and he had to spend money for no reason to support her existence. Yetin lowered his head and asked the doctor what he had to say about Xiao. The researcher spread his fingers and exclaimed that she was just a coincidence, and that he really couldn't help her, then stated that even if she was an experiment subject, it was her own wish, but he could compensate for everything. Qinshan began to explain what this meant, when suddenly the protagonist gritted his teeth and repeated his words. A moment later, the protagonist asked the man again and punched him in the face. The garbage man stood over the body of the beaten doctor. Raising his eyebrows, the researcher asked who would need a disabled person who couldn't even walk. The doctor explained that if he used her, it would bring more benefit to society, and she sacrificed herself for the sake of scientific research and contributed, then asked if his sister should feel flattered, to which the protagonist's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, a magical hand grabbed Qinshan's body. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist noted that his sister had been through so much that he would never understand. Looking down, the doctor muttered that he didn't mean that. At the same time, a limb made of dark energy crushed the researcher to the floor. The garbage man took a step forward towards the doctor's body. Grabbing his clothes, the boy declared that even hell would not need such useless trash. At the same time, the youth looked back. Throwing the man back, Yetin shouted that this was for Wuming. The mercenary clenched his fist. The boy smirked and asked if this meant that they had reached an agreement. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he simply wanted to make sure that his sister was safe as soon as possible, and that he didn't care about the rest. The young man put his hand on the researcher's face and said that a mercenary's duty was to carry out an order, and that the girl's father wished for the doctor to die here, to which he exclaimed that no matter what his order was, he could pay him double, and asked him to tell him how much the old man had promised him. Frowning, the boy noted that he only had one life, so he did not understand how he was going to give him double the price, to which the old man asked again with alarm. Looking away, the young man shouted that next time he and the garbage man would have a great battle. The protagonist began to enter the magic portal, and loud screams were heard behind him. Xiao appeared from behind the wall in the form of a monster. The teddy bear widened her eyes and called out to her brother. Raising his head, the protagonist said that it was him and apologized for coming very late. Opening her mouth, the girl in the form of a beast noted that she should be the one apologizing, and then said that her brother always risks his life for her. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the garbage man said that it was nothing, because the monsters were gone, so she was safe now. Standing in front of her brother, Xiao apologized and said that the monsters were still here. The sister began to cry and said that she was now a monster. Raising her paws to her face, the girl in the form of a teddy bear said that she relied on him for everything, but she wanted to become like her brother, and even if she could not be such a hero, she would at least get up from her wheelchair and stop burdening him, and then apologize for turning into this. Raising his eyebrows, Yetin sighed heavily. Grinning, the protagonist noted that many are much more similar to humans, but inside they are worse than monsters, and then added that the girl turned into a monster, but inside she is still sweet and good. Frowning, the teddy bear said that it looked like this. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that his job was to fight monsters, and asked him to believe that he could easily distinguish them by their appearance. Suddenly, the garbage man closed his eyes. Turning his head, the guy asked if it seemed to him or his sister that he had become stronger. The young man asked if it was her doing, to which she scratched her head and exclaimed that it was not her. Opening her mouth wide, Xiao exclaimed that she had no control over it, because she had only transformed then, to which her brother asked if it was all at once, and that her level was probably not low. The teddy bear's paw began to dissolve. Suddenly, the girl took on a human form. With her eyes widened, the sister did not understand what had happened, after which she cried out that she had returned. Sitting down on the floor, Yetin explained that the transformation requires constant consumption of magic power, and when the mana is exhausted, the person transforms back, so she is not a monster, and this is just her ability, and then exclaimed that she will be able to calmly turn into a bear and back. Closing his eyes, the protagonist congratulated his sister on the fact that she now also gained abilities, to which she clarified whether this was true, and whether she had now become like her brother. Looking away, the protagonist noted that this was not the case, because he would never allow her to be in danger, when suddenly the girl asked if he had ever met a strange guy here. The garbage man clarified who he was talking about, to which Xiao pulled the skin near her eyes and explained that the man looked a little like him. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she was told that he wanted to meet him in person and that they would have something to talk about, to which the young man asked if it was true, and the sister added that he also said that it should be as difficult to kill him as it was. Streams of dark magic hovered around the protagonist's silhouette, and he admitted that he did not think they would have anything to talk about with him. Residential buildings were visible on the street. The protagonist was sleeping on a bed. Bringing the phone to his ear, the garbage man answered the call, when suddenly the interlocutor asked when the guy was last at work. The young man rolled his eyes, and he was told that they had not seen him since that mission at the People's Shopping Center, and then a rumor reached him that he had completely believed in himself and began to work alone. Closing his eyes, Yetin apologized and explained that he simply did not have enough money, so he began to look for a more profitable job. The interlocutor asked if the protagonist was still collecting trash, to which he lowered his head and replied that this was exactly the case. The uncle exclaimed that he was a young fool and reckless, and was worried about him and his safety, after which he asked him to at least think about himself, although his sister also relied on him, when suddenly the protagonist gritted his teeth and thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, the garbage man lowered the corners of his lips. At the same second, his eyes widened. A message came to his phone that Xingran had transferred him 2.5 million yuan, to which the guy exclaimed that it was a whole 2.5 million, and as expected, everything was done very quickly. The young man pressed his finger on the message icon, in which the hunter asked him not to forget to thank her when she sold everything else. Smiling, the protagonist was surprised by the number of zeros. The protagonist closed his lips and said that he had put up for sale some of the resources and equipment he had received during his recent visit to the Abyss on her behalf, and after all, he was a celebrity, and no one would dare to question the origin of these things. Last night, the roofs of the buildings appeared. The equipment items were enveloped in magical currents. Xingran widened her eyes and asked what the scavenger did to snatch so many good things. The guy grinned and said that he was simply collecting trash in the abyss and found all of this, to which she asked him to repeat. Closing his eyes, the young man admitted that he really couldn't use these rare items now, and asked if he could therefore ask her to help him sell them. Putting her hand in front of her, the huntress asked if he was still a first-level scavenger, after which she laughed loudly. With bulging eyes, the lady noted that his body seemed to have become much stronger, to which he replied that he had been through a lot, so he had bulked up a bit. Xingran put her fingers to her chin and admitted that she thought that a scavenger was just a profession that was not yet included in the list of main ones, after which she added that it seemed like the level could not be improved, but he somehow managed to become stronger. Yetin closed his eyes and asked if it was logical that even a garbage collector could become stronger. Raising a finger, the huntress asked if the man had thought about going to a global guild to get a hunter's license, since the treasures he got in this abyss of his needed legal identification. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if he could only enter the abyss as a hunter if he got a license, to which the huntress replied that it was true, since he had managed to rob the abyss before as a private hunter, and if anyone found out, he would be thrown in jail. Grinning, the girl explained that the test would consist of convincing the examiner of his competence to be a hunter with his first level, and then said that she had no doubts about his strength. Raising her eyebrows, the lady pointed out that a recommendation was also needed for the hunter's annual evaluation, so she would take care of it to make sure everything went smoothly, to which he asked if he could handle it. Xingran pursed her lips and asked the guard to report that she had obtained all of these items herself, to which he began to fulfill her request. Lowering her chin, the huntress explained that the protagonist had helped her, so she would repay him for the favor. Scratching his head, the protagonist muttered that he felt like he owed her. There was a box on the floor, and the garbage man wondered if it was a delivery. Xiaozhou's eyes widened, explaining that his apartment didn't even have a kitchen, so she had to order food. The brother noted that the sister had gotten up early, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that today was her first day out of the hospital, and she didn't want to spend it in bed. Holding chopsticks in his hands, Yetin asked how her legs were, to which she said that something had changed in her body since yesterday, and now she could walk a little. Getting up from her wheelchair, the girl showed that she could do it like this. Spitting out the food from her mouth, the protagonist asked how she managed to do it in one night. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was afraid that if she turned into a bear again, she would destroy his apartment, so she concentrated all her magic on her legs, to which the protagonist explained that she did not need to rush so much, because her brother was with her again, so she should not force herself. Smiling, Xiao replied that she knew this, and would simply practice gradually, but in fact, she hoped that she would soon be able to walk fully, and did not force herself. Holding a chocolate bar in his mouth, the garbage man said that it was impossible to get fat after one meal. The sister asked with her eyes wide open if her brother was leaving already, to which he replied that it was time for him to go, and she asked if they were going for a walk since it was a day off. The boy closed his eyes and said that her brother did not rest on weekends, and that he had work and nothing but work. The front door slammed in front of Xiao. The girl frowned and noted that this sounded ambiguous, so that the young man could have gone on a date, and she did not understand whether he had a girlfriend. The protagonist was standing on the balcony. People in professional clothes were visible. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered if all hunters looked like this now. The garbage man lowered the corners of his lips, when suddenly he was asked if he came here for a license, and which hunting guild he had his eye on. Showdown and Yetin's eyes widened in surprise when they saw each other. The bard spread his arms wide and asked the protagonist what he had forgotten at the hunter testing site, and whether he had a license before. The protagonist answered with pursed lips that the hunter exam cost a lot of money and that he had recently earned quite a bit of money that way, after which he asked if it was true that qualifications were needed to become an official hunter. As they walked down the stairs, Yetin asked how his friend had been doing lately, to which he replied that he had listened to his advice and had started practicing close combat, but that he currently had a license for auxiliary activities and most hunting guilds thought that he still needed to gain experience, and was not even allowed to join them, so he had to convince everyone that he was good at close combat. The bard clenched his teeth and exclaimed that since the protagonist was applying for a license, he should only aim for the main position, to which he muttered that he was still thinking about it. The big guy was pushing people aside with his hands and shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Holding a cigarette between his fingers, the guy in the suit asked if they should still be standing in line. As they walked forward, the thugs shouted for everyone to make way for their boss and asked if they even knew who he was, because if they delayed the boss's exam, it would be bad for everyone. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and thought about how he was seeing a god-chosen profession for the first time, and Xingran was a god-chosen knight who could use ice magic in addition to the knight's abilities, create shields and heal at the same time, and his pumping speed was different from others, so he was assigned level S. Raising his hand, the garbage man remembered that in addition to his main profession, he combines the characteristics of others, and already strong abilities become even stronger, as if blessed by God, so such a profession is called God-chosen, and then said that he would go right after him, and his friend clarified what was so special about his profession, because he was just lucky. Leaning towards the table, the young man exclaimed that he should be quickly let into the exam. The administrator lowered his eyebrows and asked what license they wanted to apply for. The fighter grinned and brazenly noted that it was the best one, after which he added that it was the almighty license. The armored warrior put his fingers to his chin and asked if this man was really applying for an almighty license, to which the other explained that he was God's chosen one, so it would be easy for him to get one. The big guy spread his arms out to the sides and asked why everyone was staring, because these guys were nothing compared to their boss, because he was the best, and the other confirmed his partner's words. The girl lowered her hands and asked if they were saying that their boss was the best. Opening his mouth, the guy admitted that he did not expect to see such beauties here, and invited her to join them. The lady spread her fingers and exclaimed that she would never do that, and advised him to go sleep it off. The young man clenched his teeth and shouted that it was better not to snap at him, because he was God's chosen one, and he was also great in bed, so she should not doubt. The girl immediately snapped her fingers. A moment later, the impudent man flew back from the explosion. The boss of the hunting party opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. The subordinates ran up to the boss and asked if they were all newbies, since they had never even been to the abyss and were doing such things, and this lady didn't even know how strong their boss was. Yetin lowered his eyebrows and said that it was an explosive flame technique, which meant that she was definitely not a newbie. The God's Chosen One gritted his teeth, and the people laughed at him and asked them to just look at him. The guy narrowed his eyes and shouted that they were bastards. The young man crossed his blades and said that this girl had made a fool of him in front of everyone, so he needed to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. The boss of the hunting party turned his head back, not understanding what was happening and whether he was tired of living. The protagonist's eyes sparkled brightly. The protagonist tilted his head to the side and said that there were cameras everywhere, so he could get into trouble for being reckless, to which he thought about what kind of nonsense this was, and that this person had a very terrifying aura. Putting his hands in his pockets, the receptionist explained that using professional abilities was prohibited in public places. Yetin's eyes widened and he said that everything was fine, and that it was just hot and stuffy, which was why everyone was angry. The girl closed her eyes and apologized and said that this guy had crossed the line, to which the receptionist said that if she broke the rules again, she would be arrested according to the law. The employee asked her what profession she had and what license she was applying for, to which she folded her arms and replied that she was an elemental fire mage and wanted a license to use spells. A magic crystal appeared above the guy's hand, and he noted that given her uncontrollable behavior, they were forced to conduct an inspection. The girl put her fingers to the magic stone. The crystal began to crack, and the administrator said that the strength indicator was abnormal. Turning his head, the registrar said that recently there had been cases when unregistered hunters with high abilities left traces of destruction in the abyss, and this time they would be stricter, so he asked her to follow him. The mage lowered the corners of her lips. Closing her eyes, the lady said that the detector must have made a mistake, and asked to touch it again. A bright aura enveloped the magic stone, and the employee asked what it was then, because now the indicators were normal. Smiling broadly, the girl exclaimed that everything worked. The protagonist's eyes widened as he couldn't understand how she had changed so abruptly, and it was strange. Showdown opened his mouth wide and noted that they were trying to track him down. The receptionist said that they were continuing and asked who was next, to which the protagonist raised his hand and replied that it was him, and his comrade asked if it was true that with his strength he wouldn't be able to pass the crystal test. The employee closed his eyes and asked what kind of license the guy wanted, to which he replied that it was an almighty one. The administrator frowned and asked what his profession was, since he chose an almighty one, because it wasn't for everyone. The young man closed his eyes and said that he was a first-level garbage man. The people around him smiled widely and shouted that this garbage man was also a newbie, and this profession pales in comparison to their professions, to which Showdown cried out that his brother could destroy them with one finger, and Yetin explained that he just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get a profession that is suitable for any team, so that if something goes wrong, he can always help. Opening his mouth, the administrator noted that there was nothing wrong with the application, and asked if he knew what the quest was for obtaining such a full license. The protagonist clarified whether there was also an exam, to which he received an affirmative answer, while the girl's eyes bulged and did not understand whether the garbage man was a new profession. Pointing his finger upward, the registrar said that with a regular license, participants create a team to explore the abyss based on their chosen professions, but he would have to do everything alone. A scroll with a key to the advanced difficulty exam appeared, and the employee said that even on the easy difficulty, only death awaits those who are alone. Approaching the stand, the protagonist asked if he would get a license if he could clear it on his own, to which he was told that this difficulty level is used to evaluate senior hunters, so going there would be tantamount to suicide for him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that since the garbage man is so confident in himself, he is probably not weak, after which he asked to take the crystal in his hands. The young man grasped the magic stone with his fingers, and the administrator assumed that there was no power at all. The bald fighter put his hand on Showdown's shoulder and asked if his brother had come to disgrace himself, and the magician clarified whether he wanted to die without magic power, to which he shouted for everyone to shut up. With the corners of his lips lowered, the protagonist asked if there was anything else he needed to know about the exam, and the others did not understand whether he was completely stupid and whether he would really go. Raising his hand, the employee explained that they would not be held responsible for their lives, then added that they had a prop that would unlock the portal, so they could use the key to make an emergency exit. The protagonist said he wouldn't need it, when the bard suddenly ran up behind him and asked if his comrade was leaving already. A huge gate appeared, and the garbage man said that he would remain safe and sound. God's Chosen One ran up to the guards and asked them to wait, then clarified why such scum could challenge the abyss. With his mouth wide open, the boss of the hunting party asked for a hard-level key so that he could go into the same abyss as this man. Lowering his eyebrows, the administrator apologized and explained that they only had one hard-level key that could strengthen the gates of the abyss, so if he wanted, he could try another time. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the impudent man asked what would happen if he went with him, but not as a team. The registrar looked away and noted that if he did not plan to be on the team, then he would be a competitor, when the guard suddenly said that the rules did not allow this. But there was no prohibition either. Putting his fingers to his chin, the employee coughed. Putting his hand behind his back, the guy said that by competitor he meant that only one of them was allowed to receive a token for defeating the boss, and only one would be able to successfully pass the assessment. A bright aura hovered around Yetin's silhouette, and the administrator said that they should not think that the difficulty would remain the same, because the more people, the more difficult the level of the abyss. Lowering his eyebrows, the registrar explained that this is why they only allow one person to enter a difficult level abyss. The licensed candidates stood next to each other, and the employee noted that even if their abyss was supervised by a world guild, updating the rules could lead to the emergence of uncontrollable factors. A powerful monster appeared, and the boy gave an example of how the structure of the abyss could undergo unpredictable changes, and monsters could receive special enhancements. Pointing his finger to the side, the young man clarified whether they still wanted to go together after all that was said. With the corners of his lips lowered, the protagonist thought about how the so-called enhancements could greatly increase the health or strength of monsters, make them immune to certain attacks, or make them only defeatable with special mechanisms that he had seen before. Grinning, God's chosen one said that he had the best equipment, and such a trashy abyss was no problem for him, when suddenly his subordinate exclaimed that the boss was right. Closing his lips, the protagonist decided that this was true, because only high-class equipment could have such characteristics, and it was obvious that theirs was clearly not simple, because even a beginner could increase his characteristics through equipment, and this was the advantage of hunters. The administrator closed his eyes and asked if they had decided, to which the scavenger replied that it didn't matter to him, because he just needed a hunting license, and whether he had company didn't matter to him. Frowning, the protagonist decided that if the level boost led to the appearance of rare monsters, he would be able to get more interesting rewards. Showdown widened his eyes and asked his comrade to think twice, because what if the boss appeared at an unexpected moment, or the magic was blocked, and even the dispel spell would not be able to remove such anti-boosts, to which he replied that this guy's equipment had its advantages, so he could use it if necessary, and he shouldn't worry. God's chosen one said that they were competitors, so if he got into trouble, he would not help, and he should not forget that only one of them would be able to pass the test, when suddenly Yetin threw him the key and said that since he loved to brag so much, he would give him the right to open the gate, because he believed that he would be able to knock out good conditions for them. Gritting his teeth, the impudent fellow noted that the protagonist still knew his place. Holding out the key to the gate, the boss of the hunting party exclaimed that in this case he was sending his divine hand forward, when suddenly the system reported that the difficulty level was difficult, the number of monsters had been increased by 300%, their health had been increased by 150%, and their damage by 70%. The passage was filled with an unusual aura, and a notification appeared that the anti-enhancements that appeared in the abyss were being strengthened by 300%. With his mouth wide open, God's chosen one did not understand what this was. Holding the flasks in his hands, the guy exclaimed that he had specially prepared the potions and planned to drink them to pass the test, but he would still take a little, to which the garbage man thought that well, not only the potions had been weakened, but the passive health regeneration had also been reduced. Looking away, the protagonist realized that what was even more frightening was that the effect of severe blood loss could be even more burdensome and even negative, so he should be careful. The young man, his jaw dropped in alarm, said that he had bought the largest backpack to fit all the potions, and now he would have to go light. Having changed into armor, the boss of the hunting party said that he could still crush all the monsters with his cool equipment. With his arms outstretched, God's chosen one shouted that he would go first. Streams of dark magic flew out from the gate, and the system announced that a second participant had joined the test, and the difficulty had increased to hellish. Flames were visible from the passage, and a notification appeared that a legendary monster would appear in the abyss, and if you defeat it, you can get legendary rewards. The garbage man, with his eyes bulging, shouted that this was a legendary test, which even with 300 points of luck, appeared with a probability much less than 1, after which he clarified what level of luck this guy had, and the employee ordered to immediately inform the authorities that a legendary test had appeared in the exam to obtain a hunter's license. Suddenly, an unusual room appeared. A simple level abyss gate was visible. Showdown shouted that they must also succeed. The bard, with sweat on his face, said that he hoped that Big Brother could return safe and sound. A fire was burning inside the magic portal. The boys walked towards the monsters, and it was heard that after opening the room, you immediately got into a super spacious room, and it was almost like his mansion with an area of 2,000 square meters. The boss of the conglomerate, with his mouth wide open, asked what kind of stupid ruins this was, because there was nothing here at all, and it did not even come close to comparing with the atmosphere of his garden in front of the house. Yetin, raising the corners of his lips, replied that this was the boss's chambers, to which he received a question whether he wanted to say that they entered it immediately after opening the gate. A moment later, the boys raised their heads. 2 huge monsters appeared, and the system reported that they were immortal, and they had extremely fast attacks, constantly causing bleeding, and were also incredibly strong. Taking out the magic card, the protagonist muttered that they had obtained 4 attributes, which made it a nightmare-level dungeon, and that these guys would be hard to deal with, then added that he would summon a spider to distract them, and then use his speed advantage to attack from behind. The protagonist, sharply swinging his hand, whispered that the Knights of Purity had a lot of armor in the front, and their weak points were in the back, and therefore he would not be able to use Berserk now, because he needed to attack the vulnerable points first. God's Chosen One, suddenly pushing the Scavenger, exclaimed that he would let them die, and also would not let them get the things that the boss left behind. The guy quickly approached the enemy. The candidate for the hunter furiously opened his jaw and shouted that today they would see the king of the Crusher in action. Yetin, with his eyes bulging, said that his opponent had gone crazy. It was visible how the young man parried above the monster's head. One of the monsters grabbed the sword tightly. A second later, the boss of the conglomerate hit the huge cleaver. The guy clenched his jaw in pain. A moment later, a bright flash appeared. God's Chosen One, falling to the ground, objected that where is it customary to hit so cruelly from the very beginning, and the protagonist thought that his armor withstood the blow, but it was a miracle that it did not break from the blow of the Knight of Purity. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side in surprise. Suddenly, one of the opponents swung in his direction. The garbage man, jumping high, noted that now they began to attack him, and therefore the plan was over. Yetin was flying near the large head of the monster. A second later, the protagonist was able to dodge the blow with the cleaver. The monster quickly began to swing its weapon. The protagonist, biting his lips, said that the attacks of the Knight of Purity lead to constant blood loss, and in other words, even the slightest damage would be fatal in this abyss. The boy, with his mouth wide open, asked why he was also being hit if only the garbage man was being attacked. Yetin, with his eyebrows lowered, replied that the knight didn't care, and if he was in pain, he should hide in the corner. Clenching his fists, the young man asked if his opponent dared to hint to him that he was ballast, after which he explained that he had merely slipped. The monster swung its axes sharply, and the system reported that it had destructive power. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that he easily overcame defenses, and therefore thought that the enemy was designed to fight tanks. The protagonist abruptly jumped to the side. A card with the spirit of dash appeared. God's Chosen One, rushing from his place, said that his opponent was useless, and therefore he would do it himself. The garbage man whispered with his eyes wide open that this guy was reducing the tension of the battle and that he was not completely useless, and added that since there were 2 bosses here at once, they should fight together as a team. A moment later, the young man flew back. Yetin squinted and said to himself that it would be useless with his defense broken, and now the monster became even more angry. Biting his lips, the protagonist noticed that he was indeed born to take damage, and at the same time, the candidate for the hunter exclaimed that it was very painful. Suddenly, an unusual aura appeared around the monster. The protagonist sharply raised his hand, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the taunt skill can only damage the caster, and the target spell will be forcibly redirected to the performer. Clenching his fist, the garbage man said that they cannot focus on just one monster, but must also try to defeat the other knight, who is even bigger. A second later, one of the monsters opened its mouth. Yetin quickly began to climb the enemy's body, and the system reported that the defense reduced all damage by 95%. Baring his teeth, the protagonist noticed that the dagger attack had no effect on him. The conglomerate boss, jumping high, asked why he was so different from those he had fought before, because usually the monsters in the abyss die from 1 or 2 blows. Suddenly, the evil spirit swung its sword forward. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, realized that the other had also decided to join the fight. The garbage man, falling to the ground, asked his opponent if he had spent all his points on defense, after which he added that he did 0 damage, and also asked how he had managed to level up so much without attacking. Opening his mouth wide, the guy replied that it was because he had already spent them, and had risen solely thanks to his strength. The young man turned his head, hearing that he was an idiot, and should not be distracted in the middle of the fight. A moment later, the chosen one of God began to quickly run away from the monster. Suddenly, the candidate for the hunter tripped over a stone. The boss of the conglomerate abruptly hit his face on the floor. Yetin, squinting, explained that his agile fighting style was at odds with the heavy armor, and therefore his movements would be limited, to which the boy objected, why no one told him about this before, adding that he usually waits for others to finish, and he was told who he was. Suddenly, the monster powerfully attacked with its sword, and the protagonist asked his opponent to step aside. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist exclaimed that the abyss was never a place for fun, because here people earn their living with sweat and blood. The garbage man quickly rushed forward and said that since normal blows didn't work, he would have to resort to the most primitive method, namely brute force. A moment later, Yetin flew towards the enemy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that even one boost from strength would be enough to inflict real damage. The protagonist attacked the monster with his hand, saying that this was a favorite tactic of the poor. The chosen one of God, with his mouth wide open, asked if he had just thrown back a monster in such heavy armor with his bare hands. It was visible how the garbage man ran along the giant's hand. A second later, Yetin parried over the head of the evil spirit. Suddenly, the protagonist hit the enemy with his elbow, and the system reported that it was a weak pinpoint strike. The protagonist's eyes widened, wondering if he had stunned him in just one hit, since his luck status must have played a role, and at the same time, the AI notified him that a critical hit to a weak point had a chance to stun him based on his luck status. It seemed like the scavenger parried in midair. Suddenly, Yetin's body split into two. The guy's jaw dropped, surprised that his opponent had just been torn apart. Suddenly, a dark spirit appeared above him. A moment later, the protagonist descended to the ground. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and muttered that Sanchi's DPS was too low to maintain the monster's aggression, but his damage resistance was also too low to be a tank, and he didn't expect him to be of any use anyway since he still had to control the battle himself. The scavenger extended his palm and asked his opponent to step aside. Suddenly, Yetin did a backflip. A magical glow appeared in his hand. A second later, a magical beam hit the monster's back, and the system reported a critical hit on a weak point. One of the monsters fell down sharply. A moment later, the protagonist flew high. The protagonist quickly dodged the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, the garbage man powerfully hit the monster's leg. The boss of the conglomerate muttered through sweat on his face that this guy simply avoided all areas with heavy armor and aimed every attack at weak points, and his technique was more precise than any expert he had ever hired. The boy extended his finger and asked if Yetin was supposed to be a newbie, and how could he use such complex techniques. The protagonist turned his gaze back and replied that as a fighter of a new class, he was considered a newbie, but years of fighting monsters as a scavenger helped him accumulate points and sharply increase his skills, and in the end, his current level multiplied all the instincts he had honed with blood and sweat by 100 times. The young man, with his eyes wide open, said that he didn't understand anything, and then asked if he didn't become stronger depending on the items. Raising his hand, the protagonist explained that equipment was just a thing that changed as the level increased. The giants' angry faces were visible, and the system gave a description of each of them. Yetin smiled slightly and said that his main equipment was just a body that continued to become stronger. Clenching his fists, the protagonist wondered if this was another mechanical monster, and at the same time said that reflecting damage and dealing damage in close combat would also reflect an equal amount of damage from the reflection, and they could only counter the thorns with long-range attacks. God's Chosen One, opening his jaw, said that it seemed like it was his turn to shine, and his opponent should not think that he was limited to swords only because of his tank class, because he could also use magic, especially against long-range monsters, and also added that the protagonist would have to rely on him. Suddenly, an unusual force swirled around Sanchi's hands, and he shouted that he could cast such an amazing spell as a lightning arrow. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he would let the monster taste his lightning. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. God's Chosen One lowered his eyebrows in confusion. The scavenger, flying up on the giant, whispered that when the spikes were activated, the enemy's resistance to all elements was reduced, and therefore, it was easy to deal critical hits. Yetin stretched out his palm and spoke about the outbreak of the Great Flame. A second later, the monster's head fell to the ground. The young man, with his eyes bulging, asked if it was fire magic, and was also very surprised by the instant explosion of the Great Flame of the third level, even without casting a spell. The boss of the conglomerate, watching the battle, said that it was impossible, because melee fighters usually cannot learn elemental magic, and then clarified how he did it. Suddenly, it seemed like the monster swung his axe. The protagonist calmly dodged the blow. One of the monsters was headless, and the AI wrote about the skill thorns. Suddenly, the neck of the evil spirit began to crack, and at the same time, the system notified that all damage was reflected. Sanchi, through the sweat on his face, did not expect that his opponent would use thorns to counterattack. It was seen how the protagonist quickly ran along the ground. Clenching his jaw, the garbage man exclaimed that spiritual dash was still on cooldown. A card with the shield emblem appeared. A moment later, protective equipment appeared in front of Yetin, and he decided that he would just take the blow. Suddenly, the enemy's weapon hit the shield. A thick smoke formed in front of the monster. The protagonist, trying to stop with his feet, muttered that the knight's attacks are unpredictable, even taking into account the weaknesses of the players, and his strength surpasses any elite monster he encountered before, and if his body did not have enough attributes to withstand this, he was afraid that he would be killed. The giant's eyes glowed purple, and the protagonist thought that the knight's attack speed would continue to increase and would only slow down after a successful hit. The scavenger, frowning menacingly, realized that this was the knight's hidden mechanic, namely, the more he tried to dodge, the easier it would be to get hit, and so he just had to endure it, after which he added that this justified the hellish nightmare level. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared in Yetin's hand. The conglomerate boss, opening his mouth wide, asked whether his opponent was going to take a direct hit from him, and whether he wanted to die. A second later, the protagonist released a particle of fire. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. The monster, bulging its eyes, screamed sharply. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped high, dodging the blow. The scavenger, squinting, answered negatively. Yetin's eyes lit up with an unusual color, and he realized that he needed to become faster than him. Magic paws circled around the protagonist. Opening his jaw, the chosen one of God asked if this was another skill. A dark force appeared behind the giant, and the system reported that living beings cannot be recycled. Suddenly, bright lightning struck the monster's pupils. A moment later, the evil spirit, opening his mouth, screamed loudly in pain. The silhouette of the protagonist was visible in the monster's eyes. The garbage man swung his dagger furiously, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence gave a description of the berserker mode. Lowering his eyebrows, Yetin exclaimed that the enemy should take this blow with full force. A second later, the protagonist plunged his weapon into the enemy's eye. The giant's second pupil sharply narrowed. The protagonist bared his teeth menacingly, and the system notified about the armor-destroying blow. Opening his mouth wide, the garbage man said that he did not have time to kill him before he bled out completely, after which the computer wrote that he had 20 seconds of life left. The monster could be seen putting its hand on its head. Suddenly, its body glowed green, and the system reported that it was instant regeneration. The boy clenched his jaw, wondering if only 70% of his HP had been taken away by his attacks, and also noticed that the boss's buffs were still accumulating, and if he couldn't finish this quickly, he would have to fight an even stronger boss with additional buffs. Covered in a dark aura, the boy thought that if he stopped fighting, he would die, and if he gave up, he would die, and if he began to doubt, he would die. Opening his jaw in anger, Yetin told the second berserker that he was betting everything that was left of his health, because he couldn't let all his hard work go to waste, so he would use these 7 seconds, and the AI wrote that the double health loss effect reduced the berserker's duration to 7 seconds. A moment later, the protagonist suddenly rushed towards the enemy, saying that he would finish this with one blow. Suddenly the giant clapped his hands powerfully. The protagonist broke the monster's fingers into small pieces. The evil spirit opened its mouth in bewilderment. A second later the monster's body began to tear apart. Sanchi, through the sweat on his face, asked if it seemed to him that in just a moment his opponent had surpassed the boss in strength. The garbage man sank to the ground, and it was audible that he was still thinking about competing with him. Yetin drank a health potion, and the system congratulated him on his victory over the guard knights, and also added that the test at the gate was passed, and the anti-reinforcements from the difficulty of the abyss were removed. A moment later, several glasses hit the ground. The protagonist, sighing heavily, said that he almost died again. Raising his head, the protagonist said that he had not eaten normally for a long time. A magic portal appeared behind the guy, and he exclaimed that then, the long-awaited processing begins. The giants' bodies were quickly covered in a strange slime. The conglomerate boss, with his mouth wide open, said that these were the monstrous hands that appeared earlier, as well as the knight's corpse, and then clarified that he was really being swallowed by the void. Looking at his opponent, the god's chosen one said that this guy was eating the boss's corpse, and this must be some strange class skill that he had never seen before. Through the sweat on his face, the young man muttered that this guy was even scarier than the monsters. Yetin smiled slightly, and the artificial intelligence notified that the processing was successfully completed. A skill card was obtained, which depicted a scary giant. An image of a skill with a monster's mouth appeared, which requires an equipped shield, and the protagonist said that this is the main technique of a guard knight. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and said that it meant that this skill required wearing a shield, but he didn't use shields often, and it was capable of transmitting anti-boosts, making it a pretty strong skill, so he would leave it for now. Sanchi, his eyes wide, exclaimed that the two big guys were absorbed very quickly, and except for blood stains everywhere, there were no traces of their existence. Suddenly, the conglomerate boss turned around. A moment later, the guy jumped back sharply. An unusual furnace was visible, to which the scavenger explained that it was a legendary event reward, with a low drop rate, after which the system wrote that if you put an item of equipment inside, the knight's soul will merge with it with the ability to create new random equipment. Putting his palm on the huge object, Yetin said that he remembered the foreman mentioning it when he was a scavenger, and it was said that the Abyss reward event was triggered after the Abyss room was cleared, and also added that it was the Forge Master's altar, while Sanchi exclaimed that it was one of the rarest prize events in the Abyss. Drooling, the boy wondered how he was so lucky to stumble upon it. The protagonist grabbed his chin and wondered if the difficulty modifiers increased the chances of getting this prize event, since in addition to his popular luck status, the low-chance event of occurrence suddenly turned into a high-chance event. Taking the dagger in his hand, the protagonist explained that the more he pressed himself, the more surprises he would receive beyond his expectations, and offered to test it with his old weapon. The youth extended his palm and said that he should use his best equipment, adding that he should have at least a few purple-ranked weapons or armor, to which he received the answer that the only weapon he could use now was the starting one, and he usually sold any equipment with a requirement higher than level 1. The conglomerate boss clenched his jaw and whispered that he almost forgot that he was only level 1, and then asked if this meant that he had been fighting without any high-level equipment all this time. The scavenger threw down his knife and said that it turned out that there was no other way, and therefore only he would have to level up. A red blade appeared, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence notified that the upgrade had a chance of failing, and the failure rate depended on the value of his luck stat and the base level of the weapon, and also the predetermined requirement for the weapon's level was level 1, and therefore the expected success rate was 200%. Yetin lowered his head and asked if it meant that the chance could exceed 100%. The system asked the protagonist if he confirmed the attempt to improve, because by improving the dagger with the knight's soul, he would turn it into a long sword, to which he extended his finger and confirmed the improvement. Suddenly, 2 weapons appeared in front of the protagonist, and it was said that his weapon had been improved to legendary trash. The guy smiled slightly and said that it was not bad, and it really looked legendary. An image of a trash sword was visible, as well as its characteristics. A perfect replica of the blade was also shown. The young man took the daggers in his hands and exclaimed that he liked them. Sanchi, putting his hand on his side, said that the characteristics of these swords looked extremely tragic. The garbage man turned his head and objected that for the opponent they were trash, but for him they were perfect. The boss of the conglomerate spread his palms out and asked not to tell him that his opponent had never seen god-grade equipment. Suddenly, Yetin threw his sword to the side. Looking at his fingers, the protagonist used the recovery skill. A dark aura circled around the weapon. Raising the dagger above himself, the protagonist exclaimed that this was a weapon that could be restored, and then asked if this was not a kind of divine weapon for him alone. The god's chosen one, with sweat on his face, muttered that this guy's ability amazed him, and also wondered if he was using trash to become stronger, since he did not care about god-grade equipment, but rather trash. Yetin, walking up to the unusual furnace, said that the used altar of the forging master was now considered trash, and therefore he would take it for himself. Suddenly, the hands of minions appeared from the ground, and the protagonist asked them to restore the altar. A dark force circled in front of the boys, and the system reported that the restoration was successful. The protagonist held the card with his fingers, to which the artificial intelligence informed him that he could now summon the forging master's altar at any time. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he could now use it whenever he wanted, and when he got the materials, he would improve the swords, and even if the improvement failed, he would restore it and try again. Lowering the blades, the scavenger said that he was tired of daggers, and therefore it was time for him to try something new, after which Sanchi wondered if this guy was going to use 2 long swords. The youth raised his palm and explained that using 2 different weapons would incur penalties, and therefore his attack speed, accuracy, and damage would decrease, and that was why most players specialized in one type, and he also muttered that this newbie clearly didn't understand the topic, and that his longsword proficiency level was higher, and that they could switch roles. A moment later, a screen appeared in front of Yetin, telling him that he had yet to learn how to use 2 weapons, and that his attack speed would decrease by 50%, and at the same time, the system asked if he wanted to spend 10 points to upgrade his proficiency in different types of weapons to D, holding his chin. The protagonist wondered if it was possible to spend points from the trash equipment to upgrade his proficiency, and then realized that he needed 10 points for D, then 20 points for C, 30 points for B, and 40 points for A. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist exclaimed that he could upgrade it to the maximum. The boss of the conglomerate widened his eyes in confusion. Through the sweat on his face, the chosen one of God clarified what he had just done. A second later, the artificial intelligence reported the level of mastery of 2 types of weapons S, to which the garbage man, lowering his head, said that his path as a beginner in mastery of 2 types of weapons begins with S. You could see how the guys were walking around the huge room. Yetin, biting his lips, asked when the new gate would appear, because they had completed all the tasks. The guy opened his mouth and said that he had made a decision, and therefore he was giving up. Turning away, the young man added that if he had known that it would be so difficult, he would not have come here. Moving his legs, Sanchi said that he still had a lot of money to spend outside, and therefore did not want to risk his life. A dark aura was visible above, to which the system notified of extreme danger, and the transition to combat mode began. The protagonist, with his eyes bulging, noticed the fog and realized that something was wrong. Rushing from the spot, the protagonist shouted that it was dangerous, and needed to run to the side. The garbage man abruptly grabbed the conglomerate boss by the arm. Stopping in place, Yetin asked why he was so slow. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked if it was a trap, and also said that Sanchi's defense, which even the knights could not penetrate, was smashed to pieces, and therefore the real boss was not those 2 knights, but what they so desperately guarded, and everything was just beginning. A dark force appeared. The protagonist stood in front of a black hole. A moment later, the guy took out 2 swords. Suddenly, an unusual aura began to attack the young man. Yetin quickly cut the magical essence around himself. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his eyebrows. Having placed the blades in different directions, the protagonist realized that something was coming out there. A second later, the king of the Dark Elves Damascus appeared, and the system reported his features. The man jumped into the bloody portal. The wounded hunter tried to escape from the enemy. The card with the image of a wolf emitted a bright light. The protagonist frowned menacingly and thought that he had pumped up his mastery of 2 types of weapons to S rank, and now it was better for him to use swords rather than daggers, since the strength and attack speed had been increased. Yetin jumped forward and protected his comrade, blocking the attack. The guy spread his arms and used a strike with many blades. Damascus's eye widened. The system reported that the attack was ineffective because the boss only takes damage from the player he is focused on. The Dark Elf King rushed forward. The young man rushed after him and realized that his attacks did not cause damage. The scavenger gritted his teeth and decided that he had no other choice. The monster swung his sword. He cut the soldier in half. The heroes waited for news, standing on the other side of the portal. The man in black pointed at him and said that one of the hunters had died because only one signal was being tracked. His colleague licked his lips and assumed that he was talking about the confident newbie and explained that this abyss was only accessible to players of level 30 and above, so he had no chance. Sitting on the ground, the guard decided that the boy had at least found the abyss with the legendary creature and reported that a team of hunters would soon arrive and take care of him. His friend said that as soon as the legendary creature dropped the runes, the real slaughter would begin. Dark energy swirled in the portal. The villain said that normal people needed them to enter here. Damascus lowered his hands. The notification said that the boss had become stronger after committing a murder. His eye lit up with a red flame. The main character stood in front of him, and his attention switched to him. Smirking, Yetin realized that he didn't know whether it was good or bad, because now it would be much more difficult to defeat the enemy. Raising his hand, the guy apologized and said that he needed his corpse. Dark energy enveloped the body of the dead hunter. The system prompted that the user had learned parrying with a long sword and several other skills. Shrouded in purple haze, the young man said that he was forced to skip classes and get to the point, since his level of sword proficiency exceeded the number of skills he knew. The player raised his swords and called his opponent to attack. The king of the Dark Elves looked at him carefully. The monster dashed forward and swung his sword. The scavenger's eyes widened in shock. He managed to block the enemy's lightning attack. His body turned into a bloody nightmare. Crimson energy appeared behind the monster. The main character put his weapon forward and used Meteor Strike. However, the villain easily dodged. The system reported that the boss was immune to sneak attacks. Damascus swung his blade. Yetin used a whirlwind strike. A bright light illuminated the face of the Dark Elf King. The guy dodged his attack and was outraged that even his clones could not fool him. Waves of dark energy appeared around the monster. The young man parried his blow. Gritting his teeth, the player thought about how the slow recovery of health affects all his characteristics, and realized that it would be very difficult to avoid death. The monster summoned a cloud of bloody energy in his hand and used a gravity whirlwind. The scavenger looked at it tensely and wondered what it was. Waves of energy pulled him towards the enemy. The villain hit the enemy in the face. A cloud of dust rose from that place. Having remained on his feet, the protagonist realized that his enemy was too strong, and asked himself what to do. Yetin looked at the carnivorous plant card and realized that he had to buy some time to restore his health, even if the healing efficiency dropped by 10%. The guy looked to the side and noticed that Damascus had disappeared from his sight. The Dark Elf King appeared behind him and swung his sword. At the last moment, the young man dodged his blow. He had to lean back to avoid the attack. The player jumped back. The monster used a whirlwind again, and a cloud of energy appeared in his hand. An unknown force made the scavenger soar into the air. The protagonist approached the dark sphere. At this time, the enemy appeared behind him. The monster pressed the enemy into the ground and interrupted the use of super regeneration. There were many craters on the ground from the blows. The sword fell to the ground. Coming out of the rubble, Yetin realized that he would die from any touch, because he only had 1 health point left, and decided that no matter how well things were going, life will always teach a harsh lesson. The villain bowed his head. The boy stated that such was the unpredictability of the abyss, and thanked the enemy for such a valuable experience. The young man used recovery. A dark aura enveloped his hand. The fallen sword flew into the air. The player grabbed it and spread his arms. He rushed forward and decided to try again. Damascus jumped up when the scavenger attacked him. The king of the dark elves raised his sword above his head. The protagonist managed to dodge his blow. Yetin opened his mouth wide and thought about how he was learning during the fight, and his skill levels were growing. The monster held his sword in front of him and parried his attack. The guy swung the blade and realized that his body was getting stronger with every move. The monster dodged his blow. The young man cut off his horn. The monster's eyes widened in shock. The player jumped into the air to avoid the blow. He spread his arms and realized that his body had become even more indestructible. The scavenger struck his opponent's head twice. The scoundrel swung his sword and lunged forward. The blades crossed in battle. The enemy's weapon cut through the protagonist's sword. Damascus threw him back. Yetin landed on his feet and retreated. The guy looked at the broken blade and concluded that they were not durable. The young man frowned menacingly and said that it did not matter because he had the ability to restore this trash. Dark energy swirled around him. The player said that he had an infinite number of attempts, and added that he could always start over. New improved swords appeared in his hands. The scavenger raised one of them in front of him. His eyes lit up. The light energy around him turned into a whirlwind. The king of the dark elves saw the blade flash past him. A cross-shaped cut appeared on his chest. The monster leaned on the sword, his health decreased. The protagonist loomed over him and was glad that he finally had a health bar. Yetin grinned and declared that he had nothing to fear now. The monster widened its wounded eye. The system warned that its rage had increased. The broadsword pierced the ground. At the same time, the guys came out of the blue portal. Smiling, the priest said that the final dispelling spell hit the target and was surprised that he was able to fight and cast spells at the same time. Showdown replied that it was all thanks to their ally, who dealt 90% of the damage alone. The mage crossed her arms and explained that the whole thing was because they were hopelessly useless. Seeing the people in black ahead, the heroes wondered why there were so many people at his comrade's gate and asked how the situation was. The man raised his head and said that the signal of the last survivor was lost, meaning everyone was dead. Looking at the burning portal, his colleague decided that there was nothing special about it. The guard explained that if they could clear the area before the boss showed up and it got dark, there would be no problem. The squad stepped forward and asked to do it. The boy opened his mouth in shock and asked how this could happen. The warrior chased him away. The bard frowned and asked why they didn't try to save them. The scoundrel smirked and asked why they needed to save trash. Smiling widely, he said he would save him for a fee and asked if it was worth it. The hunter shouted that his boss wasn't trash, and said that if he said he would come out of the abyss safe and sound, then so it would be. The knight grabbed him by the hair. The man in black asked his subordinate to let him go, and ordered them to bury the remains of the dead anywhere. The squad stepped forward. The guard asked them to be careful and get ready. The people looked at the portal, when someone said that it was not necessary. The protagonist stepped forward. Yetin's eyes flashed, and he asked if receiving the item counted as passing the test. Showdown burst into tears and realized that he was right. The people standing by the portal froze and fell silent. The guy picked up the artifact and asked if he had passed the test. The scoundrel's mouth dropped open in surprise and said that it couldn't be and asked how a first-level person could stay alive. His eyes widened. The young man was holding a stone with a golden rune in it, and he asked how he had managed to get it. The player handed him the reward and said that he had completed the task. The guard's mouth dropped open and he reminded him that golden stones with a rune could only drop from legendary monsters and asked if he had really managed to kill one of them. The scavenger looked around and confirmed this and explained that he had cleared the abyss from top to bottom and that all the monsters were dead. Looking at the rune, the man in black thought that it was simply impossible and that it was some kind of bluff, and suggested that a legendary monster of a lower order could have appeared there. The villain frowned menacingly and said that such an enemy could never be defeated by a first-level person. The protagonist silently scratched the back of his head. The man explained that he probably stole the rune from a hunter with a god-chosen profession and took the victory for himself. The guard smiled nervously, and he had every reason to accuse the newcomer of killing Sansi. Showdown threw up his hands and asked how he dared to talk about his comrade like that, and said that he had enough strength to deal with any enemy. Yetin turned around. The man in black wondered where he could get such strength from, and suggested that he simply held out until the end thanks to Sansi, and then betrayed him, because there could be no other explanation. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked him to check the body of the god-chosen hunter for traces of weapons, and stop these baseless accusations. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that they would not be able to find his corpse. The brute came out of the dungeon and reported that the notifications at the beginning reported that the abyss was empty and that there were no remains of monsters anywhere. The scoundrel frowned tensely and asked if this was some kind of bug. Closing his eyes, the young man said that they would not be able to find any evidence and explained that the other test participants were not his concern, so accusations of murder were of no use here. The man frowned angrily and realized that he could do nothing without proof. The player raised his hand and asked if he had passed the test. The guard gritted his teeth and said that he was sorry to admit it. The man in black spread his arms and congratulated the newcomer on passing the World Guild's assessment as a hunter, adding that according to the assessment, he was entitled to an all-powerful license. Xingran stepped forward and explained that he now had the right to join regular hunter groups. The girl frowned and reminded him that this was not all. The people's mouths dropped open in shock, as they did not expect to see her in such a place. The scoundrel ran up to the guest and asked what brought her here, since such an important person should not be here. The woman pointed at him and said that those who had received the golden rune could apply to create their own separate group, which meant that the newcomer did not have to join anything. The huntress approached her companion and asked if he had mentioned her name when he came here. The protagonist replied in the negative. Yetin lowered his gaze and admitted that he had simply forgotten about it. The swordswoman asked what was wrong with him. With her eyes shining, Xingran reminded him that the registration day for the World Guild's hunter groups was coming soon and that the owner of the golden rune could apply, and concluded that the employee had kept silent about it on purpose. Raising his hand, the man said that he had no intention of doing anything wrong, and explained that he was going to give the golden rune to a stronger person. Showdown, his mouth wide open, asked why they couldn't give the rune to his boss, and suggested that all they knew was how to take what they wanted by force. The players surrounded him, saying that there was nothing fair about this test from the start, and that the organizers could not do anything honest. Pointing at the guy, the guard said that even if he had the golden rune, people would think he had simply stolen it, and added that a person would need at least B-rank strength to create their own party. His colleague took out his phone. The man in black reminded him that the newcomer was only level D, and said that they would laugh at him if he dared to show the rune to the elders of the World Guild. With his mouth wide open, his comrade announced that the energy crystal was recording huge jumps in attributes, and said that the indicators were close to the upper limit. The phone exploded in his hands. The scoundrel asked what this meant. The man's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist looked at him menacingly. The guard asked what was wrong, and asked him not to approach so suddenly. The man in black trembled with fear. His colleague asked how this was possible, because the indicators continued to rise, and suggested that it was some kind of malfunction. Enveloped in dark energy, Yetin said that he had heard enough of the insults, and did not intend to argue with them anymore, and explained that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble during a regular test. Squinting in fear, the scoundrel felt a colossal pressure from the lower depths of the abyss and asked if the newcomer really wanted to attack the organizers. The guy summoned a clod of energy in his hand and said that he just wanted to take what was rightfully his. A dark aura swirled around his hand. The golden rune jumped out of the man's hands and soared into the air. It ended up in the hands of the owner. Looking at the crystal hanging in the air, the guard concluded that the device was acting up when it showed results, and suggested using the energy crystal. The stone glowed. The man in black noticed that it was unstable, as if it was about to explode. The young man's eyes flashed and asked if they really had any doubts about what he was worthy of. The streams of dark aura knocked the scoundrel down. His colleague reported that the crystal exploded, but not before showing an S+ rank. The player turned away and suggested that they find a better way to measure strength, so as not to make a mistake again. The man, wide-eyed, asked if the newcomer was hiding his true strength, and stated that it was simply impossible. Xingran patted her friend on the shoulder, and said that she knew this test would be too easy for him. The guard concluded that he was not lying, since he had such a close relationship with the heiress of the Liu family. The girl smiled and explained that the organizers would have greeted her comrade more respectfully if he had equipment with him, and mentioned her name. The garbage man looked down and suggested that convincing them that they were good acquaintances would clearly be more difficult than resolving the issue with brute force. Showdown extended his hand to the woman and said that it was an honor to meet her. The protagonist introduced him and explained that he also came to take the test. The huntress remembered that they had met before. The boy smiled widely and said that he participated in her birthday party as one of the artists. Xingran looked down sadly and asked if she was talking about the banquet that turned into a disaster because of the terrible rap performance. The bard asked if she didn't like it. The girl approached her friend and suggested that they celebrate his successful completion of the test by throwing a party at his house. Yetin's mouth dropped open in shock and asked what he meant at his house. The guy sat down on the ground and explained that he rented a small apartment on the first floor and that his girlfriend would probably laugh about it. The woman asked what happened to him. She frowned and decided to give up on the idea since it was inconvenient for him. The young man replied that everything was fine. The player frowned furiously and thought that she should never know about this. Raising his hand, the garbage man suggested that they would probably have a wonderful performance and program, and said that he would be glad if his friend came to visit him. Turning away, the huntress suggested seeing him tomorrow evening and said that she would look forward to the moment when she could give him a gift. Xingran smiled and said goodbye to her friend. The guys waved after the car leaving. The protagonist smiled happily and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Yetin squinted his eyes in displeasure and concluded that he urgently needed to find a way to change his appearance. In the evening, lights were on in the windows of the houses. When the guy entered the apartment, Xiao asked if he was on a date. The young man answered that it could be called that. The girl suggested that the place of the date was the abyss, and his companion was a goblin or an orc. The girl frowned furiously and was angry that her brother had lied to her again. The player claimed that at least he had returned safe and sound. His sister asked him not to lie and explained that he needed to go to the hospital with his wounds. The garbage man ran into the room and shouted that it was just a couple of scratches. Xiao puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Water was dripping from the shower. Blood was dripping onto the tiles along with it. There were many cuts on the protagonist's back. Looking down, Yetin concluded that his sister had not noticed that his health was almost at zero, and thought that old and new injuries had become health points that could not be healed. The guy looked at his status window and realized that he needed a few months' break for everything to return to normal. The reincarnation button appeared on the system window. The young man remembered what happened after winning Damast. Reward cards appeared above the dead Dark Elf King. The player spread his arms. The system reported that the user had won. The garbage man smiled and was glad that he had managed to cope with this. The card with the image of a gravity vortex lit up. The protagonist slyly frowned and concluded that this time he had hit the jackpot. The system suggested that he had 140 attribute points available. Yetin clicked on the window and decided to distribute them equally. The guy looked at the characteristics and noticed that the plus sign turned gray when all his indicators reached the mark of 512. The young man clicked on the plus and found out that the attributes had reached the limit and that they could not be increased. The player lowered his hands. The notification said that the conditions for reincarnation had been reached, which allows you to reset the level to 0 and increase the attribute level limit. Standing in the shower, the garbage man realized that he would have to do this to cross the growth threshold, and thought that he would return to where he started. Looking at the system window, the protagonist decided that now that he was in a safe place, he could forget about his fears and try to use reincarnation. In the memory, the test organizer smiled widely and said that people would laugh at him and think that he was a murderer and a swindler. Squinting, Yetin thought about how much sweat and blood he had shed to become stronger, and realized that his real goal was still too far away. The guy frowned confidently and concluded that he could not afford to be limited in height, so this obstacle had to be overcome. The young man stretched out his arm more strongly and wanted to become even stronger than before. Xiao's eyes widened in shock when she heard a scream from the bathroom. Reincarnation was successful. The player's mouth dropped open in surprise and he noticed that he did not have to start from scratch. The garbage man saw that all his wounds and scars had disappeared. The girl went into the bathroom and asked where the blood stains on his clothes were coming from. The protagonist looked at her in fear. The girl opened her mouth in horror and screamed. An explosion was heard in their house. The transformer turned into a bear and asked how this could happen. Yetin realized that now they needed a new house. People gathered at the equipment auction house in Shifeng City. The guy opened the system window in front of him. A variety of items could fall out of the abyss, so before selling or buying them, they had to be carefully checked. At auctions, the best equipment was taken by rich people from different classes. Approaching the guest, the guard asked what he was doing there and explained that unknown people were not allowed here. The young man frowned and replied that he brought equipment for evaluation in order to give it to the auction. The man asked if he was really an item collector. The man in black pointed his finger at the visitor and asked what his level was. The player squinted and realized that he couldn't impress him even if he reached his maximum level, and replied that he was level 1. The guard took him outside and asked if he knew that it was noticeable because only the richest people spent money in this auction house because the equipment on display here was of the highest quality. The garbage man pulled out a dagger and offered to check his things first, and then talk. Putting his hand in his pocket, the man asked if all the trash needed to be appraised, and decided to do him a favor anyway. He pulled out a calculator and put a 0 on the screen. The guard knocked the dagger out of the visitor's hands and said that he wasn't even going to charge money for working with this junk. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened, noticing that something was wrong, and he saw that the knife was very sharp. The auction employee looked at it through a magnifying glass. His eyes lit up when he recognized that it was a unique item. The card with the dagger's image glowed, and its description appeared. The guard picked it up and apologized for making a mistake and not seeing it. The protagonist grinned when the man said that he almost missed a unique piece of equipment that was worthy of everyone's attention. Half an hour later, the office door was opened. Yetin dusted off his hands and realized that his sister would have to live in a hotel for a couple of days, and he would have to live in the owner's basement. Sitting on the bed, the guy decided that his tiny savings would not be enough for a new incident at their home, and thought that now he had 200 yuan left, since the repairs to the house cost 2 million. Weapon cards appeared in the inventory. The young man wanted to sell the equipment, because he urgently needed money. The player looked at the system window and remembered that the market is full of high quality, but not the best equipment, and that most people buy one set of equipment and do not change it. The scavenger raised his hand and realized that in the eyes of the rich, such items would still look like trash, so there was not much demand for them. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. The icon of the Reforging altar appeared on the screen. Yetin clicked on it and wondered if the stations from the abyss could be used in the outside world. The guy looked up. Something fell from the crack that opened under the ceiling. A Reforging altar appeared in the room. The young man was surprised that it actually appeared here. A card engulfed in dark energy appeared in his hand. The blade of the long sword began to shine. The player realized that he could turn a rare item into a legendary 1 in 3 reforges, and remembered that the price of an item becomes 10 times more with each increase in value. The blade sank into the flames. The scavenger thought that it would fetch 10,000 yuan on the black market, and decided to use it as trash for practice. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when the system reported that the reforging had failed. Yetin assumed that it was because the equipment's value was too low, and took out a gauntlet card that was worth at least 100,000 yuan. The burnt gauntlet flew into the air, and the guy asked how this was possible. The young man cried when he realized that he had lost a whole 100,000. The player squinted and decided that if it wasn't the equipment, then the problem was with the altar itself or some strange mechanism. A system window appeared nearby with the inscription unknown, and the scavenger wondered where it came from. He widened his eyes and used the all-seeing eye to find out what it was. A blue flame appeared on the altar, and the system reported that the user would be revealed his true identity. A monster skull appeared from the flame, and the description said that the higher the value of the equipment, the lower the chance of reforging success. Smiling, the protagonist concluded that this reforging station was specially designed for trash, and assumed that he was cursed by some god of trash, since all his rewards without exception were some kind of trash. Fire burst out of the eye sockets of the skull. Looking at it, Yetin decided that if only trash was forged on the altar, then it was created especially for him. The guy raised his hand and decided to throw a long sword there. His card shone. The young man swung his hammer. Sparks rained down from the blow. Instead of an ordinary sword card, a unique blade appeared, enchanted with fire and darkness. With his mouth open in surprise, the player realized that this was a collectible item, the likes of which did not exist anywhere else, and decided that this altar was a real divine artifact. Holding a hammer in his hands, the garbage man assumed that this installation would become a money-printing machine, considering how much trash had accumulated in his inventory. The protagonist hit the altar with force and decided to get to work. A fiery card of a unique bow and its description appeared. Yetin struck the anvil with his hammer again. A burning unique staff made of the roots of an ancient tree appeared next. The guy swung his hand. The card of a unique hammer caught fire. The young man successfully reforged one after another. Sitting down on the box, he concluded that he had used up all the trash equipment, and calculated that he had dozens of unique items in the end. Looking at the notification, the player realized that he could gain experience without killing monsters, and noticed that he had missed the hardest stage for those who changed their profession in just a few hours. The garbage man grinned and decided that he only had to figure out how to turn the equipment into money using his new license. The heroes were sitting at the table in the office. The auction house employee smiled broadly and asked where the client got all these things from. Frowning, the protagonist realized that it was better not to tell the truth, and replied that being a level 1 did not prevent him from collecting quality equipment. Blushing, the man said that it was quite possible, and explained that collectors were not divided by level, but by their taste, and his items were very powerful, which proved his strength. Yetin summoned dark energy, and said that he still had many things that the auction could buy. Many unique cards flew out of the rift. The guard's mouth opened in shock. He spread his arms and asked his colleagues to prepare a room for VIPs and a platinum VIP membership. The guy approached the office. Holding a gold card in his hands, the young man wondered if this was all that VIP clients were entitled to. Suddenly, a passing man pushed him. The stranger looked around and asked the player to look around. The garbage man raised his hand and apologized. The man noticed that he didn't look like the type of person who usually came to such places. The hunter crossed his arms and asked him to state his name and group. The protagonist introduced himself as a loner. Showing him his badge, Xiao introduced himself and said that now he understood why his offender looked so poor, because he didn't have a group. Squinting, Yetin remembered that all the members of Tattoos were obsessed with war, and that only berserkers fixated on strength got in, and concluded that he shouldn't argue with him. The guy turned away and apologized again. Putting a sword to his neck, the villain asked if he really thought he could just tell him to go through and leave calmly, and reminded him that only members of high-ranking guilds used this entrance, and such weaklings should line up for the same nonentities. The young man looked up and said that this house was run by a world guild, so using force would be punished. The man narrowed his eyes and asked how a loser like him could possibly get the right to walk the same road with him. Opening his mouth wide, the hunter called the security and asked them to throw the man out of the auction house. The employee peeked around the corner and realized he had hit a gold mine. Running up to the player, he asked why the customer entered through the common room and said that he should have used the platinum entrance. Xiao frowned menacingly and asked if this was some kind of mistake. The man ordered the security guards to restrain him. The guards pinned the scoundrel, who was still shouting, against the wall. The auction house employee apologized for what happened. The garbage man replied that everything was fine. The hunter looked back and said that no one would dare to treat a Tattoos member like that. The guard explained that this establishment belonged to a world guild, so his membership could be revoked for disorderly conduct. Smiling, the man said that his client could drop by the auction, and doubted that the low-level items on display would interest him. Looking away, the protagonist said that his view of things was a little different from other people, and suggested that he could find treasure where others would see trash. The employee spread his arms and agreed with him. In the center of the luxurious hall stood a huge crystal. People were sitting at the table and discussing the fact that the auction house had put up for sale a batch of unique equipment, which was immediately sold out, and the price of each item started at 1,000,000 yuan. The rich man smiled broadly and said that these people had the financial strength of their hunting parties. Yetin narrowed his eyes and thought that his equipment had sold out very quickly at the auction, and he decided to forge something and put it up here if he suddenly ran out of money. Standing by the crystal, the auctioneer explained that all the equipment put up here would be undefined, so it could be valuable or junk, so there would be no returns or exchanges after the auction. The man raised his hand and suggested starting a blind auction right then and there. The card with the ring on it lit up, and the employee announced that its starting price was 500,000 yuan. The guy grinned and called him very curious. Sitting on the balcony, the young man thought that usually the warm-up items were put up first, and that the real treasures would follow. The player narrowed his eyes slyly and decided to participate to rock the party. The garbage man leaned on his hand and bet 1 million. Xiao gritted his teeth and said that this broken ring was worth nothing. The host asked if anyone wanted to raise the bet. The people sitting at the table were discussing that the Platinum VIP was willing to give 1 million for the ring, assuming that the person who could pay the membership fee was well versed in such things. Someone raised a sign and increased the bet by 100,000. The guest opened his mouth wide and bet 1,400,000, but his bet was immediately outbid. Yetin raised his eyebrows and said that he was willing to pay 2.5 million. The guild member guessed that this must definitely be a treasure. Xiao gritted his teeth and decided that he could not stand aside. Slamming his hand on the table, the hunter bet 3 million and said that this price was unbeatable. The guy grinned and increased the bet by another million. The scoundrel clutched the tablet in his hands and insulted him. The subordinate asked him not to act on emotion, because 4 million for an unspecified ring was robbery. The man frowned in displeasure and explained that he could not let him win, because this ring must be very valuable. The tattoos member picked up the tablet and bet 5 million. The guest opened his mouth in surprise and said that usually the price for unique equipment starts from 5 million. The old man suggested that a small group could go bankrupt if they bet so much money on an unspecified ring. Pointing a finger at his competitor, Xiao decided that several million was his maximum, and asked how he thought he could compete with him and a large guild behind him. The young man slyly knitted his eyebrows. The player raised his index finger and bet 10 million. Clenching his fist, the hunter did not believe that a lone wolf could spend such money so easily, and said that 10 million would be enough to create an average group. The host put his finger on the earpiece. The scoundrel demanded to check the VIP customer's bank account, because they also had to follow the rules and not violate the auction procedure. The auction employee spread his arms and said that the bid had been checked. People could not believe that this man had more than 10 million in his account. The man gritted his teeth and decided not to let some stranger act so arrogantly. Xiao frowned menacingly and remembered that he represented the honor of the A+ rank Tattoos Guild. The garbage man smiled slyly. The hunter thought that he would not let him act so arrogantly. The scoundrel grinned and increased the bid. The protagonist stepped on the fence and bet 100 million. These words knocked the man off his feet. Clasping his hands, Yetin decided that he had nothing to lose, because he had the opportunity to create unique things for the same amount, and asked if that was all. The host raised his index finger and began counting. The Tattoos Guild member bared his teeth furiously and realized that the man was determined to buy the ring even for that price, and assumed that it might be an extremely valuable artifact. In the memory, when he was pinned against the wall, the guy said that he would find treasure where everyone else saw only trash. After that, the auction employee spread his arms and asked him to follow him. Xiao frowned sternly and decided that this was clearly an artifact of sky-high value that was worthy of representing the guild, since otherwise the VIP would not have bet so much money on it. The scoundrel stepped forward when the host finished counting. The hunter climbed onto the table and bet 200 million. The guests opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding why he did this, because his group would go broke if he spent that amount. Spreading his arms, the man asked if his competitor did not have enough money to raise the bid, and wanted to show him the financial power of the big guilds. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that he would give him the ring. The Tattoos Guild member concluded that his opponent simply did not deserve this ring. The employee asked how they would explain to the boss that they spent 200 million on just one ring. Xiao gave him a thumbs up and explained that this artifact clearly had divine value and that his analytics were not lying. The scoundrel raised his hands up when the host congratulated him on winning the auction. Smiling, Yetin thought about the chance of an unspecified piece of equipment being legendary. The green card of the trash ring glowed. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and realized that he knew how much this item was worth thanks to the all-seeing eye skill. The hunter picked up the card and wished for it to become a divine item so that everyone would see what they had missed. The card dissipated into thin air. It turned into a glittering iron ring. The man smiled nervously and looked at him. He opened his mouth wide and asked how this was possible. Approaching the host, the Tattoos Guild member blamed the boy for everything and demanded that he return his money. Xiao smiled and said that he was joking when he bet those 200 million and suggested that it was a mistake. Throwing a stern look at him, the auction employee explained that the client was acting on behalf of the guild, so within 24 hours of the transaction, they would demand payment, and if the full amount was not paid, the guild would be severely punished and either dissolved or suspended. The guards took the scoundrel away, The man said that since the bet was extremely high, they would find someone to bring him to the association and get all their money. The hunter waved his hand, blaming the player for everything. The guest lowered the corners of his lips and said that the Platinum VIP had just razed an entire guild to the ground without spilling a drop of blood. His comrade called him creepy. The host raised his hand and decided to continue the auction. The wild transformation necklace sparkled. Squinting, the garbage man realized that it would suit his sister perfectly, and decided to haggle for it. The protagonist smiled and put 1 yuan on it. Looking at him from the audience, the customers assumed that the Platinum VIP was preparing to make another victim, since he had already managed to make the tattoo's mad blade end up under lock and key. The man stood by the crystal. People were in no hurry to raise their bids. Someone assumed that the auction house had hired this man for their own interests. The employee smiled nervously and asked if no one would really make a bid. The guard opened his mouth in surprise and concluded that only a completely stupid person would fall for such a deception. Grinning, Yetin wondered if no one was bidding more because he confirmed that he had a lot of money, and decided that sometimes misunderstandings can also be unexpectedly useful. The host raised his hand and congratulated the mysterious VIP participant on taking the wild transformation necklace for 1 yuan. The guy looked at the people at the table. They did not understand how he managed to buy a unique artifact for such money. Someone was indignant that he did not raise the bid. The young man looked at the phone screen. It showed a message that the proceeds of this auction amounted to 180 million. The player smiled and realized that now he had the opportunity to buy something really good. At night, the lights were on in the windows of the houses. Someone told him that these were the best apartments in the city, especially for the rich, with a view of the most luxurious area in the center. Smiling, the girl explained that real estate of this level is designed for the richest people, and suggested not to take into account such unaffordable options, because they also have ordinary apartments. Standing in front of the model, the garbage man asked her not to offer anything else, and said that he would take this penthouse. The woman opened her mouth in surprise and warned him that with his current credit rating, he could not afford a loan of 100 million yuan. The protagonist scratched his chin and replied that he would pay the full amount in cash in advance. Yetin looked away and added that everything should be ready by noon, because he wanted to move into the penthouse today. The heroes entered the apartment. Showdown asked how his friend managed to move into a private mansion in just 1 day, and wondered since when he had the opportunity to afford such a huge house. The guy looked away and said that it was so spacious that his sister wouldn't even break through the ceiling if she transformed. Xiao asked if he really bought this house for her. The boy asked if this room was too big. The young man went to the window and promised to never let his sister suffer again. After a while, the bard was sitting on the sofa, and the girl was lying on the table. The heroes went out to the balcony. Xingran noticed that her friend seemed to have changed. The player replied that he came out here to get some air. Looking ahead, the garbage man was indignant that even in the most luxurious apartments, the city smog did not go away. The girl asked if his current situation did not make him happy. The woman congratulated him on receiving his license, and the protagonist looked back and thanked her. The huntress handed him the crystal and said it was a gift. Yetin smiled widely and asked if it was the same stone. The swordswoman closed her eyes and confirmed it, and explained that she had kept it for several years and wore it every time she entered the abyss. Looking at the city at night, Xingran explained that the crystal reminded her that there were people in the world who did not want to resign themselves to their fate, and who were willing to challenge it even at the cost of their lives. The girl smiled and said that she believed that she could get out of any trouble unharmed with him, and the guy agreed that survival was partly a matter of luck. The woman looked at her friend and said that she realized that luck had almost no effect on this after his words. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that it was better to show than to explain, adding that this way he could shut up his opponent without saying a word. Looking back, the huntress explained that people did not understand that her achievements were the result of hard work, not the upbringing of the Lu family, and stated that she only wanted to be respected for her merits. The player looked at the crystal, and the swordswoman said that its value could not be expressed in numbers. Xingran smiled widely and explained that she did not care where he lived or what kind of car he drove, because she liked an incredibly strong guy who collected trash. Her eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist stated that getting rich overnight was not very interesting, adding that he simply needed a lot of money for the business they had recently discussed. Yetin squeezed the crystal in his hand and reminded him that he could form his own group of hunters. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that this would require a large investment. The boy opened a portal and explained that he wanted to create his own group to get to the most difficult areas of the abyss. The young man took out a golden rune and declared that he should become a law himself if he could not adapt to the rules of the game of this world. A confident grin appeared on his face. In the evenings, lights were on in the windows of multi-story buildings. The player went outside to throw out the trash. Looking down, the protagonist was indignant that the trash can was so far away and wondered if rich people really didn't have trash. Someone approached him from behind and asked which house he was a servant from. Holding a banana in his hand, the stranger explained that the servants in this expensive building disposed of their trash elsewhere, adding that if anyone saw this, they would think that they lived like poor people. Yetin introduced himself as the owner of the local apartments and extended his hand. The man looked at it puzzledly. He silently gave the boy the banana peel. The young man dropped it immediately. The neighbor asked how one of the owners could take out the trash himself and called him a servant. Turning away, the big guy asked him to clean up the place and said that he never wanted to see him again. The player summoned a cloud of energy in his hand. Waves of dark aura picked up the hunter's body. The garbage man squinted and reminded him that this was his trash. The protagonist pulled the scoundrel towards him and asked him to pick up the peel. The stranger hit his head on the ground. The man gritted his teeth and asked how a simple servant dared to do this to him. Yetin looked down at him. The system reported that the victim of suppression was immobilized by brute force. The guy looked down and repeated his words. Dark energy enveloped the neighbor's body. The big guy bared his teeth furiously and began to threaten the offender. The system prompted that the user used the power of a titan. The young man leaned towards him. The notification said that the power of a titan does not allow the effect of the legendary body control skill to be removed. The hunter's eyes widened and he asked where he got such a strong ability. The player narrowed his eyes and said that the gravity vortex was inherited from a legendary monster, and this skill was much stronger than what they learned in academies. The scoundrel frowned menacingly and was indignant that the servant who was taking out the trash attacked him from behind. The garbage man opened his mouth wide and ordered him to pick up the peel. A powerful aura pinned the stranger to the ground. The man cried in horror and agreed. The protagonist waved his hand and threw him aside. The neighbor fell onto the trash cans. Yetin turned away and concluded that even in the rich districts, troubles are everywhere. Walking down the street, the guy said on the phone that he had some business in an old house and that he needed to pick up something from there. Day had come. The sun's rays illuminated the park. The young man entered the room. The player sat down by the bed and said that the older the house, the more comfortable it is. The man approached him and explained that he could no longer rent the apartment to him because a rich man had bought the house and the land and paid a 50-year lease. The garbage man smiled and said that he was the rich man. Clouds floated above the parliament building. Sitting in the office, the stranger asked if someone had actually cheated tattoos out of 200 million. His interlocutor replied that they had blamed Xiao for everything under the pretext that the bet was his personal and illegal. Crossing his arms, the man said that they had invested in the guild financially, so they did not need any problems now, and asked who the second buyer was. The old man narrowed his eyes and replied that the unknown person had appeared at the hunter evaluation and had received a full license there. Sitting opposite his comrade, the hunter added that this person was also related to the Blood Oath group, which no longer exists. The scoundrel pointed to the sparkling crystal and said that they had managed to detect the fluctuations of its energy. The stranger introduced the grinning Caesar and explained that the traces of magic at the scene of his death and in the testing room were incredibly similar. The man looked at the status window and asked if this was the owner of a special profession. Looking away, the old man said that a special profession that is not displayed on the list can easily destroy the current hierarchy, and added that if the rules do not control him, then he is their enemy. The hunter looked at the crystal and asked his friend not to worry about it. The protagonist approached the building. The scoundrel called their organization gods and explained that according to the rules of the god, everyone must play their role. Yetin entered the spacious hall. Holding a golden rune in his hands, the guy said that he would like to create a hunting party. Looking at him, the employee asked if he knew the requirements for forming a hunting party, and said that he needed to pay 50 million yuan in registered capital to the World Guild. Looking at the computer screen, the girl added that the hunting party needed to obtain qualifications and that they would only be allowed to enter the abyss zones that the World Guild allowed them to explore, and the young man replied that he would pay in cash. Raising her hand, the woman explained that those who were preparing to apply for membership were in the hall, and suggested that the visitor take a look there to find the team members, because he still needed to find 4 more members. Information about a group called the Garbage House appeared on the screen. Looking at the board, the hunter asked what kind of stupid name it was, and said that there was no point in joining small teams at the start, especially since there was only one person. The employee closed her eyes and explained that the system had assigned a team for E-rank work, processing low-level resources, and added that for now, she could only help the main team. The protagonist looked ahead and asked if he would have to pick up trash again. The stranger approached him from behind and called it a coincidence that he had taken out the trash the last time they met, and would now pick it up. The man smiled broadly and said that today, his neighbor would know how much it would cost to humiliate him for the sake of fleeting pleasure, and he wanted his life to become hell. Yetin looked back, and the people around him realized that this was Tianlin's son from the Senate, who had recently assembled his own team that had passed the A-rank certification. The guard took a sip from his mug and explained that everyone who had gotten in his way had ended badly, meaning the new group could be disbanded immediately after being created. The guy smiled and said that he was there on business and that personal grievances should not be resolved here. Gritting his teeth, the scoundrel declared that they would not resolve anything so easily and promised to make him fall at his feet and swear to recycle only the trash after his group. The people tried to restrain the angry hunter when the young man noted that his neighbor himself was not worth recycling. Fire engulfed Xian. His comrades asked him to calm down and suggested that this man would disband the team because he could not recruit people. Showdown pushed the passerby away and said that he wanted to join his comrades' group. The bodyguard looked at his boss and declared that this man did not even know how to buff. The player put his hands in his pockets and asked if his friend who had already passed the exam was still afraid of not being able to find a group. The boy replied that a regular group would not accept a person with his reputation. The bard smiled widely and explained that he would do anything for his friend. The garbage man frowned and asked if no group had agreed to accept him. The hunter replied that his attempts to find something through advertisements had been unsuccessful and explained that due to their conflict with Xian, it would be very difficult for the group to develop. The protagonist smiled and said that it was not that important because even collecting garbage would be good for them. Raising his hand, Yetin reminded that those who called themselves the main forces would be the ones to directly fight the monsters and asked what would be left for them if they picked up trash. Showdown suggested that he already had some kind of plan. The boy raised his eyebrows and explained that even with money, not all problems can be solved, but everyone respects strength without exception. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man confirmed this and said that he would only take 10 people who showed themselves to be the best. People came running to him, wanting to join his group. The boy frowned and realized that they just wanted to get closer to Tianlin, despite their high level. The brute raised his hand and was glad that at least someone had a head on their shoulders. His subordinates looked around and noticed that a famous huntress was standing at the reception desk. Yiling puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and asked if someone really created a group on the last day. The bard opened his eyes wide and remembered that this was the same sorceress who passed the assessment. The player asked if she really was the one who could use an explosion with a snap of her fingers. Looking back, the hunter told her that in the abyss, this girl had caused the most damage and brought them an easy victory, and offered to try to lure her into the group. The garbage man agreed. Showdown fixed his hair and said that he would succeed. At that moment, Xian approached the woman and called out to her. The magician sat down on the sofa. The man invited her to his group, explaining that such a nice lady would definitely serve as an adornment to their team, and said that no one in their right mind would go to the garbage man's house. The boy opened his mouth in displeasure and was indignant that the enemy was the first to attack. The sorceress frowned and said that she had already chosen a group for herself. Spreading his arms, the villain asked why such a strong sorceress would go to the garbage men, and said that in such a team she would only waste her talent collecting junk. Aileen extended her hand to the protagonist and said that his group had a good name. The girl pursed her lips and asked him to take her with him. After shaking her hand, Yetin introduced himself and welcomed her to the scavenger's house group. The woman awkwardly looked down. The boy offered to give her something to eat. The mage turned away and said that she didn't want to eat. The receptionist raised her head when the boy asked if he could order food here and asked him to wait a bit. The guys sat on the sofas in the waiting room. Xian gritted his teeth and asked why the sorceress refused his offer. His subordinate suggested that something was wrong with her and said that they had enough mages in the team anyway. The heroes looked around when someone asked them to move aside. Suddenly, their eyes widened in fear. The guys tore themselves away from their food and looked away. Ming looked away in embarrassment. They met the gaze of a player sitting nearby. Someone said that this was the person who killed all the members of his party and called him cursed. The scavenger frowned and decided that it was true. The man approached him and told him that he had sensed his presence in the World Guild headquarters and remembered that there was an unfinished battle between them. The protagonist smiled and asked if he wanted to join their party. Yiling's mouth opened in horror when the hunter took a piece of her cake. The warrior frowned and asked if Yetin had the courage to accept it. The system reported that his luck was significantly reduced and that this curse affected all creatures around him. The heroes were sitting opposite each other. Due to this effect, people can fail checks and take damage, and the items that monsters drop are of worse quality. Looking ahead, the Heart of the Hunt member explained that this is the reason why the mercenary does not even wear equipment. The scoundrel said that no one needs such a member. The guy asked if he always got bad equipment. Taking another piece of cake, woman confirmed this and asked if it mattered. Showdown tried to calm his angry friend down. The man explained that he made his living doing errands for clients, so he didn't really care about the quality of the items. The young man gave a thumbs up and declared that it was just fine. Extending his hand to his friend, the player explained that his special talent was exactly what they were looking for, and thought that the worse the item, the better the reforging would be. Xian smirked and asked if he was completely crazy. His subordinate suggested that the scavenger was completely desperate to accept someone who would lower the luck of the entire party. Pursing his lips, the warrior said that the abyss would swallow the entire team and scatter them like dust in the wind, and declared that the main character should only die by his hand. The mercenary rose to his feet and agreed to join the party. Yetin asked him to prepare for disappointment, because nothing would happen to his party. The villain frowned menacingly and told him that this man always returned from the abyss alone because his entire team died, for which he was called unlucky. Xian asked if his neighbor would really hire him. Woming stretched out his hands and said that he was hungry. Yiling promised to kill him if he took her food again. The guy said that the waiter would come soon. The young man grinned and thought that he had to find one more person to gather the minimum composition and get approval before the end of the term. It began to sunset outside. The guys were still sitting in the waiting room. Showdown narrowed his eyes with displeasure and concluded that their group was not popular. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that they themselves were spoiling it. The scoundrel smiled widely and reminded them that their application would be cancelled if they did not have the required number of members, adding that he had personally informed the review team that their team was to be disbanded due to personality flaws. Pointing at the enemy, the hunter declared that from now on he would not be able to lead the party and go into the abyss, and asked if his neighbor regretted his decision. The player turned to him and explained that he already had enough members. The bard narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Xiao smiled widely and called him a puny chicken. Yetin looked away. The man called her a stupid woman. Rolled his eyes. The scoundrel said that he could tell the difference between 5 and 4, so his party was still missing one member. The scavenger smirked and declared that there were 5 of them. Someone ran up to the heroes and apologized for being late in the abyss. Xingran put her weapon on her shoulder and declared that she would go with them anywhere. The girl approached the heart-hunting group. The hunter's mouth dropped open when he heard that Lu's company was one of the sponsors of the World League, and asked how the two could be in the same party. The woman sat down on the sofa next to the warrior. The party member explained that she had given up on the family's training program, which is why they wouldn't give her access to their special resources. The hunter approached the boss and asked if they should wait, since the guild hadn't assigned them any scavengers yet. Xiao turned away and explained that they were going on an A-rank mission, and there was no need for scavengers there because monsters only dropped valuable items. Standing at the front desk, the receptionist congratulated the visitor on successfully founding a party, and informed him that the scavenger house could now accept job offers. The protagonist placed his hand on the counter, and asked if they could follow the heart of the hunt and take on all the scavenging work. The man pointed at him and asked if their A-rank team really wanted to go on an A-rank mission. Yetin replied that the group's rank had no effect on the Abyss's rank, so they could easily apply for the vacancy. The administrator handed him the documents and approved the application. The scoundrel was outraged that his neighbor dared to use loopholes in the rules. Smiling widely, the guy suggested that they cast aside their prejudices and just work together, and reminded him that this was an A-rank abyss with a good income. The hunter waved him off and reluctantly agreed to take him along. Xiao turned away and promised to make sure that he only got trash. The youth smirked and declared that he would listen and obey. Showdown waved his hand and asked if his friend really volunteered to be his slave. The player denied it, and explained that only with the status of a scavenger can one enter any abyss without restrictions. The protagonist looked at his comrade and added that even with the worst clearances, they can access the abyss of the best rank. The boy said that he expected nothing else from his friend. The guys looked around when Yetin said that in the abyss of the heart of hunting there is a key to the Black Tower. The guy sat down on the sofa and said that the key was on one of the missions, so they were probably given this work through connections. Woman looked away and explained that the rewards of the Black Tower depended on the number of floors passed, and that there you can remove the curse or get medicine for incurable diseases. Frowning, Yetin added that you can bring back to life those who died in the abyss there, and said that countless groups tried to get the key to the Black Tower, but they could not. Xingran winked and said that those who finally succeeded were now among the strongest. Bard smiled and asked if this tower could make him a superstar. The boys simultaneously replied that even it could not do that. Showdown closed his eyes and said that he would become stronger so that they would stop complaining. The player grinned and explained that if they were lucky, they would find the key first while the heart of the hunt was in the vanguard. The girl pointed at him and asked if he had planned everything, even her appearance. Scratching his cheek, the scavenger denied it and said that he thought the group would be able to recruit people easily. The boys stared at him in amazement. There was a portal in the mountains. The day of the A-rank Abyss mission had arrived. The heroes came out of the rift. The boy adjusted his cloak and was surprised that there was a sky in this dungeon. The bard spread his arms and asked if there wasn't supposed to be a closed space. The protagonist came out of the portal and explained that sometimes there are open-world abysses with no rooms or signs, but they are much more dangerous because you can get lost in them. Yetin looked back and asked if his friends had decided to dress up for the mission. Island replied that they needed to protect their skin from the sun. The party found themselves in the mountains, and the hunter began to sing a song about endless wastelands and winds. Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and said that he hated such open spaces because they would have to walk a long time to find their target. The sorcerer opened a scroll and said that there should be an oasis in the center of the abyss, and a fortress in it. The man looked to the side and noticed that this did not look like an A-rank dungeon at all, because there was not a single monster here. The warrior looked at the sky and saw birds circling in flocks, as if ready to attack at any moment. The archer closed one eye. The reflection of the approaching birds appeared in his pupils. The harpies spread their wings. Someone ordered the others to prepare for battle. A member of the group raised his shield and called on his comrades to hide behind it, because these creatures always have an advantage when attacking from the air. The soldier looked at the scavenger's house and asked why they did not hide and whether they were tired of living. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what they had to be afraid of, because in general the birdmen were harmless, except for the fact that they could lift and throw victims from a height. The fighter opened his mouth wide and shouted that if any of them were captured, it would only be because they did not hold their position. Holding a shield in his hands, the tank asked how they dared to mock the main part of their group and said that they were lucky that the boss allowed them to collect their garbage. The birds stuck out their tongues in anticipation. The warriors entered the battle with them. The archer fired an arrow into the sky. The harpy grabbed him by the shoulders. The defender turned around and noticed that the enemy was trying to drag his comrade away. The man pushed himself off the ground. The hunter jumped up, but he couldn't reach his comrade. Yiling looked ahead through her sunglasses. At that moment, the monster exploded. The archer fell to the ground. The girl came out onto the cliff and said that she thought the heart of the hunt was the real elite. The woman blew on her fingers and suggested that some of its members were just there for show. The archer gritted his teeth and explained that he hadn't had time to find cover because they distracted him. Yetin narrowed his eyes and asked if the main forces of their group always didn't hold their position and shifted the blame to others. Several birds flew towards him. The tank ran forward. The man asked him to stop to see if the scavengers could hold their position. The guy looked away silently. The harpy licked her lips contentedly. The young man just grabbed his sword, and all the monsters were killed. Their bodies fell to the ground. The defender asked what just happened. The archer asked nervously if he had managed to do it in one blow, and claimed that it was just luck. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. The hunter jumped back and called for help. The player crushed the bird's head with his foot. The scavenger looked at his ally and explained that these creatures had excellent hearing, so he should not scream, otherwise more harpies would appear. Xiao cut the monster's body with his sword. The sorcerer released a powerful wave of energy into the sky. The mage jumped into the air and struck his opponents with lightning. The frightened monsters turned around. They immediately soared into the sky and hurried away. Gritting his teeth, the man asked who hired these useless tracker and warrior, and ordered to drive them away as soon as they were done here. Showdown raised his hand to his forehead and asked if the danger was over. The scavenger suggested that the unlucky archer had made a lot of noise, attracted attention, and became the main target. Xingran frowned and explained that the harpies would target those who were clearly audible from the air. The boy asked if they would target him too. The girl said that they could easily break through the line of tanks and attack the back rows. The bard pursed his lips and decided that it would be better for him to remain silent. The sorcerer smirked and said that the monsters were so scared that they would never approach them again. The man noticed how the rocks lying on the ground began to shake. The heroes froze in place and wondered what was happening. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and realized that the monsters were afraid not of them, but of a more dangerous enemy. Something was approaching from behind the rocks. Huge monsters ran forward. A crowd of orcs bared their teeth angrily. Xiao opened his mouth wide and warned his allies of their approach. Raising his sword, the man ordered the healers to move to the back rows, the tanks to hold the vanguard, and the scouts to take up a position on the flank. The hunter frowned and said that he could give orders to more than 20 fighters at once. The scavenger's house stood on a cliff. The scoundrel decided to show them the power of his group. The monsters approached the heroes. The warrior rushed forward and used the power of a titan. He cut off the enemy's head with one swing of his sword. Xiao smirked and called them weak. The sorcerers opened fire. The man raised his sword and ordered his comrades to attack all at once. The protagonist stood at the edge of the cliff. Yetin raised his eyebrows and decided that the main force would definitely be able to withstand the attack of the ogres, because they were not very strong opponents. Yiling clenched her fist and asked if they would join the fight. Showdown said that he wanted to go home. The guy grinned and suggested waiting for the fight to end so he could take all the trash. The monster's body fell at his feet. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled furiously. An explosion immediately sounded behind him. The young man gritted his teeth and assumed that his neighbor had done it on purpose. The man grinned, surprised that they were still alive, and asked them to collect all the trash. The player saw the item cards in front of him and concluded that this was ordinary trash. The guys looked at Yuman, whose luck indicator had dropped significantly. The boy picked up a shield and said that rarity below purple was of no interest to large groups like the Heart of the Hunt. The heroes looked in surprise at the scavenger, who said that he needed gray items. The scoundrel pounced on the monster and was outraged that not a single blue item had dropped with him. The hunter looked at the bone cards and concluded that there was nothing here at all that could be taken with him. The sorcerer shot to the side and noticed that neither they nor the monsters had ever dealt critical damage. Xiao shuddered and realized that today was his unluckiest day, because even the equipment enchanted with luck was useless here. The protagonist frowned and noticed that the main forces of the ogres were in no hurry to attack with all their might, and this was quite unusual. Xingran opened her mouth wide and said that the monsters should be mindless and attack in crowds when they see an enemy in their territory. Squinting, Yetin remembered how he met the dark elf during the testing and realized that the monsters communicated in their own language. The guy pointed his finger forward. The ogres looked at each other and said something to each other. The tank stepped forward. The man ordered the healers to restore the health of the others. The defender repelled the attack of the monster. The archer fired an arrow forward and shouted that he finished off the enemy. Something burst out of the ground behind him. The archer looked back and saw several monsters. The ogres opened their mouths in fury. 2 of them threw nets at the ranged fighters. The sorcerer frowned menacingly and asked if they should break through the enemy lines to the back lines. The scoundrel rushed forward and shouted that they should continue the attack. The mage asked what would happen to the one bringing up the rear. The hunter opened his mouth wide and ordered him to show the enemy where the scavengers were and declared that they themselves should move forward. The rifleman took a smoke bomb from his pocket. His comrade frowned menacingly. They threw the shells into the air. An explosion sounded above the ground. The monster covered its face with its hand. Its aggression dropped. The monsters froze in place, bewildered. Suddenly, their eyes sparkled. They ran towards the cliff. Watching them from above, Wuming reported that someone was approaching. Shotong asked if these were the ogres that had slipped past the group at the front. Yiling lit her hand and suggested that they were lured here on purpose. Xingran said that since they appeared in the abyss, they had not had a chance to show off. The protagonist put his hands on their shoulders and asked his friends to do nothing, avoid battles and conserve mana as much as possible. The girl looked ahead and asked if she was not allowed to use magic. Yetin stepped forward and explained that the crowds of monsters were luring them into a trap, so they should hold their positions. The boy put his sword on his shoulder and said that he could hold the flanks himself. The youth jumped off the edge of the cliff. The ogre pointed at him. A huge net appeared in the air. The monsters ran after it. The player was behind them. The monsters turned around in horror. The scavenger kicked one of them. The other 2 ogres pounced on him from behind. The hunter jumped into the air to dodge their attack. He swung his flaming sword. The protagonist landed on his feet and dealt a crushing blow. The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise and she asked how he had managed to become so strong in just a few days. The monster surrounded Yetin. The swordswoman noticed that she could barely make out his movements due to his incredible speed. The monster fell to the ground. The boy wounded his fellow. The severed body parts flew into the air. The young man spread his arms and dealt with the enemies in his path. The surviving ogres trembled with fear. They burst into tears and ran away. The player narrowed his eyes in disdain. The ranger looked back and assumed that the monsters had probably dealt with the scavengers. The sorcerer said that they would be able to fight peacefully thanks to their sacrifice. The monsters ran forward. The hero's eyes widened in shock and said that this could not be. The ogres ran out of a cloud of smoke and dust. The scavenger only watched them from the side. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and decided that, unlike simple monsters, they were smart enough to attack the weak and run away from the strong. The tank's eyes widened in amazement. A giant club with spikes appeared in front of him. The monster hit the defender on the head with all its might. The fighter opened his mouth wide and asked how they managed to deal with him so quickly. Xiao frowned furiously and asked why no one was monitoring his health. The healer frowned tensely and replied that he hadn't even noticed how it happened. A giant black silhouette appeared in a cloud of dust. The monster hit the ground with its paw. A huge ogre entered the battlefield. The heroes froze in front of it. Standing in its shadow, the man said that this group of monsters was too high a level, as if they had come from a different difficulty. The villain turned his head and ordered his comrades to organize a formation and hold the line. Suddenly, the hunter's eyes widened. As they ran away, the fighters reported that the monsters had cut off their back rows and that they were now surrounded. The protagonist frowned and concluded that the first ogres were just bait. An explosion was heard in the gorge. Waves of energy pierced the ogres' bodies. The warrior jumped high into the air. He dashed forward and delivered a crushing blow. Xiao spread his swords to the sides. His eyes lit up. The man asked if anyone was scared and declared that they were nothing against his titan power. The monster bared its teeth angrily. The villain jumped forward and wished him death. The monster swung its hand. Its fist collided with the hunter's sword. The leader of the group clenched his teeth tensely. The powerful blow threw him far back. The warrior stayed on his feet and asked where the enemy got such strength from. His eyes widened in fear. The ogre lunged towards him. The monster kicked the enemy in the face. Xiao's body crashed into the rock and destroyed it. The man spat out a cloud of blood and threw his head back. The sorcerer looked back and called out to him in fear. The monsters continued to advance. The magician summoned a cloud of energy in his hand. The knight ordered the others to protect the leader. The villain rose to his feet. The archer shot at the enemy and wished him death. The goblin raised his sparkling staff. Red lightning pierced the ogre's body. His furious eyes lit up. The monster pounced on the shooter, who did not understand anything. The girl looked at the fallen monster in amazement. The fighter asked what was wrong with this creature. Bright energy oozed from the ogre's eyes. The woman spread her arms and shouted that this was necromantic magic. Several explosions were heard on the battlefield. The hunter raised his hand in front of him. The healer explained that they did not have time to heal anyone. The heroes threw smoke bombs into the air. The group leader ordered them to retreat back. The protagonist looked at the exploding bombs and concluded that the enemy was using a necromantic spell to turn the bodies of their dead brothers into bombs. Yetin looked back and asked his comrades to stay away from the corpses. One of the monsters crawled towards him. The guy squinted and wanted to recycle it. Demonic hands grabbed the monster. They dragged the corpse into the black rift. The bright sun illuminated the desert. Yiling looked ahead and noticed that all the bodies had disappeared. Showdown called his friend very cool. Wuming put his sword on his shoulder and asked what kind of ability it was. The young man replied that he did not have time to explain and said that they needed to remove all the corpses so that the shaman would not have time to resurrect them. The player closed his eyes and thought that he would have to do everything quickly and indiscriminately. Xian rushed to run and called out to the house of scavengers. The man ran up to the protagonist and decided to make him a very generous offer. Yetin frowned sternly and asked what he wanted. Raising his hand, the scoundrel asked if they didn't want to show off and promised to write in the report that the group of garbage collectors made an outstanding contribution to the battle shoulder to shoulder with the heart of the hunt. The guy scratched the back of his head and asked if his neighbor would definitely not complain about their competence again if he poked his nose into someone else's business. The hunter reminded him that his ally himself suggested casting aside prejudices and working together. The leader of the group winked and said that he was offering them to cooperate from the bottom of his heart. The guys narrowed their eyes in displeasure. A few minutes ago, smoke bombs exploded on the battlefield. The warrior squatted down and concluded that this enemy was very difficult to deal with. The ogre raised his hand and looked around. The sorcerer smirked and said that they didn't need to go straight for the high-level enemies because the abyss was open. Xiao realized that they could simply go around them and return to the beginning in a circle. The man looked away tensely and decided that in that case, the monsters would be able to attack them at any time. The wizard clasped hands and suggested leading the monsters to a group of scavengers so that they could weaken the enemy. The villain smiled widely and called it a great idea. The wizard added that no one would blame them for anything if the scavengers accidentally died. The hunter crossed his arms over his chest and invited the scavengers to join his team. Showdown raised his hand to his mouth and explained that they just wanted their squad to become cannon fodder. Wuming agreed that they just wanted to lead them into a trap. Xingran put her hand on her comrade's shoulder and asked him not to miss the chance for a great training. The warrior raised his hand and promised to give them a share of the reward when they reached the end. The protagonist agreed. The boy grabbed him and was indignant at his decision, but the girl, on the contrary, was happy. The leader of the group smiled widely and suggested that as a sign of their friendship, they immediately rushed to the attack. Yetin waved his hand and said that they needed some time to talk to each other. The bard said that this man definitely wanted to get rid of them. The guy took out a map. Showdown asked if he really wanted to work with these people. The young man handed him a shield so that he could protect himself. The boy noted that it was legendary. The bard burst into tears and said that he could not even afford to repair it. The player asked why he would repair it, and promised to give his friend another shield if this one broke. The garbage man approached his friend and asked if she had a healing skill. The girl confirmed this and warned that this was not her strong point. The protagonist pointed at her and said that she would now be a nanny. The woman was indignant and reminded him that she always went into the abyss alone. Yetin looked at his friends fighting and explained that the ally should support those in the back rows so that they could get out of the abyss unharmed. Showdown waved his hand at her and said that he trusted her. Yiling said that she was not that fragile. The guy put his hand on his friend's shoulder and hoped for her skills. The woman promised to test her healing skill. The mage took the shield and lit a fire. The young man asked her to aim at the monsters that get too close and stay away from the corpses, because the shaman can explode them in 5 seconds. The player looked at his comrade. Wuming waved his hand and asked what he needed. The scavenger replied that it did not matter to him what he did. The protagonist smirked and explained that their goal remained the same. Yetin stepped forward and said that they needed to defeat the boss without the help of those guys. Xiao waved his hand and asked the squad to lure the monsters out while their group brought up the rear. The heroes headed towards the cloud of smoke. The man wondered if they were that stupid to go into battle without buffs. The guys disappeared into the dust. The hunter ran back to avoid accidentally catching the eye of the ogres. The monsters stood ahead. The guy called out to them. The enraged monsters immediately rushed into battle. A powerful explosion was heard. The dead ogres fell to the ground. Their relatives froze in horror. The monster opened its mouth. The goblin on its head said something. Holding a sword in his hands, the young man was outraged that they were saying something unintelligible, and began analyzing the language content. His eyes lit up. The system reported that the user now understood the enemy's language. The shaman raised his hand and shouted that their clan had been appointed to guard the valley where the emperor slept, and that anyone who invaded their territory would have to die and pay in blood. Red lightning flashed through the monsters' bodies. Hiding behind a rock, Showdown warned that this looked like mind control, and suggested that if the sorcerer was killed, the rest of the enemies would not be so scary. A group of ogres were carrying a giant axe. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The brute took the cleaver in his hand. The monster placed it on his shoulder. The system reported that its resistance to control was increased. The bard's brows were furrowed in tension, and he realized that one blow from this king would kill him. The hunter turned his head and noticed that the heart of the hunt was actually using them as bait, which meant they should not act like this. Wuming frowned and asked what they would do now. The protagonist replied that the necromancer also wanted to use cannon fodder and make bombs out of them. The man stepped forward. Yetin asked him to deal with the corpses lying around. The warrior rushed forward. The guy shouted that he had not told him everything yet. The young man grinned and asked the others to listen to him carefully. The player swung his blade and called on his comrades to leave no one alive. Xingran drew her sword from its sheath and decided to take on the back lines. Yiling released fire from her mouth and promised to burn the enemies to the ground. The hunter swung his two-handed sword. Showdown frowned and said that he would do everything in his power. The ogres bared their fangs and ran forward. Wuming raised his sword to strike. The man cut the enemy's body in half. The monster pounced on him from the side. The scavenger destroyed it with a swing of his dagger and asked his comrade to deal with the goblins. The warrior looked back and agreed. The protagonist approached the enemy in one dash. The monster bared its teeth angrily. The boy raised his hand and shouted that he expected no less from his comrade. Suddenly, the bard looked back in fear. The hunter noticed two ogres approaching them and warned his allies. He released chains forward and ordered them to grab the enemies. The chains bound the monsters by the hands. Showdown clenched his fist and was glad that he had learned to sing even better. Yiling called for fire and was surprised that her ally was not ballast. The girl released a wave of fire forward and asked her friend to dodge. The boy pointed at her and asked if she hadn't seen him standing nearby. Blowing on her finger, the woman reminded him that the boss ordered to burn the monsters so that they would not explode after death, and thought that this was revenge for the fact that her comrade did not let her touch the shield. The bard saw another ogre emerge from the ground and asked why they were digging holes. The mage jumped off the cliff. The sorceress landed right in front of the monster. Aileen raised her burning hands and asked if they really enjoyed digging tunnels so much. The girl sent a wave of fire underground and asked if the holes were connected. The woman said that she had killed them all. The hunter frowned and called her a walking bomb. Xingran smiled and praised her friend. The monsters approached her from behind. The knight asked her comrades to stay behind her and promised to shield them from the enemies. The guys warned her of the danger. A blue haze appeared between the swordswoman's fingers. The girl turned her opponents into blocks of ice and said that they definitely shouldn't explode this way. The hero's eyes sparkled. They called their comrade very strong. The woman looked back and wondered where their leader was. The huge ogre swung his cleaver. The protagonist managed to jump aside to avoid being hit. Yetin raised his head and said that the enemy would not be able to inflict any damage on him if he kept dodging. The goblin frowned in displeasure. Several monsters jumped out from under the ground. They were immediately swept away by a powerful wave of dark energy. The shaman clenched his teeth angrily. The guy waved his hand and decided to return all his trash to him. Monsters with glowing eyes flew out of the rift. The goblin opened his mouth in fear. A powerful explosion was heard in the air. Xiao grinned and said that, judging by the sounds, the house of scavengers had come to an end. The giant ogre burst into tears. He immediately ate the shaman, who had been sitting on his head all this time. The young man opened his mouth in shock and called it barbaric that his enemy was devouring his own kind for the sake of strengthening and survival. The monster's mad eyes lit up. His body exuded incredibly strong energy. The player closed his eyes, guessing that the goblin was not controlling him, but limiting his power. Agma emerged from the cloud of smoke and assumed his true form. Burning corpses lay on the ground. Xingran cast healing magic on her friend and explained that the spell would slowly restore her health, while minor burns should heal immediately. Swinging his sword, Showdown asked where Wuming had gone, claiming that he had lost sight of him. The man gritted his teeth and sneezed. The warrior left behind a pile of corpses and asked if the allies were talking about him. The boy's eyes widened in horror, and Yiling asked him not to worry. The bard pointed at his comrade and asked why he hadn't come to their aid during the difficult battle. Frowning, the hunter replied that he was helping them by not standing next to them, and explained that the knight's healing would not be enough to survive, given his luck. The girl trembled and concluded that she hadn't been the best nanny. The ogres were approaching the boys. The mercenary said that he joined their group for the sake of the necessary number, and asked the allies not to forget his profession. Yuman cut the enemy's body with his sword. The man looked away and said that he would take payment for each enemy killed. Agma swung his cleaver. The protagonist jumped back. Suddenly, the sand grabbed his feet. Yetin looked back and wondered what was happening. A bright glow appeared under his feet. The guy raised his hand and decided to use a gravity vortex. The young man managed to dodge the blow of the axe. The player narrowed his eyes and concluded that such an attack was hard to avoid without being on the ground. The scavenger jumped onto the rock and sent a wave of energy forward. He opened his mouth wide and realized that he needed to be more aggressive because this could not continue. The hunter suddenly jumped forward. The protagonist dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. A swing of the sword cut off his hand. The monster swung his other hand. Yetin dodged the attack with a gravity vortex. The guy found himself above the enemy's head and decided to hit right on target. A huge cut appeared on the top of the monster's head. Suddenly, the wound began to heal. The monster swung his hand for another blow. The young man crossed swords and parried his blow. The system warned that the user would still receive 30% damage. The blade of the blade began to crack. The player looked at the debris in amazement. Agma threw him far back. The scavenger fell to the ground. The system reported that emergency dodge and movement skills were no longer available to him. The hunter raised his left hand with difficulty. Demonic paws immediately pulled him into the rift. The protagonist pointed his finger forward and said that they needed to retreat first. The carnivorous plant card caught fire. Moving along the sand with the help of the refining skill, Yetin decided to heal his wounds first. All this time, the ogre was chasing him, the guy refining his equipment. Suddenly, the young man turned around. The monster raised his axe over his head. The wolf card lit up. The player dashed forward and struck. The system reported that the enemy was affected by the effect of severed tendons. The monster furiously opened its mouth and growled. The scavenger hit him in the back. Agma's eyes lit up. The hunter grinned when he noticed that his health had decreased significantly, and decided to act in the same spirit. The ogre bared its fangs menacingly. The system warned that it had activated crushing sands. Lightning through the protagonist's back. The guys saw their leader soar high into the air. Yetin fell to the ground right next to them. The guy got to his feet and concluded that victory would not come so easily to him. Jotong's eyes widened in fear and asked if everything was okay with him. The young man replied that everything was fine. The monster raised its head and activated super recovery, removing the effect of severed tendons. The player lowered his head and noticed that the enemy activates this skill if you do not attack him for 3 seconds, and another 3 seconds of inactivity is enough for him to restore all health. Woming raised his eyebrows and said that Xian was smart to bypass him, because there was no point in fighting to the death with the boss of this location. The garbage man looked at him and said that he would not be able to sleep without regrets if he did not receive a reward from him. The man asked how his comrade was going to defeat such a monster. The protagonist smiled and explained that he himself was not strong enough to cope with him, but if everyone worked together then it was possible. Agma stood in the distance. Yetin told about the enemy switching to the one who attacked last, so melee fighters should take turns inflicting damage so that the enemy does not focus on one and attacks less often. Showdown pointed at himself and asked what he should do. The guy asked him to just survive. Smiling awkwardly, the boy remembered that he had an interesting skill for seeing the enemy's weaknesses, and asked if his friend wanted to know what their chances of winning were. The player looked around and guessed that their chance of winning was 20%. The bard suggested that they follow the example of the escaped group. Yiling nudged him and stated that 20% was not such a bad bet. The scavenger raised his index finger, and explained that they would have to escape once the ogre's health was restored again, while he distracted him. Xingran raised her hand and said that she would give it her all and would not retreat because she believed in her friend. Showdown clenched his fist and agreed with her. The mage pulled on her hat, and stated that she would go with them because she still had a lot of mana. Woming frowned and called them a bunch of suicides. The protagonist looked at his hand and concluded that his friend's healing spell could be combined with regeneration to restore health twice as fast. Yetin smiled confidently and explained that he could enter a triple berserker state without any fear with double healing. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise and asked what that meant. The man narrowed his eyes and said that the effects of the berserk multiplied as many times as it was used, but at level 3 you could still die even if you found a balance between damage and healing. The boy looked ahead and agreed with him, but he still needed to get stronger to win. The woman took a step forward. Flames ignited around her. The sorceress promised to provide fire from behind for her comrades. Meteors fell from the sky. Agma's eyes widened in fear. He managed to reflect the fireballs with a swing of his cleaver. The ogre hit the ground with force. The knight jumped into the air to protect her friend from the rock fragments. A few swings of her sword, and she was able to destroy all the fragments. Showdown raised his shield in front of him. The young man ran forward and asked his comrade to strengthen the ground with ice magic. Xingran summoned an ice wall in front of her. The player jumped on it and rushed on. A moment later, he got very close to the enemy. Several meteorites crashed into the monster. Yiling smirked and declared that that was not all. An explosion occurred right in front of the monster's face. The scavenger jumped up to avoid its blow. A powerful stream of energy destroyed the ground. The girl tensely clenched her teeth. She managed to block the wave of fire. However, the ice barrier in front of her began to crack. The guys ran back. The woman frowned menacingly, and concluded that she would not be able to hold out for too long. Ming pushed her away and swung his sword. The man cut through the ice wall. A deep crater from the impact appeared on the ground. Frowning, the warrior asked his ally not to worry and promised to cover her. Agma threw forward several more fragments of earth. The knight jumped into the air and summoned a block of ice. The protagonist swung 2 daggers and called for the enemy to pay attention to him. Yetin dealt a powerful blow to the head. The enraged ogre swung his cleaver. The swordswoman froze his right hand along with the weapon. The monster turned around. The guy asked his girlfriend to retreat. Xingran summoned a block of ice in front of her. The young man approached the enemy from behind and swung his dagger. Another blow knocked the monster off its feet. The player ordered his comrade to attack. Yiling took a sip of a refreshing drink. She sent fireballs forward. An explosion sounded above Agma's head. The ogre hit the ground with force. A cloud of dust almost fell on the magician. The garbage man dealt another blow to the enemy's chest, his health slowly falling. The monster swung his fist. He managed to catch the main character. At that moment, Yuman swung his two-handed sword. With one swing, he managed to cut off the enemy's hand. Yetin landed on his feet and praised his comrade for his excellent work. The boy raised his eyebrows and noticed that the enemy did not enter a super recovery state due to the attack interval, so they would be able to defeat him dry. The young man opened his mouth wide and ordered his team to continue the attack. The man furrowed his brows sternly. Xingran frowned menacingly and declared that she would slow down the enemy. The sorceress drank lemonade furiously. The monster bared its fangs. Yiling waved her hands, and another explosion sounded in front of him. The girl looked to the side and asked the enemy not to be so annoying. Agma threw his cleaver forward. The woman's eyes widened in fear. The player turned around and ordered his comrade to block the axe. The knight raised a wall of ice in front of him. However, the weapon only cut through it and rushed on. In the memory, Showdown opened his eyes wide and asked what he should do. The leader asked him to stay alive. The boy jumped forward. Some time ago, the garbage man looked back and declared that their chance of winning was 20%. Bard gritted his teeth and suggested running away like Heart of the Hunt did. The hunter put his shield in front of him and blocked the cleaver. He opened his mouth wide and ordered him not to move any further. In the past, the fighter sat on the floor, thinking about how he wanted to earn money to fulfill his unattainable dream of becoming a star. Showdown looked up and realized that he was unworthy of this because he was just trash. The boy walked up to the microphone and concluded that his voice timbre and diction did not allow him to sing well. Bard took the microphone in his hand. Suddenly, someone else put their hand on it. The dark clone smirked and said that his original was not fit for this at all. The hunter looked down and agreed with him. The double turned into dark energy and explained that he was not fit for either the role of a support or for music, and in principle no one needed him because the spotlight was needed on the stage. The fighter brought the microphone to his mouth and remembered that the spotlight was always on the real heroes and stars. Standing on the stage, Showdown wondered what it would take to receive its light and realized that he had always thought that one day the spotlight would choose him. The bloodied man opened his eyes wide and said that he was no good. The boy frowned sadly when he was called trash. The bard gritted his teeth and admitted that he never had the talent to light up the crowd from the first notes. The spotlight appeared in front of him. The hunter realized that he could not accept it and watched from the wings as other people shine. Ghosts flew under the ceiling. The fighter thought that he wanted to go to the center of the stage at least once and touch the light. Evil spirits held him back by calling him trash. Showdown extended his hand forward. There was a bright light in front of her. The boy decided that he would never be able to become a star on the stage. Bard ran forward and realized that he could finally be a protagonist on the battlefield. The hunter angrily clenched his teeth, cursing everything around him. The huge axe crashed into the shield. The fighter shouted that this moment in the spotlight belonged only to him. Blood gushed from his mouth. The recoil threw Showdown back. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called out to him. Yetin put his hand on the ground and used gravity vortex. Dark energy enveloped the cleaver and stopped it. The boy directed it forward. Agma leaned back to dodge the blow. The ogre bared his teeth furiously. The young man spread his arms and used the triple berserk skill. Debris from the ground jumped into the air. They were engulfed in bloody energy. The player stood right in front of his opponent. The scavenger frowned menacingly and promised to grind every bone in his body into powder. Xingran raised her hand over the boy and realized that it was glass made of sand that had melted under the influence of high temperature. The protagonist jumped up and ran forward. The monster threw huge boulders at him. Yetin grabbed one of them. The guy opened his mouth in rage and screamed loudly. The young man grabbed a stone and swung it. A sharp fragment pierced Agma's head. The ogre opened his mouth in horror and screamed shrilly. The girl clenched her fist joyfully. The player pulled out a shard of rock from the monster's skull. At the same moment, Wuming chopped off the enemy's hand. The woman froze his legs. Yiling threw several fireballs forward. The scavenger again stabbed the stone into the enemy's head. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The fragment pierced the skull of the monster through and through. Yetin summoned a clot of dark energy in his hand and wished for the enemy to turn to dust. The boy threw it straight into the hole that had formed. Powerful magic burst out from Agma's mouth. The upper half of his body dissolved into the opening.